Hooray, we are here again. Day 4 of the World Scrabble Championship about to kick off. This is the final day of play with all 128 players, 8 more games until the top 2 will be pulled from this field to play in a best of 7 matchup for the whole shebang tomorrow. 8 more games of Scrabble, Josh. This is going to be a spicy, spicy day. I'll have you walk us through the current standings as things lay, but the cream truly has risen to the top. Tell us about it, Josh.
Absolutely. Adam Logan still in first place. He is a half of a game ahead of Wasim Khatri after 24 rounds. Timmy Woko in third place at 17 and 7, the lone wolf on that standing. Wei Toe a half a game behind that, 16, 7 and 1. Nigel, Stanley, Victor, Jakrit, Hubert, and Rex. Those are 5 through 10. Those guys are going to have a great day if they're going to make it to the final best of 7 matchup tomorrow.
And man, look at the diversity of country representation here. Adam Logan, Canada. Wasim Khatri, Pakistan. Timmy Doko, Nigeria. Wei Toe, Singapore. Nigel Richards, I believe he's playing under New Zealand this year, and Stanley Ubiadi, Ghana. So 6 unique countries in the top 6. Finally, Victor Godwin of Nigeria, giving us the first double up. Nigeria with 2 players in the top 6. All right, players at the board this round. First place, Adam Logan. Second place, Wasim Khatri. Whoever wins this game will be in first and will start to pull ahead of the rest of the pack. So a huge, huge game to start day 4. Let's do it, Josh. Let's play Scrabble.
Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness. Wasim had a fantastic day yesterday, topping his day off with 4 wins in a row. This is what you need at this stage of the tournament. It is crunch time. Wasim's clock has been started. He is drawing tiles one at a time. Very good technique. Let's see. That's the H, and that's the blank and the S.
Very good
Holy
technique.
mackerel.
Oh. All right, so the J that
Incredible
he's
draw,
drawn
though.
is going to impede him from bingoing. This has to be Jin. This is about the only reasonable play for him. 46 points to burn the blank and play Shinju. Sideways blank alert. Sideways blank alert. Wasim. Yes, he heard me. Okay, so Jin for 20. Josh, you're not going to ever play Shinju for 46, right?
No, but that's a very, very cool play. Definitely didn't see that. So Jin for 20, SHR blank, an incredibly potent combination, only issue. No vowels in that combination. So seem looking for 1 or at least a good vowel, maybe 2. Try and bingo next turn. This is a defensive opening play as well. And it's going to be hard in many situations for Adam to respond. He has LLOTUVY, not the greatest opening rack for me.
No, that's not good at all for Adam. The max score he has on this turn, just 16 if he spots a 6-letter word, Toluyl, Toluyl. That plays for 16, either atop or beneath the IN and Jin, but holds a V. V's one of the worst tiles in Scrabble, so I think if I were in this situation, I'd opt to do what Adam has set up here. LUV crushes this board closed. Li has no front hooks, so Wasim's going to be forced to have an A or an O to play where Josh is drawing. He's going to be forced to need an S to hit this spot over here, and if he has neither of those, he's going to be extremely sad next turn. Now, Wasim has an O, Wasim has an S, but Adam doesn't know that, and Love looks extremely strong here to me. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, love is the strongest. I think that needs to come down. It's kind of ugly. Score 12 points, keep a Y, set up an S hook that is about to get pounced on, by the way, but this is definitely the correct play. Wasim has found growths, and I think something like that is coming down pretty quickly.
Yeah, this blank could be a T or a G, troths or growths. So Josh Greenway on the ground is already queued up to show us blank cam once Wasim makes this play. G or T. There's actually merit to making this blank either one of those tiles when this comes down. You want to avoid unique floaters, and so if you put two T's out there, well, Adam's less likely to bingo, but the T is better to play through. So, Josh, assuming perfect word knowledge here, would you play troths or growths?
I think I would go with growths. That T in the triple triple is just a little bit dangerous. The G far less so. But usually you're right. You should duplicate a letter when you have a blank. In this particular instance, I think the defense of the G makes up for the extra bingo chances that it gives back to Adam Logan. So Wasim's going to contemplate this position. He would very much love not to float a tile in this triple triple lane. So if anything starts with an S or has an S in the middle, that's what he'd be looking to do here. But not, you're going to see 81 points. He doesn't have anything better than that. So he's looking at WROATHS. Normally, the W, a better tile to put in a triple lane, but that gives a lot of points back to Adam. Maybe you want to put the blank there instead. That's 4 points versus 0. Very interesting situation for Wasim. He's going to take his time, do his diligence like he should.
Yeah, a little bit of a time trappy turn. I would definitely be looking to start a word with an S instead. And it just feels like these are relatively synergistic letters. There ought to be something, but every seven he has ends with the S. Looks like he is opting for RWOATHS, rotes, which would put the W in the triple line. I'd much prefer to put a blank there if this were me. Adam can just score from that W so much so often, but this is a decision from Wasim. And you just got to pick a bingo and play it at some point, right, Josh?
Right. And crucially, regardless of what he chose here, that R giving torridly, this one also allowing idolatry and a dilatory to fit through the blank A. So Adam now has a couple of options to bingo back with his seemingly not so good rack of Dilorty. So that's the danger of giving floaters to your opponent. So Roth's coming down. That blank is an A. 81 points for Wasim. He's up 101 to 12 after Adam Logan's bingo of dilatory, his highest scoring bingo. Game's going to be very
Oh,
close to
man.
tied.
This is like Scrabble's in here. You have two tiles that score more than 1 point, the D and the Y. I wish I could put both of those on the bonus squares. Oh, look at that. The D on the double letter, the Y on the double letter. Oh, man, that's just perfect. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Adam for him to get back in this game. 96 to 101. Wasim's post bingo draw includes the Q, FILNNQY. And generally, Josh, when you draw the Q, you're looking to get rid of it as soon as possible. Should Wasim just eject it, QIN, through the I in dilatory? Or would you pick something else and hold the Q for one more turn?
Only here is 30 points. The issue, of course, it keeps the dreaded Q. FONLY keeps QIN. At the very least, you have a Q word on your rack. I think in this situation, I take 30 points, hope that my Q improves. If it doesn't, I hope that my spot for QI or QIN doesn't go away. Very tough situation. I think it's between those two options, but Nurley also an interesting option. This is what Wasim's looking at through the R. This scores 32. Issue with that is it opens two triples. I guess the Y is already opening that triple though, and the QNF leave seems very difficult to part with. But maybe the distraction posed by placing that Y on the triple letter score will be enough in many situations for Wasim to part with the Q next turn. So I think it's between those three plays.
Yeah, Fondly, Chin, or Nurly all have merit. Looks like Wasim opting for Fondly here. Adam has had a great draw, though. He's drawn into the natural seven-letter thereof, which plays beneath the
Wow.
DI in dilatory. However, this also bingoed through the R that was just obstructed. Therefore, Therefor is another acceptable spelling of that word. Adam was threatening bingos no matter what Wasim chose. Thereof is going to play now for 84 for Adam Logan. But Wasim has drawn a U on his three-tile draw. So these guys both getting exactly what they need. Wasim now threatening big points through the Y and dilatory after Adam's bingo comes down. I'll get that score updated. Wasim's up to 131 after 30 points for Fondly. And I'm honestly surprised Adam hasn't played thereof yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's a common English word, but also kind of hard to think about a word ending in F. This is a word I personally struggle with, Matt, but everybody knows this word. He spotted it. Thereof for 84 is coming straight down right after the natural bingo of dilatory threw that blank already on the board. Adam does not need an S. He does not need a blank. He is smashing those natural bingos.
Smashing indeed. And we're back on Wasim, who has set up QUAY on his rack, plays for 48 points on the triple word. He can score six more. Using the same Y, he can play a six-letter word, one that's tough to spot, a very Scrabble word, Yankee, Yanqui. Six extra points, but it holds GP, whereas Quay holds GINP, holding that ING together. Josh, you taking the points here, or is it the standard Quay, your preferred play?
I think you have to just settle for QUAY for 48. PING so much stronger than PG, and you have a spot under the LI and the UN. Uni is a valid word, so PING goes there at the moment. So likely that Wasim is going to draw either an 8-letter word with the ING or a 7-letter word. So I think this is correct, but beware extensions of this word, quayages, quayside. I know we're probably pronouncing those all wrong. Those are on tap for the rest of the game.
While
Epigean
Adam has
drawn.
drawn a third bingo. He's got biotics set up. This plays beneath Jin with three underlaps, JOLIT and Uni. That's 80. And yet, that is not Adam's highest scoring bingo on this turn. I think it's his best bingo, though. It's so defensive, really walls off the bottom portion of this board. But two extra points were available through the H in thereof with the word cohibits. But Biotics, another bingo for Adam Logan. I haven't even been able to get scores updated before he got that in. Wasim, though, a nice pull. Epigean, and this word now plays along the Y in Fondly. This is his only bingo, 69 points. But man, wow, lots of scoring this morning here in Ghana.
Oh, and the blank for Adam Logan, but 5 vowels to go with it. I don't think he's going to bingo for a fourth time in a row, but probably only one more turn on this board after Epigean. Once Wasim finds that that is his only spot for it, I think it's only a matter of time before Adam Logan strikes again. So Wasim's going to need some help from the bag after this play. Biotics coming down. You're right. I think this is justified, not opening much of the bottom of the board. 2-point sacrifice, setting up scoring spots rather than bingo spots. But Wasim, what's going on? What is he looking for? Has he missed that his play fits next to the Y of Fondly? Has he seen that it was blocked? Okay. Woo! Scared for a moment there.
Yeah, I think he just hates how poor this play is defensively. Look at what it exposes on the right side of the board. Not one, but two triple word scores. And I could see either one of these getting hammered for 40, 50, even 60 points. An unseen Z for Yez, an unseen X for Yex. Oh my goodness, I could get hit so hard. But of course, look at Adam's rack. He's got almost nothing that threatens. He can't score a lot of points there. The best he can do is just 30 on the punish. So Wasim didn't want to open that spot up, even considered passing up on a bingo. But he's not going to get hit very hard as Josh drawing in Adam's best play now, just GAE for 30.
Yeah, this is very, very lucky, seemingly, for Wasim once he sees this play hit the board. I don't think there's anything else to consider here for Adam Logan. He's just going to look to make sure he's not missing a 5-vowel, 8-letter word. Sometimes those are a little bit elusive, but GAE for 30, only extending his lead to 42. Wasim probably expecting something much heavier. He's drawn AXE in that spot. That's 55, but that is going away.
It is going away. He'll still have the double letter at the bottom of this board, but Wasim would have loved to draw a 5-letter word that extends all the way down to the triple. He doesn't have that. Assuming Adam pounces on the triple word square in the middle of the right-hand column, Wasim's not going to have a huge play along the bottom.
Yeah, just FYI, Epigean being an adjective does not take an S hook. The only dangers now are here and here. Adam would also love to cover this more dangerous spot. Any consonant can go there and just score both ways, hit the triple, hit the double letter score twice. So both players wanting to cover that spot. Wasim's going to get the opportunity next turn, but he would have much rather Adam cover the spot. Sometimes when you're sitting there, two triples open, one far more dangerous than the other, but you have drawn into something that hits the less dangerous one. Just like, come on, okay, you can hit me on that other triple. I want my 55 points. But Adam's going to play GAE. I think after some more thought, Wasim is going to come back AXE, and he's going to need some help from the bag. Adam has a lot of vowels. Maybe he'll continue to draw vowels. Wasim needs some consonants. Both players in need of some consonants after their next play.
Yeah, consonants are still in the bag, but we're relatively balanced. 20 vowels, 25 consonants unseen. Adam looking at AGEE. That's what he's set up right now. I wonder, is this going to play on top of the TH of thereof? Is he just going to blow this board wide open with the blank in tow? I guess he figures Wasim is so likely to play on the right side of this board that if he opens a bingo line or a triple, maybe he'll just get to play there. That would be a bit wild, but also very interesting. I think GAE, though, just too strong to pass up.
Yeah, I think the instinct of Adams to not be able to cover the big spot, open another spot maybe he can use for a triple makes a lot of sense, but maybe you keep the G. Maybe that's the other thing he's considering. The G could help you bingo next turn. He's sacrificing 6 points to keep it. We'll see if it helps.
Sacrificing 6 points to keep a G. I do get it, like it's the only consonant on your rack, but I don't know how I feel about that. The G, famously one of the crappiest tiles in the entire game of Scrabble, but it will stabilize this. I'm going to run a sim on this in a minute, but the draw. He's going to miss a bingo no matter what. Brutal swing for Adam Logan, but Wasim with AXE for 50 some odd blocked is going to have to settle for a second tier play on this move.
Wow. And he's got his shirt in his mouth. That's the nerves speaking. Adam Logan, very much known for this body language. Me too, actually. When I get nervous, that's the way for me to calm myself down. Leg shake as well. Wasim looks stoic as can be. He has his game face on. Unfortunately, all of his 5-letter words, exile, axial, axile, make N-I. That is not a word. Don't do that. AXE looks like his best play. Latex also available through the T, but you have to cover that spot, don't you? Or Why didn't Adam take that spot last turn? Maybe I can afford to leave it open one more turn. If he couldn't hit it, maybe I can hit it first. Interesting stuff for Wasim Khatri. And what about the overlaps after the X goes here? This might be a crazy situation where it's worth sacrificing blocking the biggest spot on the board just because of your opponent's last play.
Wasim set up latex, looked like he was near ready to commit, and then backed back into AXE. There's another sneaky option, Ab Axile, down from the B in Biotics. That would just open this board wide up to pretty much anything. But Axe feels a little bit too strong to pass up. I ran the details on Adam's last move. Keeping the G on his previous move increases his bingo percentage by 7%, but only increases his average score by 2 points. So a 6-point sacrifice to score 2 more next turn, and it still blows up, as even with the 7 extra bingo percentage, 0-0 is not one of the draws that will ever draw a bingo. Interesting turn from Adam, wild turn for Wasim, and we're back on Adam. I don't even want to look at this rack. AEG 000 blank. But this is one of the nice things about CSW. You just play 16 for Adam. That's got to be the move, right, Josh?
Yeah, and you said, oh, never draws into a bingo, but if there were an L or a Z on the board, Zuglia with 3 O's would have fit. However, that's not the case. We're not going to see that. Yeah, that's totally crazy. Thanks for you guys watching in chat for letting us know when we make mistakes, when we miss something. Tell us where you're watching from. This game has been one heck of a banger. So LWEY, beautiful find by Wasim, 4-letter word, is going to play right next to AXE. This is fantastic for him. Only problem, this hook.
And the hook is what Adam has now. After the 0-0 fish, Adam draws into a B and an R. He has Borages and Louise. 87 points for him, and he's already got it down on the board. Adam surging ahead now by 84. Wow, big swing. Wasim finding a good play. There's just one way it can be punished, and I am instantly punished in that way. But nice draw for Wasim. The Z means he gets to score big on top of the A in Borages. He has, if nothing else, ZA and ZA for 60 some odd points. ZATI if he wants to cash another consonant as well. ZARI, both of those 69 points. So Adam, after a bingo, is going to get hit back with a bingo score, and we're going to have nearly a tie game here. Oh my goodness, Josh. I have no idea who's going to win. It appears this play's on hold. Adam hasn't drawn tiles yet. Maybe Wasim unsure if Louis takes the back S. If there's any doubt at all about whether it takes the S or not, Wasim should not have made that play.
That's right. I think he's just thinking about forages, which is a pretty high probability word, but looks like a lot of other words. You're not aware of its medicinal use, I guess. Then you might be questioning it. You might want to challenge. I think Adam has drawn his courtesy tiles. This does not mean that the play has been accepted, Matt.
Indeed, it doesn't mean that. For those less familiar with Scrabble rules, it looks like the play is being challenged now. All right, we'll go over to Challenge Cam. Challenge Cam brought to you by WordJudge.me, a program designed by Art Moore. Thank you, Art, for designing this. Challenge Cam, so fun. Louise, indeed, what challenged? God, that is gutsy to play LWEI right there if you don't know if it takes an S.
Wow, that's surprising. That's surprising. Yes, Matt, that's one of your favorite rules in Scrabble. Don't play a word you're unsure of the hooks. I guess Wasim was pretty sure it didn't take an S. There are words like this that don't take an S. Very odd looking word, LWEI, but it's fallen into a trap, but only worth 5 points to challenge, so not too much skin off his back. Zati coming down for 69, about to tie the game at 392 to 392.
Wow, a tie game and an interesting rack for Adam. Not one of the better ones he could have drawn. He'll still have some flexibility, but truly, this is anybody's game right now. I am so here for it. ZATI for 69 points is what Wasim plays. AACMNRT, Adam's rack, 392, 392. Adam will pull ahead on this turn. The question is how? Does he want to stay in bingo prone range? He can just play off MAR to the R in dilatory, or he can score a lot more macaw, a 5-letter word to the W in Roth, 36 points, and keeps NRT together. Josh, walk us through this turn. Is it too much to pass up on macaw?
It might be, but maybe you can afford to play craw instead. Just block instead of opening the board. This is going to be a stylistic choice, I think. MAR also available, keeping craw. ACNRT is a great leave to keep on an open board, but on a board like this one, where 8-letter words are very unlikely, I don't like it as much. Craw for 27, macaw for 36. Do you bite the bullet and open an easy lane for a 7-letter word? There are none on the board right now. It's a tough one. 11 vowels, 13 consonants. You're not super worried about consonant trouble, but NRT doesn't really do much on this board. The best you can maybe hope for in most situations, re-wax for 30 points. That's not great. That opens a double-double, so it's about how much danger you're ready to commit yourself to, and we'll see what Adam is able to do here. He's got the advantage. It's his turn, but it's a tie game. That means he has the tempo advantage, so it's in his interest to retain that advantage and not give his opponent any goodies.
Oh man, yeah, this is a very difficult turn, but Adam Logan has a lot of time to think through it here. I wonder how much we'll see him use, but we've seen Adam go as far as 7 or 8 minutes on some of the most complex positions. And this one's not as complex as some of the positions he faced yesterday, but it is big. What you draw is so important after this move. There are still spots for sevens to play. There are just a lot of marginal lines. The right fit could still sneak below biotics. The right fit could still play on top of the BO of barrages. You could sneak something on top of the OO, sitting on top thereof, and 8s through the T in thereof, still likely, as well as 8s to the R in Roth, maybe even the W on the top of the board, but that is a very marginal line. So no great bingo lines, but several meh bingo lines. It's still possible Adam could hit one, and you got to feel like if you get one more bingo down in this game, you are probably going to win. While Adam thinks through this turn, this is just the first of 8 games we're going to show here, all right here on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. I would love to break 1,000 viewers on this last day of the World Scrabble Championship. So please, you guys watching at home, do what you can to bump us up the algorithm. Click that like video. We got almost 500, or click that like button, excuse me. We have almost 500 people watching right now. Yesterday, we ended with 400 some odd thumbs ups on the videos. We're getting a lot of people trickling in from all the nooks and crannies of the internet. Please help Scrabble gain some exposure. This is the freaking World Championship. It only happens every other year. So do what you can. Click that button. Man, viewership needs to be on fire today as we whittle the field down from 128 to our final 2 combatants. Thank you so much for being here. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble, and craw, Josh, as you wanted, coming down for Adam. A little bit of defense.
Yeah, this makes sense. This is a human approach. This is a good play. Many plays available in the position are seeming close upon a simulation. You don't want to play a word like macaw and just allow your opponent to get that easy bingo once in a while. That's going to set you back so far. It makes a lot of sense. There's also the possibility of playing can't underneath the BIO, keep the MAR. You have one of the last A's to go ABA. After that, lots of things to think about. Adam has thought about them, and he's decided to play craw. This is a great play. Over to Wasim with a tougher decision on his hands. How do you deal with this? You want to play off your U, don't you?
You do want to play off your U. The Q has already been played in this game. There's another U in the bag and a V to go with it. Three I's, UI's some pretty famous anti-synergy. So this is a really tricky turn for Wasim. Nothing is good. A lot is so-so. Top play is probably Munge, M-U-N-G-E, up the O-H and O-E on this board. Right there is Josh's drawing. Munge, 26 points, keeps ER together. Maybe you want to play a little bit shorter here. Mug, making Udo and Jif, is just two fewer points, but holds EENR. Those tiles synergize together quite well, too. I don't know. There are a lot of options, just a few points between each one of them, and so much of this comes down to what you end up drawing out of the bag. Josh, what is your gut telling you to do early on in this position?
If you play Munge, you're setting up E Munge. You have an E, but there are two left. I feel like you can't do that here. Menge here is 33, and Mug for 24 looks very nice to set up a lane for yourself. Wasim is behind. He's down 27, and it's his turn. So maybe playing Mug and threatening a seven-letter word that might end the game looks pretty strong here. That's what he's looking at right now. I like this approach for sure. Extremely aware of his situation in this game. He's down a little bit. He doesn't have the greatest letters, but EENR can turn into a bingo far more often than you might think. This is what Wasim is looking at. I like this play a lot, Matt.
Yeah, this feels strong. If you draw the bingo, you're going to feel great about it. If you miss, you're not really leaving that many points on the table. You can try again. I also like how Mug sets up a line to play sevens in the second row. If you draw a seven ending in any vowel, it's now going to fit on the board. So Wasim, a little bit of calculated offense. He is still trailing in this game. Well, this play is going to bring him within three. Adam back on turn. Wasim is down a tempo. So I like creating the volatility here. See if the tile bag will help you out. A huge draw now for Wasim Khatri, trailing by just three. Will he pull a bingo? V, O, I. I don't see one initially, but there's a chance.
Yeah, this looks okay for Wasim. He has something like Vireo potentially next turn. This is all about timing now. 11 in the bag. Adam with only one vowel. That must have been a little bit shocking to him. Didn't draw a vowel on his three-tile pull, but got options here. DANT, for example, or DANTS underneath biotics comes to mind, but that can't feel good to play. Playing off 4 or 5 tiles, allowing Wasim to play 5 or something like that and leave the bag with tiles still in it. Suddenly it feels like Adam doesn't have great timing here.
Yeah, it's got to be a frustrating draw for Adam looking at 10 vowels and 8 consonants unseen. What do you mean I grabbed consonant, consonant, consonant? There are literally more vowels than consonants now. That's how skewed the distribution is in the remainder of this game. But Adam still has plenty to do. Looks like he's focused on did and DJIN right now. 21 points. Did takes 2 back hooks, but not an S. It takes an O and a Y. There's just one unseen O to Adam. It is not on his rack. So that means, Josh, it is shirt biting time. You see Adam biting his shirt, stroking his beard a little bit. This is a tricky position. Did feels great, but it sets you up for a possibility of utter disaster if you get hit with an O bingo from Wasim. Could you play did here, Josh, or would you look for something else?
I'm just looking at what could Adam draw after did. If he draws AE, there's a bunch of bingos on that rack, but are they going to fit on the board? I'm liking the play of mand, M-A-N-D for 24. This eliminates this huge threat of a 7-letter word on the second row. Keeps NST hoping to draw a couple of vowels, and you still have very nice chances to play a high-scoring play underneath biotics. I feel like that's the key play here, M-A-N-D, the 4-letter word. And then you just hope it's going to be very, very close, leaving 7 tiles in the bag. Like I said, the timing isn't that great. But you play did or dim, I feel like things are worse for you if Wasim is first to get that 7-letter word, that bingo score of plus 50. You're going to be in some deep, deep trouble.
Adam focused now on Dant, D-A-N-T. This plays beneath the B-I-O in biotics. This is 25 versus the 24 for Josh's recommended play of Mand. This holds D-M-S. And I think I might actually like this better. Josh, you're pointing out this does give back all these different possibilities, both atop and underneath. But it also strengthens your S quite a bit. Maybe you draw the right words you need to fit underneath. You can hit jots. I don't know. Dant is a pretty good option here for Adam. I like holding a tile that scores some points in the M as opposed to just DST as a leave after Mand. If you miss a bingo, you can still score. And you don't need to bingo to win this game. In fact, if neither player bingos in this game, that's advantage Adam. So he's gone back to Mand now. Both of these plays make a lot of sense. I'd have my shirt in my mouth.
I mean, it's just such a human approach to block the line that's just created. Who knows? Wasim was maybe keeping something really strong. Seems like a play that he would have made as an adjustment potentially. So I like this for sure. I like Dant. Adam in pretty good shape still. He doesn't know it yet though. Wasim with EEINORV.
Every second that ticks further on in this turn is good news for Adam Logan. If Wasim has a bingo here, he's likely playing it quickly. But another brutal draw for Adam. I said that bag had more vowels than consonants, but Adam has found PKSU. It is nice for Adam having both of the remaining S's in this game. That's going to give him command over potential setups. But he was thinking maybe bingo, maybe draw some good stuff. No, he's got a rough rack on his hands now. Wasim spotted the 5-letter VIREO. This is his highest scoring play. Scores 31, but does open the board up. And I think if you're Wasim, you have to play it anyway and just hope Adam doesn't bingo back through it. Now he's looking at Ovine. This plays beneath the BIO in biotics for 28, Vireo 31. Josh, you have any preference between these?
It's really close. Ovine 28 points, Vireo 31, but opens the board. And if you get bingoed on, it's pretty much over unless you manage to draw a bingo back. But with what's unseen, if Adam's going to be bingoing, you're probably the one drawing the U, the K, maybe a duplicate. So I don't know what is correct here. I feel like intuitively I have to take the points, take a 4-point lead, but leaving 2 tiles in the bag, that's very, very nice. Very curious to see what Wasim chooses here. I think there's a big difference in bingo chances for Adam depending on which of these two plays. Wasim chooses Vireo, floating a V, an I, and an R out in space, but Ovine, only that O, also blocking the underlapping potential of biotics. So a more defensive option. It's up to Wasim to decide, does he have enough in this position to play a little bit of defense, or is he fighting from behind and needs to blow the board open? This is so scary, so stressful. I feel like we're going to see one of those two plays go down, but now he's looking at Vo. This play is on the top left, keeps as best as he can. However, leaves 4 tiles in the bag that might give Adam one more shot at not emptying the bag and consolidating his position.
Oh man, there's a very good chance that Vo backfires. Wasim can't know this, but most of the tiles in the bag are vowels. And if he holds EINR, picks up 3 vowels, he's completely done in this one. He could draw some consonants. A D and an N are in the bag as well, but 5 of the 7 in the bag for Wasim to draw are vowels. He can't know this again, but VOE is going to be trouble, more likely than not. All right, Vireo is apparently what he's opting to do here. This feels to me like what you need to do. Every single point matters so much right now in this game. So he's going to keep the pacing in his favor. Score 31 points, leave 2 in the bag. Let's see what he draws. An absolutely huge draw for Wasim. He probably needs to draw both the D and the N out of the bag to keep his odds alive.
A simulation approving of not Ovine, but Vine setting up the O for potential bingos. Interesting stuff. So here goes the play. No more does he have this option of playing Rewax for 30, but that draw, so many vowels. Adam at first might be a little bit concerned being down on tempo, being down with his 6 constants, but the more he looks at it, the more he realizes maybe there's a chance there's a constant left in the bag, and that's good for him. I think he has to play a lot of tiles here, score some points. Wasim down to around 4 minutes. I know we don't have those clocks updated right now. This is a tough one. 7:43, as I say it, for Adam Logan. He's got the time advantage. He's got time to think through this position. Anything jumping out at you, Matt?
Well, the one thing Adam really needs to cover is there is a possible bingo from his perspective. Adenine lurking out there, ADEE or ADENINE. If you know your nitrogenous bases in DNA, you know that word. That is the one possible bingo threat. It plays right there for 83. So you don't want to allow Wasim the 100% slam dunk win. You've got to take that away. You can survive smaller plays. You see Wasim in the same spot has set up Ainee, AINEE. If you play this position exactly right, you can probably outrun the small stuff, but taking away Adenine has to be priority number 1 here for Adam Logan. My engine suggesting there's 100% win in this situation, but I know what you've got running, Josh, in Macondo is a far more powerful engine. Do you see more than 100% win?
Not yet. The numbers are being crunched, but what is that win? Let's think about it. Is there some way to play on top of IREO and block the OB hook? Is that what we're looking at?
My engine giving like the most ridiculous play of all time. It's just ST beneath the IO in biotics, making is and jot says it can't lose 100%. Now, Macondo actually goes through every single possibility of what could be in the bag. I'm not sure Quackle runs quite that far, but my engine saying this is the only slam dunk win for Adam. We're going to see what the more refined Macondo engine says once your numbers crunch, Josh. But what a wild idea, a wild play.
I'll let you know when that does happen. It's very interesting just closing the door here. You realize that Wasim maybe doesn't have anywhere to score. D-Wax being the highest score at 32. But then what is he going to do with his remaining tiles? AINEE set up on Wasim's rack. He does not have the D. Crucially, that is one of the 2 tiles left in the bag, along with, I think, another N. But yeah, you have to be iterating through these endgames. Adam, very, very, very fast calculating these things. He has to think about what happens after this play. He's looking at PUDS, PUDS. Looks very strong. Keeps TSK. That is a word. Does he lose to any sequence involving D-Wax? That is the question.
Yeah, crucially, I think one of the worst racks that Wasim could have if you're Nigel is Adenine, and another one is DE plus the 5-letter AINEE. D-Wax, and then setting up AINEE to go out could be a pretty devastating sequence, or I need first holding on to D-Wax could also be pretty bad. So if you're Adam, you have to feel like your odds are good, 80% or higher probably to win this game. And you're looking at like what are the worst racks Wasim could have? What would I draw if you had that rack? So Adam's probably figuring through, all right, if you've got Adenine, I'm going to draw EI. Oh, that's going to synergize great with most of my leaves. If you've got INE plus ED, then I'm going to draw, what is that, IN out of the bag. IN looks really good to go with this KST combination as well. So I've gone through Wasim's strongest racks, and what I draw is going to give me very strong racks in return. PUDs feeling better and better and better the more I try to iterate this. Adam asking for a little bit of space, as it looks like there's some paparazzi behind him right now, as he's got to grind out a tough pre-endgame situation. Let the man cook.
Let the man cook indeed. What about this play of PSST? This word almost never seen in Scrabble. It is valid. We love our onomatopoeias. That could be extremely strong too. Same idea as ST, just closing the door on most things. This also blocks plays through the R. I'm not sure if that's really important here. But if we see that, that would be incredible. But it looks like HUDs makes a lot of sense. That's probably the play I'd end up making, but I wouldn't be super, super confident. Maybe there's something I'm missing. These endgames are so complex, so many to think about at once. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
Has Macondo
Adam
run through
under
this
time
situation
pressure.
yet, Josh?
No, I told you I'd tell you. I told you I'd tell you. It's just looking at the fourth ply of every single possible endgame. That means it's looking 4 moves ahead for 36 different situations. So it's taking some time, being exhaustive as one needs to be in this position. But Adam getting low on the clock. He's under 3 minutes. Wasim under 5. He's going with Puz. This looks very strong. And I think at least in this situation, this is a winning play.
Let's see. Adam is going to draw 2 consonants out of the bag, which is going to be a little bit of a shock to him. You can see it on his face there. Like, whoa. The bad news at first, but then once you track it out, you realize, oh, that means Wasim has 6 vowels. He's probably not doing anything now. Adam up by 19. It looks like this game is Adam's to win.
Yeah, I mean, what can Wasim do? NEE here scores very well. But then what do you do after that? Adam's got the idea of playing pinks or something like that, and he's going to be able to go out probably on the next move, or at least threaten to do so. Actually, maybe not, but it feels like it feels like he's going to have the upper hand. So yeah, he's worried. Wasim's worried. You don't want to miss a win here. You have to be locked in 100%. There might be some way to set yourself up if you're Wasim. Play a couple of vowels, set up a big play that Adam can't block. But it looks very, very bad for Wasim Khatri. What an amazing game to start off day 4. Matt, I can't imagine what's coming next. These games have been fantastic.
Yeah, what a phenomenal way to start our final game of regular play here at the World Scrabble Championship. You see Adam shirt still in mouth. I don't know that he's certain he's got this one yet. He's got just 2 minutes to play this in game 2. I don't suspect we'll see a blunder with all these consonants. There's only so much he can do. Crucially, the D that Adam drew is going to help him a ton in this game. He can just plunk it down for 18 behind key. Quayd is a valid word. I think actually, if he didn't draw that and Wasim was able to threaten TINED or similar plays, maybe Wasim would come out on top in this game. We missed that bit in our earlier analysis, but the D, a lot more important than we thought here, Josh.
Yeah, what if he had this rack and then INIA threatening here and here? Would Adam have been able to outrun that? Very interesting.
I think if Wasim had the D, though, Adam would have drawn a vowel, and with that vowel, he'd be able to do a whole lot more. Something like KITS and SOBS would score very well for Adam. So I'm not sure, but the D going to be huge for Adam.
Wow, so my engine's finished, and Pud's not the best play, winning 75% of the time. Puts in the same spot, better potentially, because that D helps you score with D wax if you draw one of those E's. Crazy stuff here, but 75% is pretty good odds. AE coming down for Wasim, probably too little too late, but this is a fighting move. It blocks Spink, it blocks Pinks, it threatens NEE next turn. How is Adam going to respond?
Yeah, such a great idea for Wasim. Complicate things. Pinks looks to be a very straightforward in-game sequence. It holds DT to threaten outs with TAED on the right side of the board. I can't let Adam have this no-brainer sequence. Perhaps on this high-pressure stage, low on time, he messes something up. So let me convolute this endgame as much as I can. A really cool idea for Wasim. Adam does have several plays that win this game. It looks like about 12 or 13 wins here for Adam. The strongest play for him is the same ST play we talked about earlier, beneath the IO of biotics. That takes away NEE for Wasim. But Adam can also win this game by just dropping the D, Quaid. He can drop the D behind AXE for Axe. A couple different lines here for Adam.
Oh my goodness, he has no time. 1 minute left. He has to be sure. He's looking at inks to block NEE, but DT does not go out on this board. He's got the D for Quaid. He's got 50 seconds. He's a blitz champion. Is he going to screw this up? I don't think so, but the time pressure is on. Distractions available. Wasim's best play was BIE, setting up Aini and Ane. That would have lost the game by only 1 point. Adam has to be very precise here and make sure he makes a winning play. This is crazy, crazy stuff. The pressure is on.
22 seconds left. INKS, the play we're seeing from Adam here. That's going to put him up 476 to 459. This is still Adam's game. Wasim can only score 17 points by playing NEE from Adam's end now. Adam does have one out. DT plays out with TAED on the right side of this board. I suspect Adam has already seen that. Even if he doesn't see that, I think he can still win with other plays. If he just drops QUAYD, if he just drops AXED, I think that will do it for him.
Wow. TAED coming in clutch here in round 25 of the World Scrabble Championship in Ghana. Joe coming down, Tade coming down, instantly was seeming like, oh no, I missed that. All right. Game over. Adam Logan takes this one. What an incredible banger. Let's hand to the overhead mic. Play is on hold.
Let's do this.
Wasim. Okay, Adam stopping Wasim's clock for him. Yeah, this was a 21-point win for Adam before this gets challenged. It'll be a 26-point win for Adam now, but you've got to try if you're Wasim. And what a crazy game. Wasim could have won if this came off. NISEI, I think, would play through the S. But let's cut to Mike again.
No, that's only. It's only okay. But you don't win if you play NA. You had a spink, right? Yeah. Good luck with this. Good luck with this. I had to play this block, right? Yeah. Well. Okay, but if you play this, it doesn't help. You have nothing. Yeah, I cannot. Okay, so I do this. You play EE up here, but actually, probably start by playing that here, and then you have then EE here. Yeah, I still win, right? I still win. It's not that close. And then if you play NA, obviously, no, I can't do it because of anything else. And if you play A and you have TSK. Yeah. Sked. Yeah. Or, yeah, speaker sked. Couldn't find the sequence. Only. I very much doubt you have a win. I very much doubt you have a win.
It's still like
Okay, Tue. Okay, that's only 8 points. So I'm okay. So I'm ahead by.
when you
11.
still you play
I'm
desk
ahead by
here,
11. Yeah, I'm ahead by 11. I play desk. You play idea. It's fine.
right?
Yeah, you play idea. Wait, I still win. I still win. It's
You
fine.
still
Or I play like. I play kids. And then there's no outcome.
or we just skip here and take the points. Yeah, stuck with this. Just you flip pink here.
Yeah. Yeah, I just play spike. It's fine. I do have it. So, I thought I would get a vowel and have an outplay, but not getting a vowel is fine too.
What's the final score is?
I have 497471.
5?
497471.
I've just lost it.
Okay, yeah, so let's see what actually happened. So I had 476. You got 471 here.
Yep.
Then I got 8 is 484 plus 5 for the challenge.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. You did 8, so you did this. So 489 and then plus 8.
497.
Yeah, 497. 471.
47?
471.
Yep. 47.
Adam Logan, the math
He was
teacher.
playing both.
Oh, they're still talking. No, they're still talking.
Oh, you still had
Torridly
with the O.
with the R. Yeah,
There's no S, right?
I really did not think so.
Some crazy game.
Two crazy games. Yeah, so I still don't have a phone.
Sorry?
I still don't have a phone for this course.
Yeah. Oh. I pick all the vowels when I play it. When why game? I pick all 5 vowels.
Yeah, no. But if I get a vowel, I kept KST with this. So if I pick 2 vowels, I have a 5-letter word. I at least threaten to not play here. If I pick an N and a vowel, it's the same thing. And if I pick like DI, I could be in trouble. But even so, you only have 1 vowel. You only have 1 consonant. So maybe if I pick 2 I's, I lose. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I have TP, so people can.
What do you pick from the bag?
I picked DN.
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 Yeah, I could have keep from what? Remix.
What did you keep?
EN.
Yeah.
My current score, I was thinking of playing O-line here. O-V-I-N-E. But I was afraid of. Not sure. Later on.
What do I do then? Maybe I play like Kooks or something.
Yeah, I should have keep the remix here.
Kindly settle down for
Playing
round
O-line and keeping Organ,
26.
yeah, that looks very strong.
Please take your seat.
Should have played O-line first and then remix.
Yeah, that looks quite strong. That looks quite strong. I mean, I might still win, but it's probably it looks better.
I was worried about this lane and this lane, but there was 2 E's unseen from last side, and then I was like,
I think these guys would sit here for 10 or 15 minutes and run through every single combination, but Wasim gonna have to punch in the scores for this one to get this tournament moving along. Man, that's Scrabble 101. You sit there and lament, what if I had done this? What if I had done that? What if I had done this? Well, Wasim, we've got us up here running engines in the commentary booth. It looked like after you drew all 6 of those vowels, there wasn't really anything you could have done. What an awesome way to start the final day of play at the World Scrabble Championship. Still 7 more games to come your way. It looks like there are still realistically about 6 or 7 contenders for those top 2 spots, and several more long shots with a 7-0 finish to the day. Could even sneak into the top 2 to play tomorrow's best of 7. Please, 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 before we cut to a break, hit that thumbs up button. I want to see over 500 likes on the video by the end of the day today. I know not all of you watching from overseas can hang with us the whole day, but these likes stay on the video all afternoon, all evening for us over here. So, thanks to all of you for tuning in. More Scrabble coming your way soon. We don't know the matchup yet, but as soon as we do, we're going to drop it in chat. Whatever it is, it's going to be absolutely spicy. Yeah, Josh?
Yeah, and if you want the other matchup, I mean, there are 2 matchups we're looking at here, Adam versus Timmy Woko and Nigel versus Stanley. I think we're going to take one, and the second stream, don't forget, click the link in the chat for Nelson's second stream over at Scrabble Events TV. They're showing another game at the same time as we are, so don't miss it. There's so much Scrabble to watch. It's yeah, you can't go wrong, honestly, at this point. It's just top player versus top player. 7 rounds to go. I'm super excited. We will get back to you as soon as we have that matchup. We'll take a very short break.
What an awesome time for Scrabble. Y'all don't go anywhere. Next game coming in 5 minutes or less. I'm going to top off my coffee. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble. More Scrabble coming soon.
Cut it.
Oh, I love staring in everybody's souls.
Well, at least our cameras are moving.
That is nice. Yeah.
Scrabble. Yeah.
Let's play Scrabble.
Well, we can keep ripping, Matt. That game was incredible. There's a question in chat, actually, I'd like to answer. It was like, how much does luck play as a factor in top level Scrabble? And, you know, people say 25% luck, 75% skill. Look at most of the games we've featured. One of the players lost and made a bunch of mistakes, or a couple of mistakes, or just one mistake before losing the game. In this particular game, Wasim had a winning play in the end game as long as he hadn't challenged a 5-letter word earlier on in the game. He had a 1-point loss possible, but had he not challenged, he would have won by 4 in the same iteration of things. This game was pure skill. I don't want to hear anything else. There's so much to think about in Scrabble. There's so much skill. There's just no reason to think about luck at the top level because we're not perfect. There's too many factors. What is your opinion on the question in chat, Matt? I'm very opinionated.
The luck factor in Scrabble, man, I could wax philosophical about this forever, but there just always seems to be a way after 32 games, like the cream truly does rise to the top. You can't fluke your way into a world championship. Yes, there's luck on any one turn, and in any one game even, the accumulation of 10 to 14-ish moves, anybody can beat anybody, but in a tournament this long, 32 games, the people who play best are generally going to end up right at the top of the standings. Is there luck? Yes. Is there too much? Absolutely not. I think there's just the right amount. Games like chess to me are honestly a little bit more boring. Oh my God, I'm going to get blown up in chat maybe. But the best player always wins in chess. There's just enough volatility and variance and drama in that tile bag in this one. You try to skew the odds in your favor a la poker. And kind of like in poker, the best players generally end up winning as well. Okay, looks like players are actually at the board already. So I don't know. I need a chance to top off my coffee for a second. I need a chance to reset the computer bug over here, but I think we might just stay live and go. Not okay. We're not quite ready for the board, but the next game coming super duper fast. If you were planning to touch grass, well, you might need to pull up a picture of grass on Google instead. You do not have time. Round 26 is coming very shortly. I'm going to figure out who we have and get the score bug updated. So, Josh, think of something clever to say.
Clever. Ooh, I don't know. If you guys want to know more about the skills required to become a top player in Scrabble, there are so many resources out there. I'm starting a series on YouTube that sort of talk about this idea that there's too much luck in Scrabble. Lots of people think, oh, a best of 7 or best of 5 finals, that might not be the best way to determine who the best Scrabble player in the world is. But we already know who the best Scrabble player in the world is. It's Nigel Richards. So there's just enough variance in Scrabble that players can play incredibly well and match up to Nigel Richards, who he's the one we're going to feature in the next game against Stanley Ubidi. That is going to be an incredible matchup. I think the players are ready. We can potentially pan to the preview of the players if that is available before things get started. We're just going to wait a little bit longer. Matt, I don't think you're going to have a chance to top off your coffee. I don't think I'm going to have a chance to top off my tea, but it's better that way. We don't like taking breaks. We want things to flow as soon as people are ready. All right. Well, they are ready. Nigel Richards currently sitting at a 2197 rating as the tournament takes its 26th turn. Nigel starting off with around a 2205 rating, so he is underperforming a little bit. Stanley, though, overperforming, currently rated 1868 provisionally after, I think, starting the tournament much lower than that. So he's in 5th place. Nigel's in 4th. This is table 3, I believe. And I think players are ready to go. Let's play Scrabble.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble. Nigel Richards rocking the pink today, trying to make a run and make it into the finals of the World Scrabble Championship. I suspect the magic number is going to be 22 and a half. You want to make the finals, you need 22 and a half wins. So Nigel looking to go 5 and 2, more ideally 6 and 1. If he wants to make it into the finals. Nigel opening 5 vowels, but then a blank and an R to salvage the rack just a little bit. A-A-E-O-O-R blank. No bingos available to Nigel. Josh, should he exchange some of those vowels or try to fight through?
I think you have to exchange here. You could play arrow, A-E-R-O, keep the OA blank, but why give Stanley 4 fresh tiles to work with for a potential 8-letter word when you can just exchange, leave the board empty, maximize your chances at getting a bingo next turn? I think exchange AOO or AOOA is the play here.
Yeah, I think you throw back as well. AERO, putting the floaters out, not the best idea. OO for 4 is just asking to get overlapped or underlapped a little bit too hard. So exchanging, I think, what most people would opt to do here. And exchanging AOO as opposed to AAOO, I think what most people would do here as well.
You're going to bingo more after this exchange, but your bingos will score a little bit less. You have less of a chance of drawing a high-scoring tile out of the bag, but I think you want to bingo as soon as possible. Over to Stanley with a decent opening rack. Hived looks very strong. What about rehived? Is that a valid word?
It
Question
is
Stanley
not.
has to ask himself.
Yeah, rehived, not valid. He was trying to manifest shivered. He set up HIVERED on his rack and just sitting there, hoping the S would come down. Of course, if Nigel's playing an S on the first turn, it's almost definitely coming in a bingo. He didn't get it last move. If he had just waited one more move, Nigel setting up Fairies, F-A-E-R-I-E-S, this would have given him the S he needed. But hived is what we're going to see, I think, here from Stanley. Yep, hived, his highest scoring option, looks to be the best play for him. 32 points. Nigel, after the exchange, threatening bingos on this move. He does have double doubles available to him. Nigel looking to pounce for 90 on turn 2 of this game.
Yes, Aerified. Aerifies are on tap. Fariest also available. Oh no, Fariest is not available. Sorry about that. I wanted to just say I haven't watched Stanley play yet, but I love it. He opens vertically, just like Nigel Richards. He's representing Ghana well. We're in Accra. Well, not physically, but these players are. Accra, Ghana. So Stanley representing his country very, very, very well. He's in 5th place. It's amazing. He's drawn into Terrier. So we're going to see a bingo from Nigel, and we're going to see a bingo from Stanley. This is a game, Matt.
A game indeed. Nigel has 90 points on the double-double, but also 86 points to the D in Hived. That's probably what he's thinking about here. Josh, double-double for 90 or play to the D for 86?
I see no reason to play to the D. Why would we take a sacrifice of points and open more of the board for Stanley to work with? We've talked about central floats, putting letters in the center of the board, allowing any word containing those letters to play. Take 90, keep things a little tighter. We will be thinking about this S hook later on. Shivved is a new word, so that might come in handy for one of the 2 players. No S is seen yet. You need to see the blank slip, make sure, okay, this is a D. Yeah, Nigel not wanting an S flown out in space. That is the best bingo tile to give to Stanley. So Aerified coming down, 90 points. It's 90 to 32, but Stanley to strike back.
Stanley to strike back indeed on his home turf. He will take the lead back on this turn. He's going to spend some time, I think, looking for his best bingo, but there are only 7s available to him. None of the letters Nigel put out in space what he's looking for. Stanley putting the play on hold and then accepting. Nigel doesn't play phonies, like ever.
Almost ever.
Almost ever.
You have challenged one of Nigel Richards' phonies off. Either you're lying or you're one of maybe 2 or 3 people in the world.
I think his phonies have really only come by accident before. Like he mislays his tiles. There's so much Nigel lore running back now 20, 25 years in this game. All right. Stanley shuffling around. The only bingos he has are Terrier, either on the left or on the right side of the ED and Hived. Both score 66, no 8s, nothing else. And here comes Terrier. He's opting to play it on the left. This feels much stronger than playing it on the right to me. Josh, tell us why.
Yeah, if you imagine putting an E right here, 2 squares, I'll let Stanley count his play up. This E allows so many high-scoring letters to come down, and this R allowing so many vowels to overlap it. Whereas here, you need to make an E, and only a limited amount of consonants fit next to this E in comparison. So far more defensive. You do not want to give your opponent easy 40, 50 points, maybe even 100 points. Nigel has drawn that super precious Z tile, but instead he's drawn QX, but drawn a U with the Q, so he's got good chances to play it very soon. He's looking at Ibex. I don't think the last play changed his mind. This looks fantastic for Nigel Richards, scoring 56, keeping the Q and the U together. What more could you ask for?
Hang on, Josh. There's one other pretty cool play here. Through the E interior, Quebec, Quebec, where you're located. If you draw that in right now, look what Quebec does. Nigel would hold XI, and XI would play underneath the Q. I think this is worth thinking about, but even with the setup, there are too many I's out, and XI is not that strong a punish. Probably better to catch the X first with Ibex than to play Quebec, right, Josh?
No, you're right, Matt. Look at this. He's setting up the X in both spots, leaving the Ibex spot open. I did not see my own home nation. I am banished. I thought you wanted to ban me, but I'm going to ban myself. Quebec looks like the best play here. It's 40 points versus 56, but that X has so much value. Nigel's just sitting there, and he's going to play Ibex. No! Does he hate me?
Ibex does sim better by 4 points. Perhaps Nigel will play Quebec when Quebec hosts a world championship on its turf. But Ibex, the computer's preferred play, Nigel Richards' preferred play, and Stanley now, ADNOPTY, looks like he might be thinking about antipody, which is not a word. It looks like a few other things. Antibody specifically jumps out to me. Megapody or something like that is good. There's several pody words, right, Josh? But not this one.
Oh my God, this is such a trap. I've seen it played before. I think I have even played it before. We're very much hoping here in the booth that he doesn't go for it, but it looks so good and it's so massive through that E of interior. He's able to get a second bingo here and take a big lead against Nigel. He's looking. I think he's going to write down the alphagram, see if he recognizes it as a valid 8-letter word. This is, again, we've talked about this. If you write down the words, the letters in alphabetical order, if that's how you study your words, which a lot of players study that way, you don't recognize it, that's a huge sign to be like, okay, no, I can't do this. And look at that. It feels like Stanley said, no, I don't think this is valid. I'm thinking about something else. Andy is a very good play in its own right, looking at that overlapping the last play of Nigel's. So this looks very, very good to get out of this trap, Matt.
Yeah, well done by Stanley not falling into the trap, although now shuffling it back over, setting it up again. Oh, he's back on the thought train. What a tough turn. And look at Nigel. He has drawn an absolutely ludicrous play, a non-bingo that's going to score better than a bingo. Quickie, double through the eye is going to be nearly 100.
Oh my goodness. That's 88 points. That's horrible.
That's insane. That's insane. What a brutal beat for Stanley. I don't think there are any reasonable plays that block this. And yeah, he's going to go with Pandy here. This is the engine's preferred play. The one reason I might not make this against specifically and only Nigel Richards is Ibex takes a front hook. And I need to get stupid lucky to beat Nigel. So maybe I need to draw the V that I can put in front of it and crush a stupid big high play there. But no, Pandy is the strongest play he could have made there. Well done by Stanley, not playing antipody. But here comes the massive punish from Nigel Richards.
Look how quickly he's played this. Usually Nigel takes 20, 30, 40 seconds, but this play has changed nothing in his calculus. 88 points, by far his best play. Stanley must be writhing now, wondering if he missed his opportunity to block this play with his own double-double, but it would have been far worse had he played for 0 and gotten hit by 88. He just doesn't know it yet. Scrabble is brutal.
Scrabble is brutal. You know, that's the first thing Stanley's going to do. And God, what a terrible pull for Stanley. He can score 54 with Moz at the top above Pandy, but it'll hold GTTT. All right, chat, do your thing. Punch GTTT in the leave evaluator. Chat, also throw out your guesses. What do you think GTTT is worth as a leave? Over or under minus 19?
Yeah, something like that. It's such a bad leave, but 54 points, by far the best he can score. He can't do anything with his T's at the moment. I think you have to do this. Apparently, the value of this play is minus 18. GTTT, one of the worst 4-tile leaves you could ever imagine, but got to play Moz, got to stay in the game.
Depending on your engine, looks like some people saying minus 25.3. Josh, you found minus 18. I wonder why there's such a delta between those. Probably because it was literally held by the bot like twice in the entire thing. What a bizarre, rare leave. That's actually going to work okay for him. ASW into it means he can play through, not forced to exchange. Nigel on turn might play what some people call you when you make good jokes, Josh.
My God, if he plays this, he's looking at Jokol, Jokol. Very fun word. Does not take an S, does it? I better be aware of that. So Quebec available, Jokol available. This is not about me. Nigel Richards scoring 25 points, blocking what Stanley wanted to play here. Whitgat, very nice option through either of these eyes. I think he's going to want to play WATT somewhere now.
I mean, he's got the S for quickies, so Watts and quickies, 32 points, pretty reasonable. I believe Collins still has twat. That wasn't taken out, so twats in the same spot, 3 extra points. Twats and quickies feels totally right. Go ahead and make all your jokes.
Yeah, you can't overlap the O with the T, OT. How many of you have played that or wanted it to be a valid 2-letter word? Not a word. So yeah, TWAT looks very strong here. You might even draw something with quickies, but Nigel could also potentially pounce on the opportunity.
He's going to hold the S back. He's going to set up the right side of this board a little bit. I think maybe with the deficit, not a bad idea from Stanley. If you play twats and quickies, this board is very, very dead. Whoever draws the V for Vibex controls the rest of it, and otherwise bingo lines are nearly dead. So Stanley going to keep his long-term odds alive, and a nice pull so far. An N, a blank, another N, and an O. Okay. We've got a game yet again. Nigel G. Cudley, the rack. Cudley does not play anywhere on this board. He set up Cudley anyway. This literally doesn't go anywhere. So maybe this could be cuddled to the ED. Nigel generally spells out what he's thinking about playing.
He was just wanting to play it with chived, Matt. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but yeah, just got blocked. That would have been a very nice 40-point play, 40-plus point play. That was now blocked. So what do you do now? Pudgy? Not Pudgy. What is he looking at? 9? Okay, so what about Judgy? Budgy? That's not a word. His options now very limited.
Yeah, Budgie is, I think, only the 6. It's a fish. He's going to play oddly here, keeping CGU.
All right. Well, not a terrible play. It scores better than anything else. But yeah, that CG combination, we were talking about how bad it is. However, maybe in this situation, it's not too bad. Wonder what he's thinking about for next turn.
All right, CGU the leave. EMNT is not super bad as a pull. Stanley has 2 bingos here. Stoning, where he's setting it down, is 71. 3 additional points if he chooses his other option of stonying or stoneying through the Y that was exposed. But that strings a G out in space. Stanley opting to take the more defensive 71-point option. This ties the game, 285. 285.
Fantastic. So this is definitely a mistake. Stonying would score 3 more points, not open, not exposed to triple, as bad as this I here. Would put a G in the triple lane and an S in the triple lane, allowing Stanley at least access to one of the 2 triples should he draw the right tiles, but not a huge mistake.
A lot of eyes, a lot of ends unseen. Maybe that was some of the thinking. Maybe he just didn't notice stoning. He saw stoning and twats and was like, yeah, okay, that's cool. All right, Nigel setting up CUM on the side of his rack. I think this is going to be Cumin through the eye and stoning. Cumin is 27 points. He can play mute, 4 overlaps on the right side of stoning for 2 additional points. And now Nigel looking at that option instead. Josh, would you take the 2 extra points
Look
with
at
mute?
this. Absolutely. Look how many vowels are left. Keeping 3 consonants, definitely a good idea with this distribution. I like this pivot by Nigel Richards. And look at the vowels on Stanley's rack, only 4. So he's still got pretty good tiles considering what might be coming. He's looking at high oi, that scores 25 points here. He obviously would have preferred Nigel not take that triple, but for only 30, 29 points, totally fine with me. Also available, Umic to keep the G and the T. Oh, high oi plays under there. Okay, that's what Stanley wanted to do, regardless. That's very nice.
No, Stanley has a better play here, and he's missed it. Highway is good, 33 points AST seems like all you could do, but Stanley had 37 with the quadruple overlap at the top of this board, front hooking stoning to make a stoning with OHIA. So a small miss there from Stanley. When Scrabble gives you a really obvious play, perhaps you need to slow down and take the extra second. But Stanley's still on top. He leads by 4 over Scrabble's greatest of all time, Nigel Richards, going for a massive upset on his home soil. Nigel, AACEGIN, no bingos for him. I wonder how we're going to see Nigel play this turn, because you want to stay bingo prone, except on this board, you really don't care about staying bingo prone at all. Nigel's looking at Vac and Tick from the V and Hived. This feels really good, Josh.
Yeah, other option, he could have played with a stoning playing CAD, but 3 S's unseen. Dangerous to set up SCAD. So I like this decision. It is a little bit vowel heavy, but things are evening out in the unseen pool. Let's see what Nigel draws. An R and an S. Oh my goodness, what an incredible pull.
Wow. Nobody wants to draw the vowels in the bag. Stanley somehow finding 5 consonants in this vowel-heavy bag, and then Nigel drawing RS. Both players in great shape with their racks now. No bingos play for Stanley on this turn, and now he's got the same conundrum. Do I try to open this board up and stay bingo prone, or do I just grind out as many points as I can somewhere on the interior of this board? The highest scoring option for him that retains his S is Tabid. He can also just play A-bid like he's doing right here. I'd put the T in front, but given how many vowels that are unseen, this also makes quite a bit of sense. 32 points puts Stanley back in the lead. You like this, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, it was a quick play. I feel like it was maybe worth considering a little bit longer whether you want to get rid of that T or not. He's drawn that V. We were talking earlier about Vibex. That is important. However, whenever you play Vibex, you are opening a triple. So it's going to be very interesting. He's seen Vel. That looks very strong for next move. It is Nigel's turn to play. Does he have a bingo here? Doesn't look like it. Look at this board.
He has no bingos. He could score 33 by playing Regained to the ED, and Nigel initially set his sights on that play, but has talked himself out of it. You're in good shape here if you're Nigel, down 6 but up on tempo. So if you open the board and get bingoed on, you're just done. Nigel opting to score a ton on this turn. 34, cashing in this S. He's going to hold IN back. I think Nigel's about to draw a lot of vowels, though, and with Vel lined up for Stanley, Nigel could be in trouble here in a game he must win.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. It's basically closing the door on any potential setups later on in the game. There's nowhere to bingo on this board. You're maybe gunning for that V as well. So scoring as much as you can without opening anything for Stanley, that is definitely what Nigel likes to do. Regained the Sims favorite word, but ears, very strong play in its own right. We see this defense, this patented defense from Nigel Richards, but we also see a draw of UW. So this is still a game. Is Stanley going to play Vel and get hit by Flo? That'll put him in a weird position, in a tough position, but I feel like what else do you do here?
Yeah, Vel's just so strong. You can't play Veg instead. 2 A's, 2 U's unseen, and you're not holding one back. That's huge advantage, Nigel. You've just got to play Vel if you're Stanley and see what happens.
The engine actually last turn, ears plus IN, giving the play of ER, the thumbs up, blocking Vibex, setting up the G, setting up the S. That's a crazy play, but it doesn't look like Nigel considered it at all. That's totally insane. Anyways, we'll see if Stanley is going to play his V now or wait to play it later. Doesn't feel like that spot's going away. Maybe he wants to pounce on a better opportunity later on in this game, but the unseen letter's not so strong.
Yeah, just what else would you do if you don't cash the V? Like, you've got Glop down to the OP at the top of this board. You've got Glenn and Mose, but both of those plays open up a triple word score for Nigel on a board that's otherwise pretty tight. I think you've just got to play Vel and Vibex here. Stanley wisely using a lot of time here because this is a very tricky turn with a lot of nuance to it, but sometimes the obvious answer is the right answer, though I think it's appropriate to be looking for other backup options. Holding the V is a really cool plan, but not worth it here.
Yeah, I think you just have to pull the trigger and just hope Nigel doesn't have a great rack or a great response. But Stanley taking his time, he's doing his tracking. I don't think he's tracked the whole entire game. I think he's just been playing quickly, trying to get to a position where it's now time to think hard. So once his tracking is complete, which it already is, wow, it was very fast. I think he's going to pull the trigger on Vel, get hit with Flow or Flown. He's just counting the play of gears, making sure that Nigel's score was correct. I think that was 34. But I think Vel coming down. Maybe Vel's. Maybe you put the S on. Maybe you're just worried about a bingo comeback for Nigel, and that S is worth only 3 points plus the defense that you get. But Vel, the preferred play in a vacuum. This is coming down 40 points for Stanley Ubidi. He's going to take a 12-point lead, but Nigel about to score over 40 himself. This is going to come down to the next couple of plays. Stanley has not hit his clock yet.
Stanley has not hit his clock yet. He's going to try to get some kind of read from Nigel Richards, who just sits there stoically in his pink today. Are you telegraphing anything, Stanley? Grabbing that S, scratching your head, looking at your tracking sheet? Did Nigel get some free information out of that? Does Nigel even pay attention to like ticks and tells from his opponent in that regard? I don't know, but maybe some free information given away from Stanley, who's now committed the play and hit his clock. 12-point lead for him for now, but as Josh said, Nigel going to pounce on that spot. Lots of vowels in the bag for Stanley, and he's found one.
Wow. What a draw. That is meaning that Nigel probably about to draw too many vowels. This gives Stanley a great chance in this pre-end game. So flow or flown or flows are the choices here. Nigel deciding to plop the N on for 3, but that N might have come in handy. Doesn't know it, but he's probably about to draw a bunch of vowels. No scoring tiles. Stanley has the last 2 remaining tiles that score more than 1 point. He's actually in a pretty good shape here, I think, Matt.
He is, yeah. If Nigel pulls both consonants out of the bag, the N and the R, I think he's got a chance, but otherwise, this is going to be rough. Vowel, 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 vowel. Nigel's left both consonants in the bag. This looks like a strong advantage for Stanley. Thank you to the Wandering Preacher Man in chat for pointing out Stanley is representing Ghana at this tournament as he lives there now, but he is actually Nigerian himself. In either case, this would be a huge upset for Stanley, having the tournament of his life so far. Can he finish the execution? He can't know that Nigel's got an abysmal rack. But Nigel has set up Eoi that plays at the bottom of this board beneath Hioi, two of the most useful Collins words ever, stacking on top of each other. Will that be enough for Nigel? That is so dangerous for him to play, given how dynamic the unseen pool must look from his perspective. We'll see. Stanley with a massive turn here. Gripe underneath the QU of Quickie, though, looks so good to him. There are 5 unseen tiles, so you'd like to play maybe 3 or 4 on this turn. Gripe scores 31, keeps 3 consonants, drawing into this pool of a ton of vowels. I can't find any gripe with Gripe except maybe the way it handles pacing. Stanley's going to play it here.
Yeah, other options include Ripe or Sling. That S-hook on Quickie is actually becoming kind of important here. Is Nigel going to be able to play EUOI here and just try and fade an out bingo? I don't think so. This is going to be very interesting. It's going to come down to Nigel's next play. Does he have any winning plans? There's one in the bag. We know Nigel is going to almost certainly solve this position. But look at that draw. Santour is available for Stanley. So if EUOI comes down, it is GG. You there, Matt?
I am here. I clicked mute because an airplane flew overhead, but what an interesting turn for Nigel Richards. Oh my goodness. If anybody can figure out how to execute this, it is him. But what is the right plan here? This is one my engine can't figure out. It's spitting out some absolutely bonkers options, and as I click through these strings, they don't actually win. But Nigel's going to figure it out. Goodness. He's got to go through in these situations and figure out every unique possibility. There are 7 possible strings. The string where he draws the A, the N, the O, the R, the S, the T, and the U, and figure out how often he's winning, or if he can win after each of those, after every single play he makes. These positions take so long to crunch through because to do it right, you have to play 7 distinct endgames all the way out to their finish. Josh, you're looking at SOU right now. Walk us through that.
That's what Nigel's looking at. I'm trying to figure out how to win this game after keeping 4 vowels. I think Nigel needs a constant draw after this. He is going to get an N, which is fantastic for him. This might be good enough. Nigel's still with a 2-point lead. This score is 15, pulling his lead to 17. And this prevents probably a decent amount of plays for Stanley making quickies. Slint was available still. That might not be good enough in this iteration of things. I'm crunching the numbers. Let's see if my engine is faster than Nigel Richards. This is a pretty easy position for him, not for anyone else. There's only 1 tile in the bag, and he can compute these endgames faster than any person on the planet. Very curious to see how long he takes. He's taken 2 minutes plus. I assume he's probably going to take a little bit longer, maybe 2 or 3 more minutes to sort through his options, but this is very, very complicated. Lots of plays to consider. I think EUOI, you have to say no, no, no to that. It just gets killed, even if Stanley doesn't have a bingo. When are you going out after that play? Where? It's tough. I mean, how many out bingos is he threatening?
He's threatening 3. If the U is in the bag, he's got Natron's non-arts. If an N is in the bag, as we see, he's got Santour and Roussant. And if the A is in the bag, he's got turn-ons. So 3 different possible bingo racks if A or N or U in the bag, which is 50% of the time. So EUOI is a 50% immediate loss. I think Nigel's not looking at Vels and SOU. I think he's looking at Hiois and SOU. A stun, ASTUN, plays beneath Hioi as a 5 or a 4 overlap. That is a ton of points. There are other big threats for Stanley like Osar and Hiois that let him keep Nut to play out next turn. So Nigel knocking all of that out, trying to take away the most obvious plays for Stanley. He's going to reach into the bag holding A, E, E, I, and he'll draw the N he needs to make I knee. According to the engine, Nigel up 19. This is Stanley's game if he finds one of 3 wins. None of these are easy or straightforward, but Stanley can win this game by either 1 or 2 points if he executes this end game perfectly. My goodness, the drama continues here from Accra, Ghana at the 2025 World Scrabble Championship.
Well, we have our answer. Nigel playing faster than my engine. SOU, probably a very, very strong play. I don't know yet. Stanley to respond. He has 3 possible winning plays, winning by 2 or 1 points. How could it get any closer than this? We have to see if Stanley's endgame is up to par here. This is such a complicated position. The board is closed. The options are not obvious. Stanley's best plays have just gotten blocked. How do you win this game?
Man, what an insanely complicated position for Stanley. I think the most human win for him, and this is saying something because none of these wins look superhuman, might be playing NOR to the R interior. Josh, you're drawing out OSAR. Does that win as well?
I don't know, but this is beautiful. Setting up the S. Yeah, setting up, what is that, Ratus underneath? That looks fantastic. I'm just trying to think, how do you win this position? You're down 19 points. Nigel has some flexibility. Osar keeping NUT, does that go out? This is what Stanley has to be thinking. Think about a play, think about what Nigel has, and how do I outrun? Do you play to this triple? Do you try to set yourself up? Usually an S setup is fantastic in this sort of position. You have the last S. Nigel's just played his. NOR looks very, very strong. See if he finds it.
So NOR forces Nigel to block Ratus at the bottom of the board. Nigel would play a Gene, A-G-E-N-E, through the G in Gripe, but there is a second out after NOR. ARSTU also makes the 5-letter Sutra, which plays at the top of this board, making AG. Oh. If that's the perfect endgame, NOR to Nigel's block of A-Gene and Sutra, Stanley wins by 1 point.
That is insane. So you're looking for that. You're always looking for outs in 2. Can I go out next turn? I have the advantage. It's my turn. I have 7 tiles. They're flexible. Sutra is a very, very tough 5-letter word to spot. But Stanley has shown incredible ability throughout this entire event. Will he be able to solve this endgame against the greatest of all time, the greatest endgame player of all time? And we know something for a fact. Nigel will not do something suboptimal in an endgame, but this is the sort of endgame where you might want to play something that gives your opponent the chance to make a mistake next move. So depending on what Stanley does, there might be routes that only give him 1 winning play. There might be routes that give him multiple winning plays that score a little bit better. But Nigel is always going to choose the best play. This is a situation where he might not make the most fighting choice after Stanley's next move. He's looking at NOA. Where does that play? He's looking at NOR now.
He's looking completely different now. Let's run through a second string for Stanley here. This one is wild. He can play Tugras, T-U-G-R-A-S. That's a 5 with an S at the end, through the G in Gripe. Initially, that seems awful, but it is going to hang on and win. That NO so dynamic allows him to go out in several different ways. Tugra's will win by 2, but Tugra looks more intuitive. Putting the S on feels weird. Stanley has lined up Ratuz now. Is he going to play Nor? Is he going to defeat Nigel by 1? Oh my goodness, such a complicated position.
All right, my engine has crunched the numbers. Sue is the only best play for Nigel in the pre-end game, and it wins every time he doesn't draw an N. So a 6 in 8, probably a little bit closer to a half and half, given the previous play of Stanley's probably not keeping 2 N's on the rack. So the N a little bit more likely than average potentially to be in the bag after Gripe. But on paper, 6 out of 8 was the play of SOU. But this is the only situation where Nigel loses, and the consternation, once you realize that fact, is apparent on his face, almost never showing emotions. Stanley has found NOR, but does he find the follow-up play once Nigel blocks his obvious outplay after NOR? Does he find Sutra and Ag to win the game by a single point and potentially knock Nigel out of contention late in this tournament?
Wow, Stanley went 16-4 at the Ghana National Championship just last month, won the event by 3 games with some other very strong players in there. His WESPA rating just 1802, but he's played out of his mind in this game. He is double checking his tracking, or perhaps he hasn't tracked correctly. I wonder if he's seen NOR and Ratuz and is just using his time to double check. But if Stanley has mistracked or doesn't know what Nigel has, that is an absolute disaster for him right now. I think this is just a double check. It makes so much sense, NOR and Ratuz. This is such a hard end game too for Stanley, but it looks like he may actually execute.
And just FYI, I ran a few more numbers. If Stanley had this exact rack, how many end games does Nigel win? No matter what he plays, there's not a single play, Matt, that Nigel could have made last move to win the game in this scenario when one of the 2 ends was in the bag. So incredible stuff, incredible drama here at the 2025 World Scrabble Championship. Nor is coming down, but Stanley still needs to execute the final play. He's got 2 minutes, hasn't hit his clock yet, hasn't decided. This is the pressure. It must be immense. Stanley has the weight of the world, the weight of Ghana on his shoulders in this final position.
Oh my goodness, this is so exciting. He set down Nor. He thought about picking it up. I don't think he sees the second out of Sutra right now at the top of the board. And he must be thinking, oh goodness, Nigel is going to block Ratuz. Can I win after that? Oh, Stanley, 70 seconds. You've got to commit to something. If Stanley goes over time, he'll be assessed a 10-point penalty, and that penalty will be enough to cost him the game. NOR, in theory, a winning play now. Nigel has 2 blocks, either AGENE or EIGNE, both 12 points, both technically lose him this game by 1 if Stanley sees Sutra at the top of the board. Nigel's best line is to block the obvious out, and he's going to do it. So now it's pressure time for Stanley. Once Nigel makes his best move here, can he find Sutra and win this game? A holy drama, Josh.
The drama is right. A gene or EIGNE are the options for Nigel here. In either case, he is losing the Sutra. What if he plays EIGNE? That doesn't take an S, does it? So maybe that is a little bit of a fighting try. Both plays are equal. Wow. He's set up Ratuz, but he hasn't set up the winning play. What are you going to
Yeah,
say?
Nigel should play EIGNE, try to bait it. If you block Ratus and he doesn't see Sutra on top, there is a third 5 in this rack, Surat, S-U-R-A-T. If you can bait Surat and Igna's, you can win the game. Oh my goodness, Stanley, crunch time. Igna comes down. You've got a minute to figure it out, Stanley. Do you see Sutra?
1 minute left. He hasn't played it yet. I don't know if he's seen it. Is this suspense talking? Is this nerves talking? Is this confirmation? Triple checking the math, triple checking your word knowledge. Stanley has 40 seconds to find Sutra.
Oh no, he sees Ureas through the E. This loses by 1. This is his second best sequence, but he hasn't seen Sutra.
Oh my goodness, Matt.
Tick, tick,
Is
tick,
he winning
20
by 1 or is he losing by 1? 20 seconds left to find an outplay on the top of the board. You haven't been looking there all game. Slit is the play. This is losing. Oh my
Slit
goodness,
puts
Nigel
Stanley-
Richards.
Oh my goodness, Nigel's going to win by 1. Slit puts Stanley up by a score of 468 to 452. Nigel can go out for 11 with this A, FAA, and TEA. I've already updated to the final because I know Nigel's going to play it. Real quick, chat. Do not say anything to these players in the event of a miscount or a misscore. We cannot affect the outcome of the game. We are going to cut to overhead mic just as soon as we can to confirm that the scores are correct, but it looks to us like Nigel's going to win this game 469 to 468 and keep his odds alive at the World Scrabble Championship.
He hasn't played yet. What is Nigel waiting for? He probably just did not predict this outcome. He was probably ready to take the 1-point loss. And now suddenly he's questioning, did I win this game? Did I misscore something? Do I have to confirm the scores? FAA wins by 1 point. Oh my gosh. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
What score do you have? You have 469 and 468?
Do what?
You have 469 and 468?
469 for you.
Yes. What do you have for you? 11. What score do you have?
I have the same thing, but
Okay.
can we go over?
Yeah.
Could I have played a better move than this? You changed, right?
Change the 3.
Yeah. 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, 16, 32. What did you play?
Error fact.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 90, right?
Okay, so what we are seeing right now is a recount. Stanley realizing he's lost the game by 1, so he's going to recount every single play made in the game to make sure everything was scored correctly.
When I played 66,
But
4, 5,
we
6, 7,
indeed
8,
know
9,
that
10,
the
11,
final on
12,
this will be
13,
469, 468.
98.
Nigel famously quiet after his game. Stanley even asked, could I have done something different on split? And Nigel just didn't respond. Man, you can see the deflation on Stanley so close, but 1 point away.
What did you play?
Devastating loss. He's probably done in this one. Let's see if this is post-mortem accounting.
It's heartbreaking, Matt.
56.
Stanley played such an incredible game.
4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 22, 23, 25, 26, 38, 39, 137. Then you played 8, 8, 10, 15, 10, 15, 15, 15, 17.
This is going to be indeed an extended and lengthy recount after this one. So Stanley's going to do math for a few more minutes. Nigel's going to sit there quietly and politely. And once they come to the conclusion that Nigel Richards has indeed won by 1, Nigel's going to do what he does every time he wins a game. Politely ask his opponent to submit the score electronically, as Nigel does not have a smartphone capable of doing that. We're going to cut the overhead mic for right now. See if there's any kind of post-mortem, but geez, Josh, this was likely the game of the tournament.
Yeah, oh my goodness. I mean, Nigel has faced these situations before where he's just played fantastically throughout the game, and he has a pretty close to winning position, but his opponents just end up winning. We saw it in 2018. Against none other than Joel Sherman. We've seen it before. Both players played so strong this entire game, but one of them has to win, unless it's a tie. 469-468 is the final score. Heartbreaking loss for Stanley. He's still in it. He's still going to have the opportunity to win the rest of his games today to make the finals. But it is so brutal to watch someone lose by 1 point, especially when they had the win. Just a simple 5-letter word escaping his memory.
I mean, those 5-letter words with an S with all 1-point tiles, you think to yourself, I'm never really going to play this. Do I need to study the full set of Ratu's Surat Sutra? I know that famously, I'll tell everybody, is one of the holes in my games. Those words just seem so useless. So unlikely to come up. Sutra is almost never the right play when it's on your rack. You want to hold that ARST combination back together and not play them for like 12. But Sutra was the one word that would win Stanley this game. Oh my goodness. These are the kinds of games that made me stop playing Scrabble in these big tournaments, because this would haunt me in my dreams, not just for days, but for weeks or months to come. I still have a game from the 2019 Nationals where I just stare at the ceiling and shake my head 6 years later. This one's going to haunt Stanley, but he should hang his hat on the fact that he played toe-to-toe with Nigel Richards all the way to the end, came within just 1 point.
He had a winning position. So those thinking about the math rather than the heartbreak, I know there's a lot of you in the chat that are just curious about the games, curious about what could have happened. Gripe was played. There was a 2 in 5 chance that Nigel would win the game, considering knowledge of Stanley's rack, with the play of SOU late, emptying the bag, drawing the final tile. This was in a vacuum a 6 and 8, but in reality a 3 in 5 for Nigel Richards, considering what we knew about what was unseen. So very tough. I don't know what else to say.
I just shocked, absolutely shocked at how quickly Nigel figured out SOU was the play. It took him just a couple of minutes, but unreal, like faster than your computer engine. Nigel had to compute 7 unique strings all the way out to the end. And of course, it's the one string where Nigel actually loses. That's the string that we saw play out here, but he was able to steal it away anyway, as Stanley didn't quite optimize the end game. Oh my goodness. We suspect the magic number to make it to the finals tomorrow is either going to be 22 or 22 and a half wins. That should put somebody in the top 2. So Nigel, with this victory, moves up to 18 and 8, 5 and 1 should do it for him if he's able to go 5-1 over the last 6 games. 4-2 may or may not, depending on how everything else unfolds. Looking at the pairings for round 27, I think 22.5 or maybe even 23 more likely to be that magic number, as pairings are a little bit bizarre right now, avoiding some repeats, bringing some, I would say, non-contenders into the fold. I think 23, 22.5, the target for all players today. Nigel needs to go 5-1 is my guess. Nigel Richards will be on stream again next game as they complete this recount. I suspect it'll be a very, very quick turnaround. Players using a lot of time, adding a lot more time with the recount here. But next game, Nigel Richards, Weibin Toe is what we're going to see. They'll complete this recount, and then we're going to have to kick them off the board to get play continued at this tournament. You at home have a little bit of homework. Step 1, click the thumbs up button. Step 2, subscribe to the Let's Play Scrabble channel, as tomorrow's finals will be here as well. And step 3, do not go anywhere. We've had 2 absolutely epic games of Scrabble to start our final full day of play at the World Scrabble Championship, and we have another one now. Looks like a little banter. Can we try to get that mic, Josh?
It was just Nigel saying, I don't have a smartphone, showing his old flip phone to Stanley, saying, I can't enter results with this.
Please hold on. Nigo would not answer me. He doesn't answer me when I ask him questions. So he did a better move. This is a better move than me. You don't know.
You want to know?
Eh?
Do you want to know, or you want to watch bet? That was a hell of a game, guys. We're going to move to the next one. So if we could get squared, that would be great. And scores entered, then squared.
Oh, man. Josh Greenway on site doing what he can to get play moving along. Like, guys, you got to get off this board. We got to get the tournament moving. But Stanley asking, did I have it? Josh looking him in the soul.
All right,
And not telling him. Of course, Nigel knows the answer as well. Also, just did not respond to the inquiry. Stanley will find out shortly that he could have won this game by 1. But boy, I don't want to be the one to break that news to him. Somebody who knows him very, very well, perhaps reach out. We're going to take a very, very quick break. It mostly depends on Nigel and how much time he needs before his next matchup. But Nigel Richards, Weibin Toe is going to be the next matchup we see. Both of these in striking range of tomorrow's finals. It's going to be another huge game. We're going to cut to break now, and we'll be back just as soon as possible. 6 more games of Scrabble from the World Scrabble Championship. Don't go anywhere. Well, it is going to be so hard for us to top that last game. Instant classic between Stanley Ubiety and Nigel Richards, but we're going to do our very best. Nigel staying on stream for this next game. His next opponent, Weibin Tue. Josh, this one going to be a veritable banger, we sure hope. Players are ready. Tiles are bagged. So let's just cut straight over to the board. Do a little preview of Nigel and Weibin.
Yeah, let's do it. Weibin going first in this matchup. I'm sure he's very happy to be playing against Nigel, being in the position he is in the tournament. So, second place versus fourth place. Let's get started. Let's play Scrabble.
And look at what Weibin's last two results. Wins over Wasim and Harshan, two of the strongest players in the world. And on the final day of the World Champion, he's notched two huge wins. But can you beat the best player in the world to make it three straight? That is the ask of Weibin in this one. You can see it's all smiles between the players, making small talk and banter before an extremely high-stakes game of Scrabble. And we're underway. What has Weibin found? VG, never how you want to start a game. The Q making things even worse. All right, Josh. VAC or exchange?
Wow. VAC is so strong defensively. We don't often see this opening play, but let's say it's horizontal. VAC. How do you respond to that? And if Weibin draws an eye, he's going to be able to respond to himself very nicely with a 41-point QIS. Not super unlikely, but Nigel has that all-important H to overlap. Otherwise, he's completely frozen in place after this super defensive opening. I like this from Weibin.
Yeah, anytime you can open with VAC, it's just so brutal defensively. Like, you ought to try to do it, even if the leave has QZ in it. Weibin did not draw the I. He was looking for DPZ, his 3-tile draw. Oh boy, this one already shaping up to be weird. All right, Nigel's got to figure out how he wants to capitalize with his H. I know his play is going to contain CH, but will it be Y, WHY for 32, or will it be HUI for just 21, holding back much better tiles? Josh, is one of these much stronger than the other in your eyes?
I'm kind of concerned with HUI. It opens up so much, as well as the overlaps. Yeah, the only problem with WHY is where are your tiles going next turn? But with all of these vowels, CH takes a number of vowels. With your ability to hook the AW, I like this play a lot. But Nigel pivoting to play WYCH? Are you serious? That's quite the point sacrifice, but it's also so much more defensive. Incredible.
Wow, same 3 tiles, 9 fewer points, and yet this sim's almost neck and neck with Y just because of how strong it is defensively. And Weibin's not going to be able to capitalize. The one big way you could punish this is with the 6-letter word on top of the W out to that triple. Weibin not even close. What a pivot by Nigel, and computers like it. Wow.
Look at that draw. Lots of vowels. That was one of the issues. But if your opponent opens with a defensive play, why don't you respond with one of your own? Neither player wanting to open anything massive. No double word scores open yet at the beginning of this game. They're playing cat and mouse. But Weibin Tue set up Zags. Does that play with whichs? Is that valid?
WYCH does not take a back S. To pluralize it, it must be ES. So Weibin backing out of that. SAZ is 46 points, making VAX not great defensively, as Z takes 3 letters beneath it. ZA, ZE, ZO, all valid. So Nigel's probably going to respond and respond well. But 46 points when your next best option is literally exchanging. I think you play it here, but I could see a case to be made for actually exchanging the 4-tile leave here, GPDQ. He's going to play it, though. What do you think, Josh?
It's always bad when you either want to play for almost 50 points or 0 points, keeping the same tiles you'd want to use. That means those are by far your best tiles. That leave is horrendous, but there's still some ways back into the game. Wabin has set up underlaps. You set up potential to draw GAWP and potentially get rid of that Q a little bit later. He's drawn 2 vowels. That's good. We'll see what Nigel does. If he underlaps with an A, then you get a G. So AULOI coming down. That is a plural form. There is no S hook on this word either, but at least Wabin's going to have a spot for his Q. Perfect timing for him.
Yeah, that I is exactly what he needed to shed the Q. I would not play it immediately, though. I'd be looking for any sort of other play that plays off maybe 4 or 5, even 6 tiles, and lets me try to draw QI and QI on the next move. It looks like that play doesn't quite exist unless we see plonged, PLONGD, which is somehow a word, that plays through the L in alloy, holds OQ. Josh, is that way, way too cute here, or do you think that might actually work out for Wabin?
It's very cute, but I don't know if it's too cute. Trying to draw one of those 8 remaining eyes, it feels like this spot is pretty dangerous, but once you drop that D tile on the triple lane, these areas are now far more likely to be used up, and you're drawing an eye well over 50% of the time by playing off 5 tiles. Very interesting spot. I could go either way here. The leave after just QI is pretty strong. You have Pong here. You might have some chances to draw something elsewhere as well, but looks like Wabin is thinking about it. This is an amazing idea. I love it. I love it. I would play it.
Hang on. One more option here, Josh, is Poon, Poon, beneath the ULOI in alloy. That also sets up QIN. I like plonged a little bit more because it baits Nigel into playing on the bottom of the board a lot, and because it turns over 1 additional tile. This plan does not work unless you draw an I to play QI and QI or QI and QIN. So I would want to be trying as hard as I can to draw that plonged. A very cool non-standard option for Wabin. It may work out massively for him. We'll see. This is an insanely challenging turn. For what it's worth, the engine says, don't overthink this, guys. Just play QI for 31.
Yeah, my engine's saying similar things. Pod also possible, a more defensive idea, making it hard to play through the eye, sort of protecting the setup as well, but only drawing 3 tiles. Also just playing QIN, definitely possible here too. I don't know. The engine doesn't quite understand the setup potential in many positions because it's always going to assume if Wabin doesn't draw an I next turn that he's going to play QI or maybe QIN if he redraws an N. So it could be that there's multiple turns where Wabin can go for the setup by just opening other parts of the board. The engine doesn't see these possibilities. It's a more human thing to do to create this recursive idea, an idea that an engine doesn't think about in a Monte Carlo simulation. More on that on YouTube. There's going to be a lot of content discussing this sort of thing. Lots of people want to know how Scrabble engines work. QI coming down, though. This is the path of least resistance for Wabin, not opening anything. Now Nigel to respond. A lot of racks. He's not going to have much to do here. So Kodea is set up here. It really looks like nothing has changed massively in the position. I think Nigel's going to go ahead and do that, Matt.
Yeah, Kodea looks strong. Maybe Cedi, C-E-D-I, and QI, but Kodea feels much, much stronger. Cedi holds AEO and scores 3 fewer points. You've got to play this for Nigel and just see what happens.
Yes, indeed. Odea coming down. So the draw from Wabin was another N. He's probably regretting not plonking that N onto his play of QI. But yeah, Nigel could think about a little bit the play of QI where he's probably sure Wabin didn't have an I. I'm not sure that changes much. Probably makes it even better for him to go there and not cover this triple, try to draw an I of his own. He has redrawn 2 of them. Over to Wabin now with similar letters to last turn. You can just play Pong here, many of similar options that he's considered last turn, so probably not too much more to think about. That's one of the benefits of, even though he took a long time on QI, a lot of the position is already in his grasp. He's already thought about candidate moves.
But one strength of QI is Poon now plays with QIN for 10 more points than it did last turn. I missed that bit on the analysis or the thought process, but it seems Wabin did not. Poon for 34, or maybe Goon. We all hate that G tile in Scrabble. Is it worth playing Goon instead of Poon, Josh?
It may very well be, but with 7 I's remaining and a somewhat open board for 8-letter words, the NG combination becomes pretty decent. I might take the 2 points here. It's also a little bit harder to underlap the G rather than the P. No vowels go underneath, so there's some defensive merit, but the potential Y hook might also be something to consider for later on. So I think I would rather play POON here. He's thinking about Pond, but yeah, I think Poon is the play. 34 points, keeping DGN. Let's see if Wabin's able to draw any of the 5 remaining I's or an unlikely bingo, the G out an I.
All right, Poon looks to be a great play for Wabin. Engine's preferred option there as well. Nigel with an awkward rack, AEIIKNU, but I think we're going to see an awkward play from him as his strongest one. AUK and AWK, 37 points. Does hold 2 I's and an E together, but Josh, that seems really, really strong, yeah?
Yeah, but Nigel has been considering EUK instead. We've seen him keep A's when it doesn't seem very logical to do so. The E is usually a better tile than the A, but for awkward racks where you're unlikely to bingo, it could very well be worth it to keep an A rather than an E to go with those 2 I's. Maybe better plays available down to this QI. Maybe the A has some unseen value elsewhere on the board. Nigel is playing the E instead of the A. The engine says this is a maybe slight inaccuracy, if anything. I like this decision by Nigel. I love when he does stuff that's a little bit off the beaten path like this. Nice play.
My engine had Nigel's move up by 1.5 points. I'm not seeing exactly what the A does, but perhaps it synergizes just a little bit better. The E with those 2 I's kind of feels like bingo or die. The A, I think, is going to let you play through when you miss often. And wow, what a draw for Nigel. NNR into AIIN. That's rough. Both players with terrible racks now. We've been setting up egg chat. Go nuts with that one. If you don't know, don't worry and don't ask. But BDEGNNT, bogged down with consonants. Will he play bogged through the O and open a triple word? That feels terrible. Will he actually play egg on top of the EIA of Codea, making Gawk and GI? Josh, walk us through your initial thinking here.
Horrible rack. I'm very worried about that C. After the play of EUK, it feels like Nigel's keeping 1-point tiles. Those 1-point tiles pair extremely well with the C in the middle of the board. I think I would be okay with bogged, with the inference that Nigel is unlikely to pounce on the opening after this D and this E get put in dangerous position. The bottom left. I like bogged here.
Oh man, I don't know. Bogged is just like, I feel like I'm gonna play bogged and then get hit for 40 and be sad, like so often. I don't know how I feel about it, honestly. DEBT plays on top of Codea. and shuts down so much of this board. The one thing I don't like about that play of debt is it holds GG in, and it makes this game mostly a race to see who can bingo down from the C in Kodea. The top of the board is going to get very, very walled off if you play debt on top of Kodea. I'm probably going to lose the race to the C bingo if I've got 2 Gs on my rack and there's 2 blanks unseen, and I'm playing Nigel Richards, who never, ever misses a bingo, ever. I don't know. The longer I look at this, the more I like egg.
All right, well, that's you. It looks like Gong, also an idea through the O that also handles the threat of the C and the D in Kodea and keeps a balance. Lots to think about for Waben. I just wanted to mention something. I thought this was true, but I needed to check it. So Waben and Nigel have played many, many times, both situated in the Southeastern Asian continent, excuse me. Their ratings a little bit different. Nigel, of course, a little bit higher rated, as we see his rating back up to 2200 provisionally as Gong comes down. He's 18-8 in this tournament, but against Wei Bin coming into this tournament in world ranked tournaments, guess what their record was? 40 games between the two of them. You in chat, think about what you might expect the head-to-head record, and then I'll spoil it in a few moments. Gong coming down, Nigel with a terrible rack. What do you do here? INN underneath the EU of EUK?
I might be looking to cash in one of my I's to play QI here, either ANI or RANI. They do open the board up quite a bit, so part of this depends on what kind of inference you can make after the previous play of Gong after several minutes. Does that mean Wei Bin had 3 more consonants and a blank? Does it mean he had 4 more consonants? Does it mean he had 3 more consonants and an awkward vowel? It can mean a lot of things, but if you think Wei Bin's in trouble with a lot of consonants, opening the board with Ronnie makes sense. If you think it means blank, opening the board with Ronnie means you're going to get punched in the face. So Nigel going to have to try to make some kind of soul read on Wei Bin. I don't know. I don't generally like opening the board, but Ronnie feels really good. INN feels pretty sad to me. I might do it anyway, Josh.
Yeah, little does Nigel know, ED on Wei Bin Toe's rack. Honestly, very, very unfortunate, range of tiles. Nigel doesn't know what Wei Bin had, but this is really good for Wei Bin, depending on what he drew. But he drew an E, he drew an M, and he drew an R. So I don't think he's going to be able to punish this opening play by Nigel. I'm wondering, it might still be the best play, even if you think Wei Bin has a D and an E, which you cannot know from the play of Gong.
All right, Wei Bin now with a very interesting turn. Most of his top options use either one or both of the E's in the 4th column of this board. He's got a pair of 6s, B-Meet, B-E-M-A-T-E, or B-Team, B-E-T-E-E-M. Those look like strong plays. B-Meet takes a back D, so if he plays B-Meet, he can set up the D to go behind it. B-Team takes a back E, and he would have to play one of his E's but could hold the second E back. I think a play of Ronnie from Nigel doesn't imply an E is on his rack very often. Maybe you set up B-Team, maybe you set up B-Meet, maybe you don't do either of those things because this board is so closed. Josh, what's your line of thinking on this tough turn for Wei Bin?
I think BEMETED looks very, very good. I do want to reveal the head-to-head record coming into this tournament. You were right if you guessed 20-20. It is completely even between these two. Nigel doesn't have a bad record against many players, and the closest he gets is something close to this even. Wei Bin knows how to play the greatest of all time. He looks like he's going to be playing as many tiles as possible. There's still a blank to draw. I like this decision too. The E isn't that important here. He has 2 of them, but there are so many left to come. And Nigel's last play implies that he probably doesn't have more than 1. So, be teamed coming down. Beautiful decision. Disconnected 8-letter word, bringing Weibin ahead by 24. Over to Nigel now with EINNOR and another I. Another tough decision on his hands.
Yeah, wow, these have been some brutal racks for both players in this game. The very standard Scrabble move for Nigel is Ion, I-O-N, making B-I and E-N. It's only 14 points, but that E-I-N-R leave that it holds back is nice, nice, nice. The problem is if you keep E-I-N-R, a lot of your bingos are going to end in E-R, and they're not going to fit on this board. So I think fishing might not be the right line for Nigel, but as I say that, I don't really know what is. This is a hard turn. Nigel setting up Iron. This is going to play on the left side of Be Teamed, making Ob, Ni, and Et. How do you feel about this, Josh?
I'm feeling rough here. If I'm looking at Weibin's tiles, obviously Nigel has no idea what Weibin has, but it's going to be very difficult to sort through. Lots of options for Nigel. Little does he know, Weibin is about to strike a very, very high scoring potential bonus on his rack. So NOIR keeping EIN, a little bit of a fish, a little bit of a longer play, setting up that N for potential plays later. But Nigel has a duplicate. Let's see how Weibin responds to this.
Oh man, this is actually a really fun turn. Weibin has 93 as a bingo right now. He has 50 for a non-bingo holding E blank as well. And if you're playing along at home and you'd want to have a little fun puzzle, he's also got a 9. The 9's not the right play, just scores 64 points. But if you want to find a 9-letter word, there is an option here. The 93-point highest scoring bingo is Worthed, as he's set up now, making ER and DA alongside Ronnie. The 50-pointer is Roth, W-R-O-T-H, beneath the P-O-O in Poon. Josh, the blank is traditionally valued between about 25 and 30 points. Weibin would be leaving 43 points on the board to hold it here. Is there any universe where Roth is the right play, or do you cash the bingo here?
I think you have to cash the bingo. If you think about Roth, you're taking a bingo lead, but what if Nigel bingo's here? It's going to be hard to bingo after that. You got that N to work with, whatever letters Nigel would float out there, and potentially a slow scoring bingo beneath the W. I think it's time to take the massive, massive bingo, go ahead by 100 points, start trying to clamp down on the top of this board while there's still time. But very, very interesting. I think Weibin just considering, is this valid? Is there something else to consider in this spot? Roth, very, very strong too, but I think you take it here and run.
And Weibin grabbing the marker. He's designating the blank Worthed coming down now for 90 some odd points. Weibin is going to lead this game by 101 over Nigel Richards. And we said earlier, we suspect Nigel can maybe drop one more game across the last 6 to keep his odds alive. But if he's dealt a loss here, Nigel's going to have to go 5-0 to finish this tournament and make the finals, more than likely.
Yeah, this is tough. Another rack of all 1-point tiles for Nigel Richards. He has not been getting the help he needs from the bag. NENE seems kind of forced here in the top right. But little by little, this board is losing a lot of life. So still a blank out, still good tiles on the keep, still an N open that's kind of hard to inhibit. See what Nigel draws. Maybe draw one of those 3 remaining S's that are still in the bag. Weibin with a balanced rack, no blanker S.
Okay, so NENE, the option we see from Nigel here. What will he draw? That Y is not a great start. A D, an A, and another A. Another tough draw for Nigel. He won't bingo yet again, but the Y may let him score some points. We'll look at Weibin, though. EEFILTT on his rack. He can stack on the left side of Worthed now. Almost definitely going to play in that spot. The only question is what. I suspect it's going to be FET, F-E-T-E, with 3 overlaps. TEF, I think, is a stronger equity play. It scores 1 extra point, but Josh, you can't put that T up at the top of the board, can you?
Yeah, it's a little bit dangerous. There's exactly 7 squares that are accessible after that play. So you're opening a pretty dangerous line, but you are scoring 6 more points, and Wabin's up 76 points. He can fade a bingo even to that T, so it might be worth taking the points. I prefer the play of Leton here, potentially, just trying to draw that second blank while there's still time. Also trying to clamp down on the remaining space on the board. Of course, immediately you are opening some floating tiles for Nigel, so that is definitely a setback. But I like an idea that runs tiles, that plays a lot of tiles, tries to draw the remaining scoring tiles. There's the J left, there's an X left, there's all these S's that you can use to defend this lead. So something like that might also be in the cards. We'll see what direction Wabin goes. We saw him open vertically. Will he continue in that fashion here, or will he play a little bit longer? Lot to think about. Only 8 minutes left to Nigel's 17. That is a huge advantage on the clock.
Yeah, this is something we've seen in Nigel's game. Not only is he so good and so precise, but generally quite fast. And depending on who he's playing, time trouble can be a factor when you play against Scrabble's GOAT. Wei Bin right now set up TEF. As you said, Josh, this scores well enough that maybe you can even live the bingo to the T. One other fun option for Wei Bin is actually over alongside Noir, LEFTE. Similar to Fleton in that it plays a lot of tiles, but we're going to see Tef for 30. The engine has this head and shoulders above any other option, so sometimes you just have to accept to play's warts, that it opens the board, and do what's going to score you the most points on average. Wei Bin up 106 on Nigel Richards, but Nigel has a play that's going to throw this board open should he choose to make it. ALAYED. 6-letter play plays down to the bottom left triple word here. I wonder if Nigel's going to opt to do that or pick something different. Right now, staring at Day Lit, playing to the T in Tef for 33, digging into the bag, trying to pick up one of the huge S or blank tiles to let him play on the bottom of this board. Josh, what do you think of Day Lit?
I think this has to be played. You can't leave that T open for Wabin to use to score. You can still handle the board as it is. That L is going to be a prime bingo lane for Nigel. You can still potentially play through this N. You can pull an S. AE is a fantastic leave to go with this pool. And yeah, you just have to fight. You have to prevent Wabin from continuing to score on this board. Oh my goodness, that is not a good pull for Nigel Richards.
Not a good pull at all. Nigel's had so many of these brutal racks of all 1-point letters. You see Nigel has played Rani, Nigel has played Noir, Nigel has played Nene, and now Nigel has a bunch more 1-point tiles. These racks are so frustrating in Scrabble, and to have to play through 4 or 5 of them in the early stages of this game. Rough start for Nigel, but never ever count out the GOAT, especially as we see 3 S's and a blank unseen to him and not on Wei Bin's rack either. I was wondering if Wei Bin would spot this. I like this a lot. Dig, dig, dig into the tile bag. Lime lit. But as he's about to set it down, he realizes lime lit allows massive X plays for Nigel. Nigel could catch up without even bingoing if you put an I in that spot, allowing triple letter plays with the X. Josh, could you pull the trigger on Lime Lit? Would you go a little shorter with something like Limit instead? Would you play I mean, I-M-I-N-E, through the N in Noir? Lots to think about here as Wei Bin's time ticks down.
You cannot play I mean for the same reason. Just an X play would propel Nigel back in it. Lime Lit after Daylit would be super cool. Wei Bin's looking at Limit here, but what about Limit here? You're setting up a pretty nice spot for yourself. Maybe gives back a little bit too much on the counterpunch for Nigel Richards, but either way, you're limiting the space. No pun intended. You're keeping a balance. Wei Bin draws the X. He draws another scoring rack. He's going to be super, super happy. in this position, up 87 against Nigel Richards, who has such a tough puzzle on his hands.
I don't even know where I would start with my assessment of this position. I am trailing by a lot, and that means I need to score some points. I can't score 10 or 12 on this move. Even if I hit the miracle Hail Mary I need, I'm still trailing by so much. One fun option, Nigel's looking at this now, is extending QIN to QINTAR. Open up the bottom of this board, score as well as possible, but look at that leave. E-E-E-R. Not a good leave at all, but with only one E left in the bag, maybe you try this anyway. What do you think, Josh?
That's an incredible idea. Now it looks like TERRA is what Nigel's thinking. This limits the scoring damage as well on the right side of limit that could possibly occur. It also plays off 5 tiles, trying to draw that final blank, trying to draw an S that's becoming more and more important for this ups hook. I know it's not a good lane, but it's something to work with. Kintar just feels like it loses instantly so much of the time. It's an interesting idea, though, and it would work pretty well in this scenario.
He's doing it.
Playing it. Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness. This is what Nigel needed to do. He doesn't know it, but Waven is stuck with terrible 1-point tiles. Probably held 3 of them, though, with the play of limit. So why not try? Maybe he's going to draw J. There it is. That's got to feel good. Most of the plays that would kill Nigel immediately would contain a J. So over to Waven now. How does he deal with this opening? Probably has to play through the R, or maybe play Sail, S-A-L-E, S-O-L-E, keep 2 eyes.
Sile,
pretty good.
S-I-L-E would be what he does there. So he doesn't have to keep the double I's. Or the other option, Soilier, playing to the R. S-I-L-E, though, looks like easily the smartest thing for him to do. Obstruct the threat, go back up by nearly 100 points. He's not going to spend much more time. In a time crunch, you got to play this turn fast as well. Nice stuff from Waven.
Very, very good. All right, over to Nigel now. Another tough decision. He's drawn the J. No great spot for it now. He was considering playing Gears before this play. Now he might have to pivot, play something like Benge, eliminate yet another lane that he has to work with here. Not sure what else to do. Time is of the essence. Sile was 32 points, 33 points. So Nigel's still down 90 once we get those scores updated. Benge is a play. There's an O left for Ob. There's an A left for Ab. Those plays could hurt. Nigel cannot just do anything here. He's in a very, very big pickle.
But look at the unseen pool. Brutal. There's not a lot of good stuff. There's a lot of garbage. So maybe Nigel can just keep punching, find some good stuff. We know that the blank is in the bag. So Nigel still got a chance. A good pull here could make things crazy, crazy interesting. If you're a Nigel Richards fan, you want to see a blank coming out right now. And there it is. What a draw. Nigel's got life in this game yet. Wei Bin, about a 60-point lead, a brutal rack. He's counting the tiles now. There are 8 tiles in the bag for him. He has so much to think about and so little time to do it. Goodness, this one got really interesting really fast.
All right, let's talk about this position because it is very important to think about timing here. Waven up very big. If he plays on the top, scoring 30 points, he can play Orad or Road on the top for 30. He's going to take a 91-point lead and leave 4 tiles in the bag. Depending on what those tiles are, it's going to be kind of hard for Nigel to go out after playing a bingo. He might actually pass up the bingo after a play like Orad or Road because his chances in the endgame are so tiny. Waven with 3 minutes to consider the situation. Looking at Road or Orad, there's no difference between the two. Just play one of them. He could also play URAO and get rid of that U with another U to draw. but that's only 22. Timing is very important. I think leaving 4 tiles in the bag is pretty smart here, but he could leave even fewer if he plays Doura, D-O-U-R-A. This would leave 3 in the bag, give Nigel far less opportunity to play something that isn't a bingo next turn, but he does bingo. He might draw an outplay. There's so much to think about, so little time. I wonder what Wabin's thinking. He's thinking of all these options. He has 2.5 minutes left. He's got to make a decision quick.
He's found Doura, keeping AI, knowing no more A's, no more I's to be drawn, and likely an onslaught of consonants coming. This feels very strong, but tick, 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 Wabin. You've got to choose something. There are going to be several more turns in this game, and with all that muck unseen, you're looking at a crazy endgame sequence as well. G, F, L, P, U, V, X, all unseen, and some bingo-prone tiles. Wabin, you've just got to do something.
He's so calm under this immense pressure, but he knows his position is crushing. Even if Nigel has a great rack, he's up by so much and there's almost nowhere to go. Bingos down here are scoring in the 60s. Maybe Nigel draws a 9-letter word. Maybe he gets a crazy play here. There's no A's left to draw.
I think if Nigel bingos, he just loses. I think Nigel's almost forced to pass up on the weak 66-point bingos. Maybe there's a universe where Wei-Bin has like the worst rack possible, but if you just kind of iterate through it, like, all right, what if he has F, G, U, U, V? If he's got the S, he's probably still scoring. If he's got the X, he's probably still scoring. I don't quite think I can do this. So Nigel may need to pass on bingos here. The problem is there's really only one strong bingo line on the board. That's backhooking UP. Can he open a second bingo in a way that won't get aggressively blocked or blocked for 30? Can he stay in range? Or does he need to pull the trigger on a bingo and the luckiest pull in the world? I think the right line for Nigel is pass all the bingos for sure. But what clever gambit will he think of here?
So he's looking at repeals now, but he's doing his tracking, trying to find out what he can pull. I really think this RE, if anyone's going to find a 9-letter word ending in RE, it's Nigel Richards. This is where he shines brightest, computing things at record speed. 12 minutes to consider this position. I bet you he's going to take at least 4 or 5 or even 6 or 7 more minutes on this ultimately extremely important decision. What can he draw to the RE? What can he play that leaves the board open? He could play 2 tiles, 3 tiles, 1 tile. According to the engine, I just put in a random bingo, Kelpers. That wins with 2 and only 2 draws, Taxi and FAIX. That is so bad. Even if you draw the X and are threatening big plays underneath, you're not going to win unless you draw an outplay. 4-tile outplays, really hard to come by. Many other bingos to consider. Nigel has how many bingos in this position? He has 13 separate bingos to consider the chances of if he plays underneath. Many of them very similar. How many endgames can he win? So few. You're right, Matt. It looks very difficult to win with the bingo. I think you have to pass it up here.
If you do pass up the bingo, though, there are so many still just insta-loss plays. Like if Wei-Bin has Fox on the right side of limit, even if you bingo out, I think Wei-Bin's going to have enough on the board to win the game. So maybe you hope that he gets stuck with a bunch of the brutal stuff. I don't know, Josh, what are you circling VISU with? Oh, visual. Could block everything.
Someone mentioning in the chat, this is a play that completely destroys Nigel unless he opens something new, unless he fishes for something starting with the C. That is a threat with the blank out from Wabin's perspective, potentially. Is there something he can draw like CEA, something from the C in Codeia, and threaten other bingos elsewhere? This is really tough. I have no idea where to start here. Nigel knows how to navigate these positions more than anybody. I don't know what he's going to do. It's going to take a long time.
Nigel's one of the only players in the universe, maybe like a Dave Wiegand could also do this, but not only is he iterating through like what he can draw at the bottom of the board, if visual comes down, I bet he's also thinking, can I draw 9s or even 10s at the top of this board? Something through the ER, through the BI or the BII up there at the top. Nigel's going to see everything because that's how good he is. Also going to look at the C in Kodeas. Is there any way I get like a CEA or COA bingo that reaches down and surprises Wei Bin in a different quadrant of the board? I do agree, Josh. Bingoing here wins almost never. Looks like, as you said, 2 exact draws. That's got to be a sub 1%. So Nigel's got to think of something. But man, there's so much to think about.
Crucially, the X is still in the bag. He plays lose for 4. What in the world is that? What?
Setting up loser. But Davis is going to...
Are you completely crazy? He's going for re-explore. OX was the draw for Lozel and re-explore. What?
Oh my goodness, lose for 4. Maybe Nigel says, I think I lose, but no, there was a lot more there. Will, you have homework tonight. What a fascinating turn. I think you're right, Josh. Re-explore on the OX draw, likely what he's gunning for.
You can't help if you're waving. You have 2 minutes. You can't help but laugh at this play. He has to think about, he's throwing into couplers. Does Favis actually outrun that? I don't think so. The X is in the bag. Is Nigel going to win this game?
No. Favis will still outrun, even though Nigel's hit couplers. I messed up the scores real quick, but we've got 363 to 272. Favis brings Wei Bin up to 405. Couplers for 91. Puts Nigel at 367, and even with the 24 from the X, Wei Bin winning this game by 14 after this. Holy mackerel, though. What a finish.
Why did he play that so fast? How is he this confident? Oh, that R a little bit rattled on the bottom of the board. Couplers will not be enough. Wei Bin did not go overtime. Unbelievable.
I mean, if he doesn't have Favis, like if the U or the A or the V in the bag instead, I think Nigel can actually win with couplers. This will lose by 14, but holy galaxy brain. Let's cut to Mike. I doubt we hear anything as Nigel bingo's out, but just see what happens in this one.
Four or five, right? 391. Yep. I'll take a photo before I submit.
Absolutely no post-mortem, no breakdown. So many players like to explain their thought process or their rationale, but Nigel famously says absolutely nothing. Lose for 4 points, burning an S, blowing all of our brains up. It looks like it wins some of the time. If he draws couplers and Favis is not already on Wei Bin's rack, it could work. My goodness, Josh, we are 3 for 3 on insanely good games on stream so far at the final day of the World Scrabble Championship. But a huge win for Wei Bin, a tight loss for Nigel Richards. Nigel's probably going to have to go 5-0, maybe 4-1 to make it into tomorrow's best of 7 finals. Holy spice. I need some caffeine. I need to go breathe a little bit. We've had 3 insane games. We're going to have one more for you guys in a few minutes and then lunch break today. But if the first 3 are any indicator, Josh, we got a great game coming, yeah?
We do. We have to recover from that. Lose for 4 might be one of the most incredible plays of all time. I can't even... Anyways, wrap my head around it. We have to move on. We're going to take a break. Get round 28 for you. 5 rounds to go, Matt. And yeah, Nigel probably having to go 4-1, but 4-1 isn't that hard to do. 5-0 also for the greatest of all time. Definitely possible. Probably going to pivot. We'll see who we show. We might continue to show Nigel after that performance, but let's take a break. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble. World Scrabble Championship 2025. Like the video, subscribe to the video, subscribe to the channel. Just do something. We'll see you in just a minute.
Next game coming soon. Don't go anywhere. Whew-wee. All right, thanks for your patience during that delay. A lot of calculus to go through, a lot of math to figure out who's still alive and who's not. But it looks like the matchup we have now is going to be a very, very big one. Let's look at the standings, Josh. These are all updated currently. Tell us who we're showing and what the stakes are in this matchup.
All right, Adam Logan still 2 games ahead of Wavin Toe. He is going to be completely locked in if he wins this next game against Lukman Olabi. Wavin in second place. Wasim's in third. Don't count him out yet. Number 4 is Nigel Richards. He is going to be playing on the second stream. Go check that out while watching this one as well, of course. Stanley, still in it. He won his last game. He is going to... Oh, hello.
Oh, we're seeing way under the hood and behind the scenes now. All right, we'll cut out a screen share. We'll cut over to board preview in just a second, but we think the magic number is going to be 22, maybe 22 and a half. That's the number of wins we need. If Adam wins this game, that will indeed put him up to 22 and a half. So we think an Adam Logan victory here means he clinches one of the 2 finals spots for tomorrow, but he will have a tough ask in Lukman Owolabe, who hails from Ireland now. Lukman does so much for competitive and organized Scrabble off the board. We'll talk about that a little bit, but I don't want to delay the action anymore. Adam Logan, Lukman Owolabe, a spot in the World Championship Finals on the line. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble.
So here in the booth, we think that Lukman still has a chance of getting second and making it to the finals. Still 5 games left. If he wins all 5 with very good spread, I think he's probably going to make it to the finals. But we'll have to see what happens. Adam to go first. Adam's going to have something to say about it. Very, very pivotal game for both of these guys. EE. But then CLLNN, that's triple double. That's good in basketball, not in Scrabble, Matt.
Yeah, no, the triple double. We haven't seen a lot of these this tournament, but so brutal, just limits the options you can possibly have. Adam immediately putting the shirt in the mouth on a tough first move. CELL plays for 12 points, holds double ends, and takes so many back hooks, 5 back hooks to sell, an A, an I, an O, an S, and a Y. That's too much for me, Josh. I think I'm exchanging here. What about you?
An exchange is a great idea. You could leave CEN. That seems pretty strong. You could even leave the second E. I like exchanging ELLN or playing sell and hoping that Lukman doesn't have one of the hooks. Maybe you put the second L on the star. You play this off center. We've seen Nigel do that a couple of times. Sets yourself up for the C. Maybe you'll draw double double. Maybe you'll draw bingo. I'd either play sell with the L on the star, or I would exchange. Simulation. Peter's saying exchange down to CELN or CEN. A little bit stronger than playing through. Adam's contemplated this for a minute and a half. It's a very interesting opening position. A lot of things are close. Over to Lukman now. His rack isn't so great. He's just hoping Adam opens a letter for his ex. Maybe an overlap is possible. Wanted to mention, I think Lukman Owolabe is going to be the chairman of the World English Scrabble Players Association starting tomorrow. So he is not only vying for a position in the finals of the World Championship, he's also doing so much for the game. He organizes so many tournaments under MGI. He organizes a fantastic event in the UK, many events also in Africa. So how can you do that? How can you be the pretty much #1 Scrabble organizer in the world, but also try and win the World Scrabble Championship? Amazing stuff. Just wanted to mention that. Got to glaze him a little bit.
Well, I'm going to keep stacking on. We ran an online tournament on Scrabble platform woogles.io. We gave out nearly $3,000 in prize money, and we needed integrity to be ensured in that. Look at Adam exchanging, keeping CEEL in. He's going to drop 2. And he's going to open with Nitty, is Luke Manowalabi. Very fast, despite the exchange 2 from his opponent. I think that's fine.
Yeah, maybe you want to play Titty instead, not to give Adam an N to work with in the center of the board. TX usually probably stronger leave than NX, but interesting.
What a frustrating draw from Adam. He decides to keep the E on his rack for extra stability. I only going to draw 2 tiles out of the bag so I can avoid those landmine tiles, and yet still picks the J. He's forced to play Jet here. Maybe Geely, Jeely, to the Y, but I think Jet, keep the nucleus together one more time, makes sense for Adam. Brutal.
Keeping the nucleus together makes sense for sure. I think he has that S hook on Nitty. I think Snitty is good. Geely would allow for some potentially bad overlaps to block him from bingoing. So I like this, but oh my god, he's redrawn another L. He's redrawn an R. That's pretty terrible. Look at that. Sideways blank alert. QU alert. A lot to think about for Lukeman. His X setup completely thwarted by this play.
Wow, yeah, what a ridiculous start to this game. Nobody's getting anything they want. He set up Kirsch on his rack with that sideways blank. I don't think that's going to do anything for him on this board. Kirsch, probably the leave we're going to see Lukeman keep. I think the best he can do is just ticks TIX through the I on the board. A great defensive play, especially when your opponent doesn't have an S for Snitty. Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, great play by Lukeman, not taking too long. He can draw a couple of things here, not Quixotry. I know you guys were hoping for that in the chat. To the Y and Nitty, that would have been amazing to play hit, but Selly coming down instantly by Adam. He said, okay, let's try again. NRS, very strong leave.
All right, QUGHOR blank now, the rack for Lukeman, and once again, he'll have to figure out if he's going to keep the Q or play it on this move. There's a pretty strong option, HO for 30, making JOL. Holds QURG blank together, not great. If he wants to cash the Q, he can extend TE to quote. Josh, the Q is such a Trojan horse in this game, but with the U in tow, not nearly so bad. Would you play Ho? Would you play quote? Or Lukeman, looking like he might play trough. No, Ho coming down. You like this, Josh?
Yeah, why not? Look at this staircase that's been created now. Lukeman's very happy with this staircase. He has a blank. He has a Q. If Adam tries to open this board, he's very likely to just completely destroy him with the QU play. So, Adam, oh my god, has he drawn a blank too?
Oh, wow. Wow, okay, we're going to see some major fireworks in this game. I think whatever Adam does is going to put an N in space, so Lukeman's going to hit back with squaring, if nothing else, and we'll see what else he gets. Perhaps Quagmire coming down if Adam plays Manners. We talked about that word yesterday. Fireworks come in. All right, let's get blank cam on. See what Adam chooses to designate this blank as. It could be a number of things.
V. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it was going to be. Just totally stopping underlaps and overlaps from happening. V is a terrible tile for anybody to try and bingo through. So great decision by him, not breathing any air into this part of the board. But Lukeman about to respond with squaring if he sees it. That is incredible.
All right, yeah, sideways blank alert finally about to go off. That blank going to be shed from Lukeman's rack. Squaring 88, the best non-bingo is Guqin, Guqin for just 30. There's no way a blank is worth 58 points. It's got to be the bingo here. Lukeman about to unload, hitting Adam back. But Adam's found some interesting tiles. We'll see. There's a lot yet to happen. I think Adam's going to have an aerobe, though, after squaring comes down.
No matter what, Adam's going to bingo again unless Lukeman misses both of his options of Quaggear and squaring. If you see Quaggear, hold on, Johnson. There's better. When you find a good play, look for better. We'll see if he spots squaring. I think he's very, very close being able to spot this, but so hard to imagine bingoing with a Q on this board. But there we go. Lukeman is so strong. Oh no!
Ooh.
Quarting,
Oh.
courting, quarking, whatever this is a little bit greedy. Wow. If he tries this, it's coming off for sure. He's hesitating. Oh my God, he has a sixth sense. Do you sacrifice a potential 30 points here by not doubling the Q? Don't do it.
Oh my goodness. Now hang on. This is absolutely nuts because Adam can't bingo on the board as it currently stands. Adam will be able to bingo after whatever this comes down. So Adam's going to have a little bit of math to do. Do I accept the phony and bingo back? I don't think you can in this instance. This just scores far, far, far too much. Let's look at blank cam. Whatever he circles, though, this is invalid. Adam looking at it, seeing the K circled, he's got to put a poker face on right now. Quarking, invalid for Lukeman. He has not committed the play. He has not hit the clock. He's probably trying to read Adam Logan's body language right now. Lady Gaga wrote a song about this.
There's no way you can let this go. I mean, it scores so many points. Basically, after anaerobe, the game is tied. Lukeman's turn. This comes off. Adam's up 37. He gets the block quaggier. He gets the block squaring. He has to challenge if he has any doubt whatsoever. This is not a word. He hits the clock. Hold, Adam says.
And Lukeman immediately touching his hat. Oh, no. Adam is going to do this math before he challenges. Even if he's 100% sure, the first thing he wants to do is ask himself, what other options does he have? Surely he sees squaring. He's probably going to see quaggier. And then he'll come to the conclusion that there's nothing else, and he's going to be able to block everything. If Lukeman was guaranteed a bingo next turn anyway, maybe it's better to accept this and play an aerobe. But Adam's going to realize he can knock it all out at once. Adam's probably going to challenge this.
It's so hard to challenge a word you're not sure is invalid if it gives you a bingo back, but just do the math. Adam is better than anyone at that. You can see that getting this off the board, there's nowhere else for Lukeman to bingo on this board, just this area. So surely Adam can inhibit whatever Lukeman might have by playing underneath the A and an E. Of course, the game gets very complicated and sharp after this, whereas after accepting this, which I really don't think Adam will do, things are very much smooth, very much predictable. You have to challenge. Adam's up 37. How much would this score? 108?
Goodness, yeah, for such a mammoth score. And this is the World Championship. They're playing international rules. 5 points, the penalty for an incorrect challenge. If Adam stood to lose an entire turn here, he could see an aerobe blocked, and that would make this very, very crazy. But because it's just a 5-point penalty, even if it comes back good, he gets the bingo back. It's worth throwing the challenge at. But Adam has been thinking for over 2 minutes. He's going to play all the way to the end of both the challenge string and the non-challenge string, whether it comes off or not. Now, grabbing his pen. Has he accepted? No, I think he's just done some math. Lukeman hasn't recorded the score. Lukeman hasn't tracked any tiles. I suspect we're still on hold here. I'll pivot back to my point earlier. This game has had so much action. I couldn't bring this back up. But Lukeman was so insanely valuable to helping us run an online tournament on woogles.io 3 weeks ago. As we were saying, $3,000 in prize money. We needed to guarantee fair play. Lukeman organized an entire team of invigilators, players who would watch streams of the different players in our event, and just did an insane amount of work. So committed to fair play, growing the game. Great dude is Lukeman, but unfortunately, he's going to lose a turn as Adam has challenged the play.
Brutal, 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 brutal. That is not what you want to see. Luckily, it's still early. Lukeman has the final blank. There's still so much that can happen, so much that can explode in this game. Look at this area of the board. How do you ever do anything about this? AXE at some point would open multiple more areas of the board. So over to Adam now. He's looking at Bino. He's probably calculated a lot of these outcomes. I was thinking I would play underneath, but that might be a little bit too scared. Bino looks pretty strong. It blocks both squaring and quaggier, and I don't think it gives anyone anything in return.
Yeah. I can't imagine Adam hasn't already decided in his head, I'm going to play Bino if this comes off. But now he's going to look one more time just to make sure he's not overlooking a 7 or perhaps a 9 that Lukeman could have available. Looks like Bino or OBE are both rather standard plays, but both do exactly what they need to do. You've got to block both ends and the E in Vanners to take away squaring and quaggier. As long as he blocks all 3 of those, he's in good shape here.
That's right. So what will he decide? He has some time to think. OBE also an option, but once you play on top, it allows Lukeman to get rid of his Q, score some points. I think OBE letting Quag get played next turn looks terrible to me. I think Bino looks stronger than that, but maybe you still play underneath. The simulation is giving the play of Ob actually as the best play somehow. The leave is so strong that after Quag, you're going to be first to play a bingo on the other side. That's very, very counterintuitive. Matt, that was your choice. I think it's crazy.
I don't know. I actually like Bino a little bit more. OBE, you know your opponent's going to hit you back with Quag, and then that line's going to sit there. Yeah, you get first punch at it, but if you're Adam, you're in good shape in this game. You're up already. You're about to go up more. Yeah, I know my opponent has a blank right now, but I don't want to leave that dangling bingo line open indefinitely. The worst thing that can happen is I miss it, and then Lukeman hits it next turn. So Bino, I think, does slightly better things for me long term. If I'm trailing, I might play Ob, but with the lead, Bino feels very strong to me. Now Lukeman doesn't have the obvious Quag play for a bunch. Quag still plays with Abba and Jen. Otherwise, he's going to play Queena, Queena, for 30. Those options feel weaker for Lukeman, so I like Bino here.
Yeah, Queena, and then Adam can just block this area of the board and hope Lukeman doesn't draw something from the end. But again, Adam needs to be careful. He needs to keep balancing his rack because at some point he's going to have to respond to a bingo on this board. How is he ever going to block these lines without giving something back in return? It's very complicated. Lukeman's still in this game, but that was a terrible blunder from him. He needs this win to stay in contention for the championship finals tomorrow in a best of 7. The 2025 World Scrabble Championship in Accra, Ghana. So Queena looks to be the play, the obvious play for Lukeman Owolabi through this E and this N, scores 30 points. You have some access to the 8s lanes, and you have, crucially, the 7s lane as well. So Lukeman very likely to bingo after that.
Yeah, he's going to keep very, very strong. It looks like he might actually be considering GI and keeping the ARQU together. GI plays beneath the double N in Vanners. It's only 14, but if he does draw a bingo, it's going to score a lot with that QU blank in it together. He has threats like Vaqueros, Taqueria in these lines Josh putting out there. So this works sometimes, but just 14 points now to hope you hit later. I think you want to score a bit more now. Setting up Rag. This is a similar idea, but Rag playing on top of the ANO of Bino completely closes the board. And with the deficit Lukeman has, you just can't do this.
Wow, also available if you play GI is Narquois from the end, scoring well over 100 points. That might have been what Lukeman was thinking. Simulation says, don't play Rag, play Raggy. Set up your Q in both directions. That looks fantastic. It's so hard for Adam to do anything without opening the board after that play. And look at his rack, EIIORTU. That is not the draw he wanted. He wanted to be able to continue scoring and just trying to crack down on this board. I wonder if Lukeman's going to spot this very bizarre Q setup. Queena looks very nice. The engine also likes that play. But remember, Adam knows exactly what Lukman has. So in many situations after Raggy, his idea is just going to be to block this and say, okay, if you have an 8-letter word, sure, go ahead, but I know what you're up to. I think Quena, with the knowledge of Lukman's rack, has to be the better practical decision here.
Yeah, if Adam didn't know the leave after Raggy is QU blank, then that plays awesome. But because Adam's already seen the full rack, there's like no universe ever where he doesn't take away that spot. You can bingo for 120 there a lot of the time. Adam is smart. He's gonna take it away. So Quag feels all right to me. Now, for those NWL viewers, GEN has a front hook, so that's going to keep the top of this board alive. It takes a front A, and Adam does not have that A. If Lukman draws an A and a bingo that fits in that spot, he's going to catch right back up in this game. Adam with an awkward rack, EIIORTU, and an awkward position. Remember, Adam knows Lukman's leave was IR blank. Adam knows Lukman is very much in bingo range, and Adam's MO right now has to be block, block, block. Do you see a good way for him to do that here, Josh?
Not at all. Like I was saying, this board is like a ticking time bomb. There's so few ways to eliminate the marginal threats on the board, 2 of which will completely blow the right side open. You would need an A and an E to play axe. Once again, that allows access to the top of the board. Adam doesn't have an A and an E. Audi for 13 is what he's thinking about, which says, okay, well, this is going to get opened anyway. I might as well just rid myself of these annoying letters. But Adam only up 37 in this line. Cannot be happy about what's occurred. REI was also possible underneath, but that takes massive underlaps of Joel, J-O-L-E-D. So Audi is Adam's choice, but look at this draw from Lukman. He's about to tie the game up, but he's holding the play of Audi. This is a newly added word for a belly button, of course. You knew that. But let's see if he challenges.
You've got innies and outies, and they added innie, they added outie in the most recent update. Super, super useful words. But if you haven't seen all the new stuff yet, sometimes these are a little bit precarious. He's also got to add in the complicating factor that, well, if this word I'm not sure of, does it take an S or not? It seems like it does, but maybe it doesn't. So interesting for Lukman. He threatens lots of bingos. He did hit bingos from the N in Snitty. We'll see if he finds them after this challenge. He is going to challenge OUTIE. Again, this word recently added to the lexicon. And when you've been playing as long as Lukman, it's pretty easy to forget some of the new stuff. The old stuff, muscle memory, but the new stuff, especially on stream, especially after 27 games and much fatigue has set in, maybe you're not so sure. So 5 extra points for Adam Logan gives him 154. We'll see if Lukman finds his highest scoring bingo. There is the possibility for Lukman to play a 10 on this turn. It's not the highest scoring bingo, and I doubt it's a word he's seen before, but 10 alert for 74 points if you're playing along at home. Otherwise, 83, the highest scoring bingo for Lukman from the N in Snitty.
Yeah, that 10, I was hoping I was going to be able to reveal that. That's completely insane. Through the GEN on the board. Once I mention that, I think some of you will find it. My question here, though, Lukman's rack is so good and the plays from the N so dangerous. Maybe he can afford to just drop his S. He set it up last turn without an S, with only the blank in hand. This is 36, and he's going to be averaging 70, 80 next turn. After Notornus or Nointers, some racks are really not going to be great for him. And what if Adam's drawn an S? Then he's got 40-point plays, but taking the bingo, I think at this point, getting yourself out of your deficit, definitely an interesting, probably correct choice.
Sim has these within about a point of each other, dropping the S or cashing the bingo now. But given game state, I don't think you want to be patient. I think you want to get the bingo down now and maybe just draw another bingo next turn. Nointers puts Lukman ahead by 28 points. 182, 154. But the E that he's strung out will give airbuses. He's picked it back up, though. If he plays Notornus instead, I think this works out way better for him.
And that's such a tough bingo to spot. Not a 7 plus S, but an 8 in and of itself. Notornus, that would be an incredible find, an incredible read. Definitely in a vacuum, you don't want to string an E out in space unless you have to. Notornus for Lukeman would give him far better chances back in this game. He's pulled back his play of Neunter's. Let's see if he has that sixth sense that we've seen some of these players apparently they know. But earlier corking showed some weakness by Lukeman. I think Neunter's is coming down, and what a huge swing this would be for Adam Logan.
Yeah, Notornus did not seed any bingos back. You don't know what's on your opponent's rack if you're Lukeman, but as Josh said, stringing the E out versus not stringing the E out, I think if you saw it all, most people would have pulled the trigger on Notornus. The slight inaccuracy is going to get hit hard, though. Airbuses lined up for Adam Logan. Nice Canadian word for him.
It's coming right down as we say that. What a great pull for Adam Logan. That IR could have gone many different ways, but those two S's and the help of that open E. Now Adam's still in the lead.
226, 182, both players drawing a fresh rack. Lukeman with the tempo advantage, but Adam with the scoreboard advantage. I'd say right now we're looking about 60 to 65% Logan and about 35 to 40% Lukeman. His draw, ADGE IRR, means he's got not one, but two playable bingos. One quite findable for a top dog like him. One a crazy 9 that only Nigel Richards would see probably, and maybe like one or two of you who cheats in the chat with an anagrammer right now. But a 66 pointer at the top of the board, probably what we're going to see. He's set up not Gerardia, but Gerardia, the 66 pointer.
Yes, Gerardia playing to this A, but also, can you believe, a reading, ARREEDING. So many spellings of this word playable through the E in the end, potentially slightly better given that the counterplay on the top triple is massive after Gerardia. He set up Garderia. That's definitely a word you might think of with this rack of tiles. We know Lukeman studied this word. He's seen it before, but Garderia looks a little bit more natural. Will he come back to Gerardia? He's looking at Gradier. That's not a word. So two playable bingos here. After phonying, psychologically, this is a tough situation for Lukeman Olabi. He needs to bounce back, realize he has a playable bingo, be sure of it, sure enough to play it, and retake the lead.
One of the reasons I had to quit playing in these big tournaments is because I can't handle it on stream. If I play a phony or lose a turn, or even back out of a hook and then see my opponent cash it in, I get so insanely rattled. I cannot think straight at all. So after quirking, it's possible Lukeman's in his own head. I know that he knows the word Gerardia, and on a good day he'd see it. But factor in 4 days of fatigue, the stress of becoming WESPA chair tomorrow in the middle of this massive event, the stream jitters, and the psychological load of having lost a turn already. He might be in his own head just a little bit. Can Lukeman shake it off, stay composed, and find Gerardia? I doubt he sees the 9, a reading ARREEDING, but Gerardia is what he's got to find here.
Yeah, and crucially, after placing the G on this triple letter score, Adam, without one of those 5 A's or that final U to overlap it, you won't be able to do too much damage on this triple, but he will be able to go this way. HOWE will score tons and keep Adam in a very, very good position. And he's seen it. Gerardia, this is probably the most pressure over the Scrabble board Lukeman has faced in a very, very long time, but look how he's handling it. Here we go. 66 points, 248 to 226. HOWE doesn't fit. That makes WA. My bad there. So FEH potentially the response for Adam Logan to retain the lead.
Yeah, Adam's got several high-scoring responses: FEH, FOH, or WOF, all options. I think of those, WOF looks to be the strongest. The EEHV is not incredibly balanced, but it looks a little bit stronger to me than the EOVW leave of FEH. All of those options score 43, and will give Adam just a modest lead in this game. After the bingo bango from Lukeman, his draws have gone further south. DKLLOOT is going to give him an awkward turn after Adam pounces on the top of Gerardia this move.
So Adam thinking about FEH, thinking about the various 4-tile leaves and the combinations he can keep normally. You don't want the W, but in this particular situation, the W and the V combination isn't terrible with the O and the E together. Simulation says play WOF, get rid of that W, keep the H, which is normally a much better tile. Lukeman already has his next play set up. He's almost certain that Adam's going to overlap. He's just hoping it doesn't go all the way to inhibit his play of Kilo for 32, by far his best move. But look at this S, guys. This S is still wide open. One of these players is quite likely to draw a bingo to it, and it's unlikely to get blocked. Who is going to hit first? That H would have been helpful for Adam if he had the lead to sort of inhibit that S, but he's making a slight misplay here in WOF. This W does nicely underlap, though.
All right, so FEH and then Kilo almost immediately from Lukeman, who's down to about 8 minutes. He's fortunate to have a turn that played itself. And Kilo, exactly what the doctor ordered. Use your highest scoring tile, undouble the L, undouble the O, and score a lot. Adam into EOVW picks up FIN. Could have been a lot worse for him. He's down 11. He'll take the lead this turn. The question is how? And there's one standout play for Adam. I think he's setting it up right now. Yes, he is. VINEW plays quadruple overlap, 42 points. And Adam playing it so quickly is going to put time pressure back on Lukeman, who has not even drawn his tiles yet. Now sees his clock tick, tick, tick again. Adam, 3-1-1. Lukeman, 2-8-0. I have no idea who's going to win this game, but the ZPP draw? Are you kidding me? Whoa, Josh. What are you seeing on a nutso turn for Lukeman?
That is not at all what the doctor ordered. Only one vowel, so much clunk. The Z in this position, not great. Tiz is available for 32 right now. Dop available for 30, potentially opening a big spot here on the right side for Adam Logan. I'm not sure which direction I would go here, but can't feel good about this situation now. Very important, potentially down the line, is Umiak, UMIAQ. That might come in handy. There are many M's, I's, and A's, but only one U to draw. So at this point in the game, S is gone, blank's gone. This is the sort of thing you're looking at, but this S anointers, such a tense placement. Both players are probably worried that next move they're going to get bingoed on. So Dop here blocking the worst of the bingos to the S, preventing Adam from shutting the door immediately. Looks very, very sensible. I like this.
All right, so DOP, no, just OP is what he set down?
Maybe TOP. You might not want to set up the O hook on Ord, but I feel like you need to keep that T for Tiz. Yeah, simulation likes this. Dop is the top play. Top is the second play. Try saying that 10 times fast. Lukeman needs to go. This is going to tie the game just about 310 to 311. But 6.5 minutes for the rest of this game? game isn't going to play itself, Lukeman.
Oh man, neither player wants to win this game. They're just drawing so horrifically. I feel like both players feel like they've got an uphill climb. Lukeman finding 2 vowels, that is huge for him. Of course, he's probably expecting this given how many vowels were unseen to him, but that is going to save him from a nightmarish turn. Adam now with a nightmarish turn. DGFOUVY. Oh my goodness, no matter what you do, you're going to keep some horrific tiles together on your rack. There is some solace that you see the 12 vowels to 10 consonants unseen, so you can keep a couple clunkers and expect to find some respite, but he's grabbing Vogue. This plays for 20 points with Ordo and Bog. This is about the best he can do. You seeing anything better than Vogue, Josh?
I am. Adam has a small lead. He's in decent position here. Obviously, this board is a little bit dangerous. Remember this S, but Adam can sacrifice 2 points, play Govs for just 18. That removes so much from the board in terms of threats. He's nowhere near a bingo. There's some bingo tiles left in this pool. I think I would adjust, sacrifice the 2 points. It's hard to sacrifice points when you're only up 1. 18 versus 20, but this looks like a much better idea to retain control of this game. After Vogue, when is this S ever getting blocked, and how far are you from being able to use it? These are the questions Adam Logan has to ask himself. What does this play of DOP mean for Lukeman's rack? Does that mean he's strong, weak? Look at this. Look at this adjustment. Such a human idea to block this S, but it is engine approved. It is Josh Sokol approved, and I think it's Matt Canik approved.
Oh, absolutely, Matt Canik approved. Yeah, I mean, if he does happen to have a bingo down from the S, it is an instant game over. So for a 1 point sacrifice, might as well just get rid of it. I like this idea a lot from Adam Logan. Leave 1 point on the table. And hey, if you go on to lose this game by 1, well, that's Scrabble.
That's right. So after this play of Govs, Adam taking his longest think, I think, of the game other than the considering challenging quarking and the subsequent play. This looks very good. It doesn't look fantastic. Engine saying it is a wash between these two players, around 55% to win if you play Gov, around 51% if you play Govs. Still some threats on the board, this N, this T, maybe this V of Vanners, but I think this is the best Adam can do.
All right. Looks like Lukeman was settled on this play here. PICO not actually good, even in Collins. Wow, why is there no Pico de Gallo? No love. All right. Lukeman settling in on TIZ now. Whatever he does, he ought to do it pretty quickly. Just 6 minutes in a game that looks more and more likely to come down to an end game. And every second that ticks off your clock now is a second that you don't have to solve it. Means it increases the odds that you're going to blow it. So Tiz feels strong here. Josh, any reason not to play it?
It could be worth playing Riz instead for 34 and potentially trying to be the first to get a huge 6-tile play down to the right, but this makes perfect sense. The problem is Lukeman's decisions aren't going to get that much easier most of the time. This is the best balance he can have. Lots of vowels to come. He draws 2 vowels. Very good. He doesn't. Still okay. So I like this decision for sure. And now Adam has that all-important U for Umiak. He's just going to play YA very, very quickly. He could have played YEA as well on the 13th row here. Again, you just don't want to open the board and let your opponent bingo and win. So this looks fantastic.
Yeah, it's got to be nice for Adam not having to worry about the Umiak threats. And the only other big things that can happen now on a board so bad are potential 7s from the R, anointers, or bingos through the R or the N. And hey, look, if the bingo happens with a nightmarish pool like this, then it happens. You can see that Lukeman actually does have a bingo, polemic, and its anagram compile, but they don't fit. And if Adam had played YEA at the bottom and opened the board, he'd be losing this game. Well drawn, Josh.
Unbelievable. Sometimes the positions just draw themselves. Maintaining this closed state can be crucial. Adam also with the time advantage. Lukeman under 5 minutes now. He's feeling the pressure. He's down 17, 10 tiles in the bag. He'll have a couple more moves. I think you want to play long here if you're Lukeman, because if you don't, Adam's going to have the ability to play 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles, however many tiles he wants, and give himself good timing in the end game. What about toe clip from the tee? That feels very interesting. It's okay, sorry, 8 tiles in the bag, even better. So if you play toe clip, you're leaving 2 in the bag. That feels great.
Yeah, pacing so important in a game that's so likely to come down to the very last play. You want to make sure it's you and not your opponent that gets that extra turn. So toe clip, a little bit wild at first, but does all the right things in terms of pacing, and it holds a consonant. If you're looking at this unseen pool, 9 vowels, 6 consonants, you want to hold a consonant if you can. The unseen pool is also wild because you do see umiak, but there's absolutely nothing you can do to stop it short of dropping your eye. I'd be worried about Adam continuing to fish for umiak. I'd be worried about being outscored if I just play QI right here. Oh man, this is a hard turn, and Lukeman down to just 3 minutes? Poor guy.
Yeah, something that he could just do here is PE. Setting up Jolt for later. He doesn't have one of those 2 remaining Ds, but I love playing 6 tiles here. You could also just play Topic from the tee, not open nearly as much. But like you said, lots of vowels to come. What's a better tile to keep to deal with vowels than the M? So many ways to get rid of multiple vowels at once with that tile. Topic is going to come down. This is going to leave 4 in the bag. That's pretty good timing as well. Over to Adam. 2.5 minutes for Lukeman Olavi to finish this game. He had to act fast. This is a very nice play as well.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, this game is crazy. I'm generating the choices for Adam, and just this board has gone to hell in a handbasket. So few options remaining for both of these players. I don't even know where Adam begins to assess this. All right, Lukeman drawing DMWA. He's left most of the vowels in the bag. In fact, all 4 tiles in the bag are vowels. Lukeman has every remaining consonant. Adam doesn't know that, but the unseen or the bag contains AA, II. If you look at Adam's rack now, that is brutal for him. Great draw for Lukeman. I think he might win this game.
I think so. If he's able to just handle this end game without going over time, this looks horrible for Adam Logan. A play like Ref seems interesting. A play playing off 2 E's is what he's thinking about. Is he going to play fast? That's a good idea in this position. EE, where does that go? Do you play RE? That's going to get killed by plays like Maud underneath. Lukeman has the last D. Where do you play off EE, Mac? Right here?
I don't know. There, yeah. Yeah, you want to leave 2 in the bag. You want to play some of your vowels off here if you can. That feels pretty good. On a turn where you can't score much else, EE, 13 points for Adam, put him up by 10. I think the big thing, though, is you want to go fast. You either want to go really fast or you want to spend about 4 minutes here. But I think putting the time pressure on Lukeman, trying to induce an error on a board that looks so easy to err on EE pretty quickly, I think is what I'd opt to do here. He's grabbing EF now, looking at REF. If Lukeman has a 6, though, it's basically game over. You lose.
That's right. He's going to be drawing 2 out of 4. If Lukeman plays a 6-letter word, he's going to be drawing 2 to 1. It's going to be hard to imagine him not threatening, not having unblockable outplays after that. But this is so complicated. 6 minutes to go. You don't want to make a mistake. Keeping the F for balance is fantastic. The F can score very well. Yeah, this is really, really difficult. I think you can empty the bag. What about TEE for 3? The engine's telling me. Maybe you set yourself up for FAP next turn, but that sets Lukman up. Maybe the timing is good. Adam's down 3 minutes. There's so much pressure, so much riding on this game, especially for Lukman. Adam can afford to lose, but if he wins this one, he's pretty much locked into the championship finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I just punched it in. If Adam plays REF like he was thinking about, there's actually only one possible 6 Lukman could have that reaches down to the triple word. So ref not nearly as dangerous as it looks at first glance. Maybe Adam could get away with it, but I do think playing the 2 vowels here may be a better line. We've got the shirt back in the mouth. Lukman counting the tiles, double checking his tracking. Oh my goodness, is this one tense. Adam, you've got an uphill climb, but you are perhaps the number 2 Scrabble player in the world. Can you solve this one?
Yeah, if Adam decides to empty the bag, he is losing on the spot. AAII unseen to him. Do you play off EE? Do you play off FE? This is so complicated. This is so tense. 4.5 minutes left for Adam. He needs to act soon. This looks pretty good. If he draws AI, probably in good shape. If he draws AA, he's probably in good shape. If he draws II, maybe not as much. Those are the possible draws that we know he's going to get, but he has no idea what he's going to get. That's why we love Scrabble.
I think playing down from the R in Neunter's, it should be Adam's long-term plan. You play off 2 tiles here, hope you draw a 7 there and threaten big points. EE has come down. Lukman, 2.5 minutes now. 2 tiles in the bag for him to assess. Can he make any kind of inference after EE? Does he have the time to make any kind of inference after EE? Does he want to play long or short? He almost definitely needs to empty the bag. He's going to go very fast, trying to save time. He's going to play wild, holding MMAE. Adam has found both A's, which means Lukman's going to draw I. He's counting, looking, pointing, and he's going to commit the play with 2 minutes on his clock. Lukman up by 6. Adam, AADEFRU. Can he solve this endgame and find a win? I think this II draw is going to be crippling for Lukman. I think Adam can hang on and win this game.
Feel like this play of FAP for 21 is just good enough. You want to fade plays like ME or EA in this spot that score very well. Keep the D for Jold. I think Adam's got this, but he's got 3 minutes to figure it out. Another incredibly tense free and endgame. Let's see what Adam decides to do. I'm running the numbers for Lukman. Wild looks like a great play. He could have drawn into Umiak. And if Umiak was drawn, again, the only way to block it is QI for 11. None of that happened. AEIIMM. Adam needs to make sure his tracking is correct. His scoring is correct. 3 minutes left. They're correcting the scores. A little breath of fresh air for both of them, I'm sure, while they make sure they have 372, 378. That's what we have. They might have something else.
See if we can cut to Mike, Josh.
Thank you.
Oh, and just like that, we've already missed the discrepancy. Players agree. Adam back on clock now. Thanks to Josh Greenway for trying. But 372, 378. I'm going to say this one more time as a reminder because this might come down to a close game. We are not allowed in any way to interfere with the players or their game score. Anybody at home, whether you're a fan of Lukman, a fan of Adam, if there happens to be a discrepancy at the end of this one, do not say anything. Do not text them. I doubt you could even text Adam because he doesn't seem to have a phone. All right, boom. EA setting up fraud. Oh my goodness. Galaxy brain moment from Adam Logan. What can Lukman possibly do?
Nothing. There's nothing he can do about this. You'd have to play from the C to block most scoring plays, but he's not in time to do that with his terrible letters. So put this in 389, 378. This fraud is set up. Lukman, unfortunately, is probably going to settle and realize that he's lost this game. Wild was his best play according to the engine, winning with more than 50% of the draws. But II was not one of them. Was AI one of them? No. Was AA one of them? No. Lukeman was dead in the water despite making his best play. Incredibly crushing.
Man, I am going to go need to take a propranolol or something during this break. We are 4 for 4 on insane, intense games on board one at this last day of the World Scrabble Championship. It does look like as Adam hangs on and wins this game, Adam Logan more than likely has clinched one of the 2 spots in tomorrow's finals. I think maybe with some bizarro pairings and an 0-4 session, it's like maybe possible that Adam doesn't make it. I don't want to declare it so yet, but Adam should be one of your 2 finalists, which means we have a lot of talented players gunning for just one remaining spot. Oh my goodness. I hope you in your bed, at your desk, on your couch, have a seatbelt because you ought to buckle up. Things are going to get bumpy, crazy, spicy here in Accra.
So maybe the best try is to play Mame. You can't play Mammy because that just gives Adam another spot for fraud. He hits his clock with 0-0 and gives Adam an outplay. Oh my goodness. Unbelievably crushing for Lukeman Olabi, but he played such a fantastic game after that unfortunate mistake. Let's cut to the overhead mic. Adam Logan takes this one.
Even if you can't finish, you will still win.
Yeah, I think you can only stop me by playing this and by playing this. Otherwise, you either get a big play here or I go out. But I still play Fed. It's hopeless. You can't stop me by playing. If you play here, I play Fed.
Yeah, so I play here, you know. Yeah, man. I messed up there. I really messed up there. I was gonna set you up here, but I realized there was a D outside.
Yeah.
I was gonna play ME or something.
Yeah, if you play ME, you play third and maybe easily.
This is where I lost the game. Right from the world.
Well, if you play squaring,
Squaring,
then
yeah.
I play Seaborn.
Seaborn, okay.
So who knows?
Yeah.
I mean,
I was gonna play squaring, but again, it's gonna be still open.
it's still early. Who knows what could happen?
Yeah. This move. This one.
That looked like a good one to me. Scores vault doesn't really open anything.
This was the winning move for you. That score was small.
Yeah, that was very important.
I played.
Yeah, I don't have a phone.
Sorry?
I don't
Oh,
have
you
a
don't
phone.
have.
That's right.
What could I?
Oh my goodness. All right, in signature form, Adam, I don't have a phone. I need you to submit this result. Oh, they're talking again now. I'll shut up.
What could I have done, man? This was a good move, actually.
I hated it, but I was worried that you would play something like 0.
Oh, pilot or something. I just keep my pilot is. I'll picot. I'll play picot.
Picot.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know
picot is. Picot is what I'll play. Yeah, and
Pick
that
it and
would
see
be-
if they said, yeah, I'm dead.
Yeah. That was the winning move.
Yeah,
But if you didn't have the O, it would be tough.
that's right.
Yeah, if you didn't have the O, I just well played.
So 426,394, I think.
426 394.
394. Sorry, I haven't revealed your tile.
Oh yeah. Oh, you counted this
counted
here.
that.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Adam Logan more than likely clinching one spot, and it looks like the second spot could be Nigel Richards, could be Wasim Khatri, could be Weibin Toe. It is going to be so interesting in this after lunch session. Players are scheduled to go to lunch now. I'm not sure if that lunch break is going to end in 1 hour or 1 hour and 15 minutes. Okay, I am sure now. It is going to be 1 hour from now. Play scheduled to resume at 2:15 Ghana time, which is 9:15 a.m. if you're on the east coast of the U.S. or up in Montreal, as Josh is. 1 hour for you to get out, stretch your legs, touch some grass, order some cheap Chinese takeout like I did last night because I'm exhausted and can't cook anymore. 1 hour, and we'll have 4 more games to determine who's going to play Adam Logan for the 2025 World Scrabble Championship. Josh, what am I missing?
I mean, I bet you we're going to have a heck of a matchup. I'm sure we're going to have a heck of a matchup after lunch. Most likely, you're going to see Nigel on this stream, on the second stream. If you're here for him, great. If you're here for Scrabble, even better. These games have been ridiculous. And I say ridiculous. I've never seen such tense games. 4 in a row, 4 straight. Let's not jinx it, but it's been fantastic. Let's take a lunch break. Let's come back even stronger, and let's watch the final throws of the 2025 World Scrabble Championship.
Final throws coming your way. Please, if you haven't yet, click that thumbs up button. Whether or not you're able to hang with us for the remainder of this, we would love to bump the stream up. 4 more games to determine who gets to play Adam Logan for the title. Please don't go anywhere. See you all in 1 hour. We'll be right back. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble. Ooh-wee, it is getting hot in here. 4 games of Scrabble remaining at the World Scrabble Championship 2025 edition, hosted in Accra, Ghana. Matt Canik, Josh Sokol here in the booth, bringing you all of the coverage on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. But Josh, looks like Adam Logan has all but sewn up one of the 2 spots in tomorrow's final. It will be a bloodbath for the second spot. It looks like about 4 players in contention, and maybe with the perfect string of events, one of the 18 and 10 players could make a run as well. But the next matchup we're going to show you is a face-off between number 2 Tue and number 3 Nigel Richards. Oh my goodness, is this one gonna be interesting? We've got the players seated at the board. They seem to be in good spirits despite an incredibly high pressure day. Wabin, all smiles. Nigel, all pink. Announcements are done. You ready, Josh?
I am so ready. If they are ready, it is time for the rematch. We saw these guys play a few times, a few games earlier. I think they might have been in opposite seats, though. Yeah, let's go. Let's play Scrabble.
Let's Play Scrabble, indeed. Let's Play Scrabble is the YouTube channel where you can catch all kinds of high-stakes Scrabble. Generally, it's tournaments in North America, but the Let's Play Scrabble team, Josh Greenway, the brainchild behind this, flying from Toronto down to Ghana to anchor 6 days of continuous Scrabble. If this didn't scratch the itch for you, there's so much more on backlog on this channel. Give it a like, give it a sub. We're underway. Wabin Tue to play first. What does he have? H-A-A-O not looking so hot. An I, a V, and another A. Ooh, do you even play through this, Josh, or are you throwing back?
I think I'm playing through this. I'm not happy about it. AVA, but where do you play AVA? Maybe it's about time for a bizarre AVA, setting up the H on all four corners. That might be an interesting idea. If you don't want to do that, you can play it here, many hooks here, or you can play it a little bit lower, only a few hooks there. Or you just exchange pretty much everything. I'd play AVA.
AVA and exchanging the two top options according to the engine. And which placement of AVA is it on top? They're all bouncing back and forwards. Just an incremental decision here. I would throw back all 7 here. I don't want to deal with the possibly recursive effects of drawing something bad again next turn and having 2 consecutive bad racks. But what is Wabin going to do? He will also exchange, dropping down to the A. Pretty standard opening for Wabin on a tough turn. Crucially, he did not spend a ton of time. Nigel, both Ys on his opening rack. I suspect very quickly he's going to play the 5-letter Kandy.
Yeah, this looks absolutely correct. And I think I like Wabin's decision of exchanging. It feels like when he plays Nigel that he knows that he wants an open board. He doesn't want to get tactical because that's where Nigel shines brightest. If he can just duke it out with him on an open board, get a little bit lucky, he knows that he can win. I think he has a positive lifetime record now against Nigel after defeating him in a previous round, and his draw, 3 Rs.
3 Rs is rough. If he had had just one tile different, he'd be threatening bingos all over this board, but the 3rd R makes this tough. He'll get to choose now between smaller plays. AR keeps the nice synergistic DENR. But Josh, I think in this instance, it's best for Wabin to blow up that stable nucleus KNARRED as he's setting up now 24 points. You think you play long here as well, Josh?
I think so. I mean, you have good letters, but where are they really going on this board? I think you just play Nard. That's what he's looking at. You could also just keep the RED together. That's an awesome option as well. I could go either way here. Maybe I'm leaning towards the play that Wabin has lined up right now.
You're talking KNARR as the play? Because that is not a word, a famous phony. GNARR, GNAR, KNAR, KNURR, all acceptable, but this 1-5 is not. A very common trap. This would be a very uncharacteristic word mistake from Wabin. Will he fall into the trap here?
Oh my goodness. Well, I certainly did. Many of you in chat might have, and it is going to come on the board. Oh no. This is absolute tragedy on board 1. Is he sure of the word?
Nigel hasn't said hold yet. Oh, yeah, he has. Okay. Wabin just staring off into space. As soon as Nigel Richards utters hold, you know you're done. Nigel, if you don't know this guy yet, basically an eidetic or photographic memory. He can recall any word on any page of the dictionary, any length. He's going to knock this one off.
Oh my goodness. It's good with the Y. It's good without the second R. So many ways to fall into this trap. And very unfortunate for Wabin. He has. But you're going to lose a turn. Losing it early, not at all as difficult to recover from as losing it late. So Nigel with another lucky break. Honestly, who's phonied the most in this online? Who's phonied the most on stream? Has it not been people playing Nigel Richards? I feel like we haven't seen many phonies other than working last round.
Yeah, if you're going to phony against anybody, it better not be against Nigel Richards. I do feel like we've seen him knock at least 3-4 words off across this stream. Nigel playing UEY for 16 points looks to be his top option. This word does take a key Q front hook, but after a play of K and ARR, the Q pretty much never on Weibin's rack. We'll see if that hook comes up, but Weibin, same tiles as last turn, now a tougher decision to make. Re-ran and KYE looks to be a good option here, holds DR. If he wants to go smaller, ERR in the same spot holds Darn, a synergistic nucleus for him. Josh, you think Weibin can shake off the grief he's probably feeling after losing turn 1 in this game?
I think so. I mean, this isn't a difficult turn. He might take a little bit of time just to recover from losing a turn. This happens so rarely at the top level, but it's kind of hard to go wrong here. You don't have great plays, but you know what to do. Get rid of 2 Rs and maybe then some. Re-ran looks pretty good. Got to get some points on the board, open things up a little bit. See what happens.
Big turn here as Nigel has drawn into Fidest, F-I-D-E-I-S-T. This plays on the board as it's currently arranged F-Y, a valid 2-letter word in the CSW lexicon. Fidest for 71 on cue for Nigel, and there just doesn't seem to be a reasonable option for Weibin that would obstruct this. It's going to be air or re-ran alongside KY. Nothing else makes any sense. Looks like Nigel's going to be out to a big lead in this one. 52-0 already. A weak play coming from Weibin, and Fidest, boom, for Nigel next turn.
Yeah, this is a very, very tough situation for Weibin. He hasn't scored anything, now scoring 19 points. Nigel going to take an 100-point lead. Weibin probably needs an S or some other bingo on this draw. The kiss of death, Nigel Richards holding your play. The moment that happened, we saw Weibin react. But he seems to be taking it on the chin. So Fideist, or Fidest, I'd pronounce it Fideist, but who knows? Going to come down with FY, and we have to see what Weibin draws. Will it respond to that, or will he be in a world of consonant trouble? Oh, no.
But we had 4 straight bangers on stream to start the day. If you're joining in late, make sure as soon as play ends today that you go back and either watch those games in their entirety because they are that good, or if nothing else, catch the Will Anderson breakdown coming later tonight. Will's already going to be working overtime. This one might not be so good, and that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes in Scrabble. A couple poor draws on one poor decision, and Nigel Richards might run laps around you. Never say never. Fidest is going to open a huge chunk of the board, a huge back S hook, still 2 unseen blanks and 3 S's. Can Weibin recover and right the ship?
And what is taking Nigel Richards so long? What has changed in the position that he is contemplating? Is this a little bit of hesitation from the best Scrabble player of all time? Normally he would have had this on the board over a minute ago, but here it comes. Maybe just regaining focus. Weibin's going to be probably a little surprised by how long it took for this to come down. But yeah, here it comes, and world of trouble for Weibin Toe. Luckily for him, he's in second place. He can recover from 1 loss, maybe even 2 losses, with 4 games left before they crown 2 finalists for tomorrow.
We will see. I think importantly for Weibin, you want to leave the back hook on Fidest alone. It's a big volatile spot, and facing a 100-point deficit, volatility is your friend. Many good plays that allow him to do that. I think the one that jumps out right away is Fervid through the E in Fidest. You'd like to keep that double line open if you can, but your rack is so bad, you likely need to play Fervid here despite how it blocks your bingo opportunities and sets up high-scoring stacks for Nigel. The other option he may consider for a minute here is Frigid through the I, but that obstructs both the E and the S in Fidest, as Josh draws it on the board here. That knocks out a lot of your long-term opportunity. And maybe consideration for Vifta VIFDA to the A in candy to leave the entire bottom of this board alone. Adam Logan standing up in the background, walking over to the challenge computer. Check out that one on Stream 2. You can find the link to Stream 2 in chat. Why not have both games open at once? Waven, tunneling back on Frigid now, Josh. Do you like Frigid, Fervid, Vifta, or another line here?
Looks like Waben's ready to take a cold shower. That LV combination, not very good. I like the play of Vifta, creating some action in this top left of the board that is very dangerously closed at the moment. Maybe we'll see an 8-letter word ending in IFY. This does a little bit of a job setting up an R. I would have left the S open. I would have wanted to leave the E open as well. Fervid looks okay. Vifta looks even better. I think this might be a mistake for Waben.
Yeah, I just don't like how this controls his long-term chances in the game. At a different game score, Frigid might be the right line, but you're blocking an awful lot. And in the nightmare situation where Nigel draws an S immediately, it's going to feel close to game over. And that S is indeed on Nigel's rack. He has set up a swim, which plays for 42 points with Fidist. Its anagram Swami in the same spot is a more aggressive option. A swim feels very strong here for Nigel, right, Josh?
Yeah, it looks really good as the players are having a score dispute. I think Nigel might have misscored his play of FDS. He did look a little bit distracted when he made that play, but back to him. 20.5 minutes to decide. A swim looks super, super strong. Swami also available, but I'm not really sure. Why would I want to create a hook for my opponent? Whereas a swim, I guess the issue is that that is a nice lane for sevens. The one or the other here.
Yeah, I'd still play a swim. I just don't want to give up the back hook to Swami. Maybe there's some thought being given to Wasm, W-A-S-M, but that holds double I's with another I as one of the biggest spots on the board. I don't think it's quite worth that sacrifice. Just turn on the jets and run if you're Nigel Richards.
Worth noting, you might want to keep an A and an I together with just swim, but swim will take an S hook. A swim already an adjective, no hooks allowed on an adjective. So that is Nigel's choice. There's a little bit of danger in opening something, but you can't take a huge scoring spot in Scrabble and expect it not to open something else. In most cases, it will. That's a huge play, 42 points. Nigel's up 120, and Waven has not improved on his 6 consonant rack.
No, he hasn't. He's found another bad draw, and I just don't know how to untangle this. 27 points available for him if he plays Mown, M-O-W-N, above the M in a swim, making the 2-letter M-M. That holds B-L-V. And just looking at the BLV leave makes me want to walk away from the board. It's so brutal, but can't score much else with this rack. Mo, maybe? Set up the N, Moan. Do you see anything else that makes sense here, Josh?
He was looking at Vim for a second for 16. I hate how that eliminates this R and a lot of plays through this D from contention. I think Moan looks better. Hard to stomach. Gotta play something that scores something. Try to draw a blank. Try to draw a lucky bingo. The BL could turn into ABLE. And again, what if Waben draws the Q? At some point, we might see something get played with QUEY. Let's not forget about our friend, the Q.
Oh, that Q at the top of the board could be huge. Waben has a huge decision to make here. Look at Nigel's rack, CEEHISZ. Depending on where this O goes, Nigel is an O away from an 8-letter word. If Waben decides to play a very open play here and puts the O in space, echoizes on cue for Nigel to slam dunk this one. We'll see. Yeah, I was thinking a blow was actually a very strong option. This would seed echoizes and GG.
Yeah, I don't like how a blow eliminates this lane from contention, so I don't think he's going to play that, but he's contemplating. He doesn't like Moan. He's put it back on his rack. It's going to come down, I think.
Yeah, you can't know how the game's going to unfold exactly, but this position just feels so dire for Weibin, and I think it comes down to that decision of Frigid. You blocked a whole lot earlier, and now there's not a whole lot left. Nigel is going to play exactly what Josh is drawing on the board now. This is going to be a very quick turn for him. Zekin, 60 points, Zetchin, however you say that. Bam, dang, Nigel off to the races here.
Yeah, that's gonna be hot. That's gonna be hard to come back from your Waven. Even if he draws an unlikely bingo here, he'll still be down a huge amount. He has seen Bolivar. That is gonna fit after Zekin. That's gonna be his ticket back in this game. It'll also fit to the right of Reran. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for Waven Toe. He is still holding on in this game. What a fantastic draw.
Wow, that keeps things interesting for us. Zekin coming down for 60 puts Nigel up by 150, but the good draw for Weibin means that deficit's going to be cut in half. The one question now is, where do you play it? 80 points on the double word square along Reran, 81 if you slot this alongside Bolivar. And with the placement of the V, you are nicely forking this board open. Not one, but two bingo lines. Nigel could not obstruct both at the same time. Josh, you take an 81 on the far right or 80 in the conservative placement?
I have absolutely no idea. It's such an interesting decision. Clearly, Bolivar on the right is a more dynamic play, but it's also far less defensive. With an 153-point deficit, you can't be giving your opponent such easy access to triples, can you? Maybe you need the desperation in this case, forking the board open. I think I take 80 here. I think I leave this area open for potentially a bingo later. Let's not forget that ZE is a valid word. Lots of 7-letter words will fit there. I think we have to go a little bit safe here, not give Nigel easy counterplay. But little does Weibin know, Nigel has AEEOSST. That is not going to score anything on any of those triples.
Wow, this rack doesn't even have any possible 8s in it. There is no floater that will save Nigel from scoring very little. I would play Bolivar here. This is about the best you're going to do for long-term positioning. It's also one extra point. I think I'd even sacrifice to make the board this dynamic. So Bolivar for 81, Matt's choice, not Josh's choice. And we'll see Weibin pulling closer, 153 to 225 for Nigel. And Nigel can't score very much on this move. This will be interesting.
Was Nigel considering OSE, and is he still considering OSE to set up his S? There's only one S left from his perspective, but 2 blanks. You're not really worried about the blanks anymore, since this lane is kind of obstructed and blank plays won't score that much on the 2 triples. This could be an incredible decision by Nigel Richards to set up his S, but look at that draw for Weibin. Just as I say that, he's going to bingo again.
I don't actually think that's... Oh, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, Gaudier fits on this board. Okay, so Weibin with a great draw to keep this one suspenseful. Nigel has already drawn all 4 S tiles in this game, and Nigel's so devastating at the setup. I'd be shocked if this isn't OSE next turn, and then we'll see what Nigel's able to hammer home on the following turn. But wow, yeah, Gaudier, Groutier, great pull for Weibin here.
It's just so amazing. Weibin's gonna be like, oh, uh-oh. He knows exactly what's going on, yet he can do nothing about it. So often this is the case against Nigel. He makes some transparent setups, but this one, I don't think it's going anywhere. Luckily for Weibin, I think he has to take Gaudier here. Look at Nigel's draw, ATA, triplicating his A's, duplicating his T's. This is insane.
Yeah, a letter that scores anything for Nigel means he's going to slam that spot next turn. But because he has the case S, maybe he sits on it. Now, Weibin with the tough turn here. Gaudier plays for 69, but trailing by over 100. If you play for just 69 now, I don't know. He's got the other option. You've got to tell. After Nigel plays OSE, he's got to have the last S. He loves to set himself up. Do you consider Josh playing out guide through the D in fideists or fideists to open a second spot? Or do you play tight and let Nigel smash you?
I think I like this. I mean, this is another lane being opened next to the GO. So things are still possible. The Q's still out. There's bingos to this R, blank still out. Obviously, Wavin doesn't feel good about the position, but I think you do this and just pray.
Do this and pray, the line we see from Wabin, and his prayers are going to come true after Nigel's TAA draw after the setup. Nigel may say ta-ta to all of these tiles at once. TAATA looks like what he's considering. I believe that's going to play through the T in fideists, just playing 3 A's and a T, 16 points, but crucially, holding on to that S. If he draws a J, he hits jets and oses for a bingo score. Even if he draws a V, he's got a nice score there. But look, Wabin drawing into the Q for QE. He does not have the U he needs, but he's so close to something like Quixote for 1,000 points. Wow, 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 is this game going to be interesting. Josh, what would you do if you're Nigel here?
Look at this. He's playing Tata here. This is 18. And it is going to block the Q plays. Is Nigel really worried about that? Or does he prefer keeping the E and the S, trying to draw one more tile to hit a huge play down this final column on the board? So that is probably not what Wavin wanted to see, although it's definitely better than a huge play to the S. But still, Wavin, how is he going to deal with this S threat that exists? Nigel's finally drawn a scoring tile. Oh, that is very, very good for Nigel Richards. Wow.
Yeah, Nigel. Oh,
what do you do now?
There's 1-7 in this rack for Nigel Pensile. It doesn't quite play with Oses. He does have Pilsner down to the R in Frigid, a rather underwhelming bingo for him. Wavin with a fascinating turn here. Looks like he's thinking about EXO alongside the left of Gaudier, holding the Q back. This is 55. He can also just drop the Q right now, but EXO looks so strong, as Josh saying, CINQ draw he can hit next turn. 60 points for that if he draws one of those 3 N's. If he draws a U as well, he could threaten other words like coquette. EXO looks very good to me. Josh, do you agree?
Looks fantastic. And somehow Wavin is back in this game. He is temporarily ahead. Nigel's going to bingo, but if Wavin just draws one of those 2 remaining ends, the game is tied again. How does this guy do it? How does he stay in this game? He lost a turn. Nigel doesn't know it, but he might be in a little bit of danger here.
Oh my god, TAATA takes a front hook, and oh my goodness, Wavin just drew Cade and Ata. Oh my god, is Wavin gonna win?
Holy mackerel. That is unbelievable. So Nigel blocking the Q, but setting up A's for himself has set Wavin up in advance. Kadi is going to score 78 points if Wavin simply sees this A hook on Tata. He has to spot it. Kaid is going to come down. Wavin's going to take the lead.
What on earth? TAATA taking a front A makes that decision from Nigel very interesting. I guess he was worried about the nightmare draws, but this going to hurt. Nigel just a statue as he takes Cade on the chin. 78 for Wavin, and a terrible draw from Nigel. Wavin leads by 20. Wavin's got to be the favorite in this game. Nigel does have QUAG down from the newly exposed Q, but it leaves poorly. EERU. Oh my goodness, what will Wavin draw here?
This S is still there. There's one blank for him. 4-tile draw. Will he see the final blank on this draw? No. That is a little bit of respite for Nigel Richards. Little does he know, Quag will come down. He'll take a small lead. and Waven to react to this crazy situation. 8 tiles in the bag after Quag. What an insane game. Matt, we were worried. Why were we worried?
The streaming gods have been excellent to us. We've seen now 5 excellent games of Scrabble today. Josh, look at the unseen pool from Nigel's perspective. 4 vowels, just E and 3 O's plus that blank, and a lot of clunky, horrific consonants. Waben has one of the better racks he could actually have right now. The end of this game is going to be very, very weird looking at that unseen distribution. Quag, a forced play from Nigel coming down here. Will he draw a blank? Will he draw one of those last 2 vowels in the bag? Oh my goodness, this is exciting.
There's around a 1 in 3 chance, slightly less, that Nigel draws this final blank. And he misses it.
This is utterly insane. Oh my goodness. All right, Waben on turn now. 8 tiles in the bag. And as we've said so many times along this stream, pacing, so important now. In a tight game like this, you want to make the last play. So ideally, you're looking to play maybe 5 or 6 tiles here. Might we see content on a game that's already given us so much content? Is that crazy, Josh?
That's exactly what I'm looking at. There's obviously tons of risk involved with it. This J looming large. If Nigel has J blank, this game is probably over. Juco would be a possibility after content. This has to be the right play, though, Matt. It does everything right. It scores points. It digs into the bag for that all-important blank and that J in that order. Problem is,
I don't know. There are
no vowels.
Other plays make a lot of sense here for Waben. If he notices, pun not really intended, through the I and frigid, 3 overlaps, Notice. That does several of the right things as well. This one leaves 3 in the bag, scores 24. But one thing that scares me about this play, it holds L in, drawing into a bag with quite a few consonants left. I might want to hold 1 vowel back if I'm going to make a play like that. A third option for Waben here is Klon. Josh, you're drawing in tonic too. Yeah, this does some good stuff. Lots of big, strong options here for Waben, but one of the huge keys in this game is, can he draw the blank after his play?
This is an incredibly tough position, but you have to be drawn to drawing that blank. It's not like you're going to bingo on this board, but this blank hooking onto OSE, it feels like that's the number one thing you need to do here. And just as I say that, Waven has this play lined up. I am all for content. I'm not saying this in jest. This has to be the right play. I've never been so sure, Matt.
I don't know. I mean, eject and Juco, both threats naturally. Nigel wouldn't even need the blank to make that play. So those are huge, just instant game over, game losing plays after content. It's a cool play. It does a lot of right things. And of course, we love content in our little Scrabble corner of the internet. I don't think it's right here.
So this would take a 2-point lead. It's coming on the board. If Nigel had Juco eject, he would take a 60-point lead, but would head into an endgame potentially without an outplay. Waven could potentially come back with a big play with Oses. I don't know, man. It's on the board. We love to see it. It might not be right, but hell is it awesome.
So Waben needs to draw J-O blank out of the bag. He'll threaten J-O-L-S and Oses if he does. But look at that unseen pool from Nigel's POV. If J-O-L blank not on Waben's rack, Waben probably can't win this game. There's the J. There's the O. There's the blank. Waben's got J-O-L-S. Has he just stolen this game from Nigel Richards? Oh my goodness.
You might have. What is unseen now? An L and an H. That H is probably kind of useful. So if Nigel decides to block OSES, I don't know how he'll do that. something like route, keeping BE. He'll threaten BHEL. Does that even go anywhere? He'll be threatening Belch and Blech. That's going away. This is Nigel's time to shine, of course. 2 tiles in the bag. This is where he knows best, but this looks like potentially Wabe and Toe coming back from the dead against the greatest of all time in what is an absolute classic. Holy crap. What a game.
What a game indeed. Waben threatening Juco on the left, or Jock. Waben threatening Jaws on the right. Nigel can't block both. He's got to feel pretty sunk. If Waben's got J-O blank, I'm probably sunk. Now, playing on the right side would require Waben to have J-O-L blank, so slightly less likely, but oh man, if anybody can untangle this mess, it's Nigel Richards. What a position. What a game. Oh my goodness.
So what happens, Matt, after Juco or Jock or Joel's? Waben will still have a V try and untangle with. However, he has a spot here. He has a spot here. He has Rev. He's not getting stuck anytime soon.
Oh man, we know Nigel can solve any kind of end game and even any kind of pre-end game, but he's just going through in his head now. Content makes sense holding almost any remaining tile in the pool. He can't make much of an inference, and he's just got to imagine different situations. What if LO is in the bag? What if HL is in the bag? What if VL is in the bag? What if the blank is in the bag? And figure out how many of those end games he's going to win. A fascinating puzzle for Nigel, but of course we know JOL blank all on Waben's rack. I don't know that Nigel can win in any universe where that's true.
16, 18, 21. Let's count this. If Nigel blocks the C and goes out next turn, that's 63 points for Waben. That is 63 plus 2. Let's try to do the math here. We're not going to be able to keep up with Nigel Richards. But if he manages to score points, block the C, or score points, block this, and then go out next turn, he might still be able to win.
Let's see. Oh my God, Nigel can actually win the game. If he plays Turfen, Turfen, through the disconnected EF, he will draw into Belch or Bletch. Waben's going to be stuck with PRV on his rack. Turfen in this universe actually wins for Nigel. Again, Nigel doesn't know what's in the bag. Nigel's got to figure out a whole bunch of different universes, but Nigel can still win this game despite Waben pulling almost exactly what he needed to out of the bag. Holy shiza.
So Brute here, maybe you don't have to block anything. Brute being suggested by the engine. You score points. If he draws HL, he will have HELO. He'll be able to go out next turn. That looks like enough too.
Let's see. If he plays Brute, if he draws HL, what happens? He plays Helo to go out, and they tie.
You have to be
Brute
joking.
ties.
You are kidding me. Okay, this is the line we're looking at. Root plays here. This scores 25.
Indeed.
Nigel will be up by 23. Let's see if we follow. JOLS is the response, or is it Jock?
It's going to be Jaws. Or Jors, one of those.
Okay.
JOLS, JORS.
63 points. So if you're following 23 minus 63, Waben will be up 40. HELO.
What is he
but
playing?
he's not doing it. Oh my God. Plays Berg.
All right, let's see if this does it, and then try to figure out if this wins for Nigel. JLOPRV blank on Waben's rack. He's going to do all of his paperwork. See EHLOTU unseen to him. I don't think that goes out anywhere. I think Wei Bin's going to win this
Wait
game.
a second. Wait a second. Okay, I think I'm seeing ghosts. And Wei Bin gets stuck with the V in this line?
Wei Bin has wins, but JOLS and JORS are not wins, apparently. He can get stuck. Nigel threatening huge points, HUE in the bottom of the board. Wei Bin's going to be stuck. Wei Bin can't play Jaws or Jors to win this game. He can win, but not with the obvious plays. Oh my goodness, Josh. He's got 7 minutes to think through this ridiculous endgame.
What is Berg? What is this from Nigel Richards? Okay, well, we know that if Wei Bin sees CH, which he just saw, I think, he's smiling. He's like, no way, I'm letting you play that. He might be winning this game. He has Brill at the very least. He has Vet. So he's not getting stuck. Does Nigel have enough in the end game with 6 tiles? I don't think so, but it's going to be kind of close.
Wei Bin looking at Jock now. He's got to take away the big H plays underneath content. Jock is a winning play for Wei Bin. JOLS is not. So if he's able to commit on this, and look how quickly he's solved this. With 8 minutes on his clock, he's used not even 2 and identified a winning path. Wei Bin will go up 441 to 399 after this 60-point J-bomb. Nigel can do a lot to catch up, but it looks like if everything happens correctly, Nigel loses this game by 1.
1?
Yeah, Nigel plays TULE and PE, threatening OHO from the O in Jock. Wei Bin then must block OHO by playing OP in that spot for 8. And then he'll hang on to win by 1. What on earth?
There's no way. Nigel's going to find Tool. That I'm almost certain. Tool or Loot. I don't think there's a difference. Yep. That's what my engine's saying. -1. So Wei Bin still needs to make the correct play. After this, it is so counterintuitive to not play your V off that you cannot let Nigel get 29 for Oho after this. I can't. Who is writing the script, Matt? I don't understand.
Know, but the writers need a raise, man. Today, 5 for 5 on absolutely ridiculous games. We know if both players play perfectly, Wei Bin's got it by 1. But we saw Nigel steal a game. He was set to lose by 1, and a minor blunder by his opponent in the end game. Nigel took it by 1 instead. It's not over until the fat lady sings, and I'm not hearing any singing yet, Josh. Oh my goodness.
I don't even... If you are not entertained by this, I am very, very sorry for you. But Nigel Richards, in another situation where he is losing by 1 point in an endgame where he made an incredible, quick decision. I don't know if his play of Berg was correct. All I know is that with this result, it looks hella good. How does he do it? And how does he keep on getting himself into these ridiculous situations? Wei Bin now, all he has to do is wait because he knows Nigel's going to make the best play, and he has to react to it. Wei Bin needs to block OHO next turn.
If this entertains you at all, you gotta click the thumbs up button. We still have 3 more games to stream here for Worlds. The winner of this is in good shape to face Adam Logan in tomorrow's final, but losing this game does not mean it's over for Nigel or for Wei Bin. 3 more wild games. We've seen 5 straight bangers already. If you missed the earlier action, Will Anderson will break all of it down on his channel later tonight, but boy, Will, you're going to need a lot of caffeine to get through this. So many good games, so many wild positions. The script writers desperately need a raise.
Look how long Nigel Richards is taking. By the way, this game is not over. We know that the result is foregone if both players play optimally. That is not always the case. Actually, the stats show, for those joining and not aware of Nigel Richards' prowess, he solves pretty much every endgame, but other top players in similar situations make only 50% of the correct moves. Wei-Ben To with 4 consonants might be drawn to play off his V here for 10, but he cannot do that. He will lose to OHO. He needs to be sure he knows what Nigel has. He has 5.5 minutes to double check his tracking, make sure HO is what Nigel Richards has on his rack. Then he needs to find a pretty pedestrian spot for it, and then do the math, calculate, do I still win if I drop my P for 8 points? 449 to 415. Nigel needs to make up 34 points after op can only make up 33.
Yeah, if he doesn't go out with OHO, his next highest scoring out is NOO, OH, and UH to the right side of Gaudier. That's 21 plus 12 from Wei-Ben's rack. Nigel would lose by 1, but if and only if Wei-Ben makes his one winning play. If Wei-Ben does anything except drop his P tile between the O's in Jock and Content, he will lose this game. If you're just watching Scrabble for the first time and you didn't realize it could be this tense, welcome to the World Scrabble Championship. This is as good as it gets.
Unbelievable. So, Wei-Ben plays Jock. It is a winning move, but it almost slips up. Would he have been better off playing Juco? I think so, but it's too close for comfort now. Up to Wei-Ben with 4 minutes. Is he going to take down Nigel Richards twice in the same day on the same stream? This time, it seemed all but over after Wei-Ben played a phony 5-letter word on his second turn. However, he has come back. He's played Bolivar. He's played Kaid. He's played Exo, Gaudier. And then he played Content, which was amazing. The engine approved of this play, leaving 2 tiles in the bag. I have come back with the result. Berg, I don't know if it was the best play. My computer has finally told me 5 minutes later, Berg wins 50% of the time. 50-50. If that isn't content, that isn't enough to tell you how amazing Scrabble is at the top level, I don't know what to do.
I can't believe this is happening, man. Like, I feel like I'm about to wake up, my 3:30 alarm's going to go off, and we're going to start day 4 of the World Scrabble Championship. This is utterly ridiculous. Nigel Richards with 2 different 1-point games, both captured here on stream. This is totally wild. Wei-Ben now 2.5 minutes left. I know if I were in his chair right now, my heart rate would be at least 140. It feels so easy to mess this up. Does Nigel have any extra sneaky plan? Could he try to V-stick me? Am I missing anything at all? It's so easy to get in your own head in a high pressure situation like this. Wei-Ben's got the P set off to the side. I think he's figured it out.
I do too. He's just recalculating. He's just recounting. You have to make sure everything is perfectly calculated here. This blocks Nigel's best play. He has to see, okay, I blocked OHO. What's Nigel's best move? OH? Where does OH play? And then he has to do the math, figure out he's winning. So I'm going to be running numbers in the background to see if Berg was the correct play. This is going to take a lot longer to analyze. Can you guys believe Nigel solved, or at least attempted to solve, a 2 in the bag? That means 36 different situations with a blank involved in 3 minutes. Our engines are going to take 20, 30, 40, at least that long, come to the same conclusion as Nigel Richards. That is just ridiculous.
He's better than computers, and we've been refining and refining computers in competitive Scrabble for 20 minutes, and Nigel just makes it look so easy. Need I remind you, Nigel does this in 4 languages as well, or 4 lexica, both English or North American. The North American dictionary, the international dictionary. He's won world championships in French and in Spanish already. Utterly absurd what we see from Nigel Richards. Wei Bin has grabbed the P tile. As long as he puts it in the right spot, Wei Bin is going to beat Nigel Richards by 1, but I do need to remind everybody at home, if there is any kind of scoring discrepancy whatsoever, we cannot interfere. Do not text Wei Bin. Do not text Nigel. I'm starting to think we should be running these on a small tape delay just so those things don't happen. We must be quiet. We cannot interfere.
Yeah, good point. Good thing none of you are going to be able to text Nigel. So, 15 seconds, Wei Bin, don't run out of time. You have 10 seconds to make your play. Hurry up. Holy crap. OPPO, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. And he does it. This is a win by 1. He can't believe it. We can't believe it. Nigel Richards can believe it.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
All right. Nigel to end the game with OH for 21 points, getting 12 from Wei Bin, 448, 449. Those are the scores we have. Let's see what they have. Probably the same thing. Listen to the overhead mic.
Plus 12, 448, and 449, 446, 449, right? Oh, 12, 448. Yeah. Recounting. Is this good? Like, it's pre-ran good. It's pre-ran good. Pre-run is good, right? Like, yeah, but not pre-ran. Is that good? No, right? Only pre-run. Pre-run is good, right? Good job. No, lucky. Yeah, I should have swapped. I guess Juko or something, maybe slightly better.
A little bit of existentialism from Nigel. Don't think it matters, he says. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, indeed. It didn't matter. Juco would have been fine as well. I think it would have led to a 2-point win for Wei Bin. Nigel's own game slightly different. Hole threatening U2 from the U in Juco. Would have lost by 2 for Nigel. But oh my goodness, what a game. Nigel falls now 1.5 games behind Wei Bin Toe with 3 to play here at the World Championship. Nigel is not done, but he's going to need to win 3 straight games. Peering over on board 2, Adam Logan won again, which means he has now officially clinched one of the 2 seats in tomorrow's best of 7 finals. Wei Bin, Nigel, and a couple other players duking it out for the other spot. But massive congratulations to Adam Logan, clinching one of the 2 spots. I love how Nigel just sat there. Wei Bin asking, is pre-ran a word? And Nigel, I don't know. Of course he knows, but he never answers those questions after the game. We've seen him multiple times reject the questions from his opponent, either just not answering at all or saying, I don't know, just a quippy little one-liner. All right, Grandmaster Adam Logan clinching one of the 2 seats, and we've got a bloodbath for the other one. This is Let's Play Scrabble. This YouTube channel brings you so much Scrabble on the internet, including this year's 2025 World Scrabble Championship. That is what you're watching right now. If that was at all entertaining to you, you got to do the homework down below. Click the thumbs up button. Let's bump Scrabble up the algorithm as we see if the world's greatest player, Nigel Richards, can win up 3 straight to face Adam Logan, or if we will see a different challenger earn a berth tomorrow. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you haven't yet seen this morning's games, goodness, you're going to have to go back and watch them, but not right now. We're going to need a small delay. At this stage in the tournament, they wait until every single result is submitted before they pair the next round to make sure the pairings are the most competitive, the most dynamic, the most fair. So while that happens, Josh, I got to catch my breath. How are you feeling right now?
I just I don't know what to think. These games have been so good. It just feels like, how do we improve from here? But 3 games to go, every single game far more crucial than the last one. After that, 2 finalists tomorrow, best of 7. We're going to need a moment for pairings, like Matt said. Huge thanks, by the way, to all of the people in the chat for participating, for watching. Thank you for being here. Let us know where you're watching from, how you're feeling after that incredible game. Also, huge thanks to people who are becoming Scrabble Super Friends. Let's Play Scrabble is a grassroots project. Your help allows Let's Play Scrabble to refund money into Scrabble streaming. That wasn't very well said, but yeah, thank you especially to those that are able to give monthly to become a Super Friend. We'll be right back. We have to wait for pairings. We're going to have a heck of a matchup for you guys. Only bangers for sure. We'll see you in just a bit.
You're watching Let's Play Scrabble. Do not go anywhere. Only bangers coming your way. And just like that, 29 games are finished here at the World Scrabble Champion. Josh, Sokol, you were jamming along to our bops in between rounds, but in between rounds, no longer. 3 games to go. Let's show you all the standings so you understand just how big these last 3 games are going to be. We are going to stick with Scrabble's GOAT, Nigel Richards, who is fighting for his life. Adam Logan has been Gibsonized. That's what we say in Scrabble when somebody is too far ahead to do or to be caught. So Logan is going to sit out for the rest of this event. Wabin paired with Bill. Nigel paired with Stanley. We're going to show you Nigel and Stanley. Josh, tell us what this matchup means.
Well, it's a rematch. We saw them earlier, and this is an absolute must-win for the both of them. They will be mathematically eliminated, I think, if they lose this game, either of them. So, Nigel to start, Stanley to respond. Let's play Scrabble. Let's watch this game.
If Nigel Richards loses this game and Wabinto wins this game, Nigel is mathematically eliminated from contention here at the World Scrabble Championship. He cannot win anymore. So I will keep a close eye on that result. It looks like that game is not on Stream 2. Instead, Stream 2, Timmy Woko and Wasim Khatri, who are still in contention as well. But Nigel of New Zealand, Stanley representing Ghana, though he lives in, though he hails from Nigeria. That's the matchup here. Nigel, Stanley, fighting for their tournament lives. We're underway. Let's play Scrabble.
RT, that's a good start. ERT, even better. All right, duplicated T, D. Things are not looking as good for Nigel Richards. DEERRTT. Trying to get rid of an R and a T here. Feels like the call. Maybe you just exchange.
Maybe you exchange RT, keep DEERT, or you play long, as Nigel's done here. Retted, RETTED, 18 points. Does expose unique floaters for your opponent to work with, but 18 versus 0, that's a big delta. An Engine has the exchange and Redded within about 1.5 points of each other, though it is giving a slight preference towards the exchange 2 here for Nigel.
Yeah, if you exchange 2, the only difference is Stanley might respond in turn with an exchange of his own when he otherwise would not have. So you're giving your opponent information that you're close to a bingo. They might be a little bit scared and not give you any tiles to play through. So I feel like on these turns, if an Engine is giving the play of Retted a similar value to the exchange, it might be better to just play through. Nigel contemplating a minute and a half already taken on this turn. Maybe it's time to exchange. Maybe it's time to pivot. Maybe he's just going to go ahead with his first instinct. We don't know. Stanley, on the other hand, 5 vowels plus a Y and an N. Not very good. If Reddit comes down, he's going to have some decent options. If nothing comes onto the board, he might just exchange himself.
All right, Nigel opting for the exchange. Engine has this about 1.5 points above Retted. You have to assign a small penalty to the Engine because the Engine's not smart enough to adjust its counterplay based on what you've done. Nigel opting to trade to AYE, the opening we're going to see from Stanley here, who may have wanted to think about countering Nigel's exchange with an exchange of his own. When your opponent changes 2, putting floaters on the board is rather scary. But we've seen this happen so many times. Nigel drawing the J and the K on his 2-tile draw. He will not bingo after the small exchange. Josh, you think the J is going to get played here? Jerk for 29 with KA? Or do you think Nigel might wreak havoc on the board with REKED and KY?
Well, he's looking at jerked. I wonder where he's thinking about playing that. Maybe just jerk. Yeah, jerk and KA. I was thinking jark instead might be merited here through the open A of AYE. to keep a slightly better leave and not opening that triple. If I put this JE on the board, you can see this big triple open. So DET is a very strong leave. DEET around as strong, but with Jark, things are a lot more contained. What else is there to consider? JEAT, Matt? Something like that?
Engine is throwing a strange option on top. KED and KY, 31 points, holds and sets up the J. And Nigel's going to show us how it's done. This is not a play that I think many experts would make on this turn, but the computer analysis says Nigel's doing it right, as we've come to expect from the GOAT. Oh, REKET coming down instead. This is close.
Yeah, REKED, potentially the idea here is in some situations you're playing here, setting up the J with like Taj or something like that. But yeah, going a little bit longer. KED was a little bit potentially better according to the engine, but I think I trust Nigel here. ANEW lined up for Stanley. ALO would be the leave. This is a very nice play, however. It really scores very well, leaves the board pretty bereft of scoring and bingo opportunities.
Anu looks very, very strong for Stanley on this turn. I wonder how much more time he spends looking at it, but that's got to be the play for him. And here it comes.
And we see it. And look at this. This is going to set up Gene. Unfortunately, Nigel not drawing an A. That was probably his plan. Opponent played something there. Taj would come down for a bunch if an N or a T was placed right there. Somehow he predicted it, but he can't predict what he draws out of the bag. Maybe you just drop the J now?
Yeah, you've got to drop the J now. Just JEAN for 27. You can't get caught trying to fish for it. You don't want to play something like Foyne and AN just to go for Taj and Gene next turn. It's not that strong. And the board is brutal for your opponent after Gene. In CSW play, I feel like the average score is roughly 35 to 40 per turn. After Gene, the board is so destroyed, Stanley's average play just 23. So, wreak havoc on the board, drop the J, see where this takes you. That's the line for Nigel. He's going to do it now. 27 more for him. 62 to 40, but sideways blank alert. Stanley has drawn well. Stanley has one playable bingo, but boy, after Nigel has played one tile, this is hard to play.
He's paying attention to this play. He's not turning over his seventh tile. Oriola only bingo here, and that's an R. That means no playable bingo. Apparently, for Nigel Richards, foreign's a 7-letter word, will not go anywhere.
Wow, that's incredible. FINOST. You can draw a C, a G, or an R into it to hit a 7-letter word. Nigel has found one of those. But Foreign's plays nowhere, and despite getting 5 great floaters, AELOR, all out in space, Nigel has nothing here on the bingo front. He can score relatively well through the A in Oriola with FRATI. That seems like the move to me. Nigel's already set it up. Josh, any reason not to play this?
Seems pretty obvious to me. You got to take out that triple, continue to score. Once we get that score updated, 75 to 35, Nigel will only be down 4 points with a very strong leave of ONS. Lots of floaters to work with and a potential high-scoring spot next to Gene. So 75 points to 71 after both plays are counted up.
What a post-bingo draw for Stanley. He's pulled the natural crumble. Crumble, though, does not fit on the board, and this is a trap waiting. Crumbler, not acceptable, but would play for a massive score if it were 102. Just crumble through that blank R is his best play. Oh boy, Josh, this is brutal for Stanley.
Crumble or Crummer. Let's see if he falls into the trap. He's reaching for the L, and he is... Oh, He has placed this on the board. This is not a word. Will Nigel hold? He has held. That is the kiss of death. Wasim on the other table notices the hold. He's like, oh, I'm so glad I'm not facing this guy. This is probably coming off the board. Only worth 5 points to challenge. Nigel's knowledge of the words is unmatched. That is going to hurt.
Oh man, all right. And Nigel's going to see that crumble available as the next best option. He's going to knock it off. What a swing in this game. But I respect the effort by Stanley. I would have tried it. Put the R on for 54 additional points. Even if you're only like 10 or 20% sure this is good, probably worth that risk. But Nigel is 100% sure about the validity of all of the words with his photographic or eidetic memory. Oh man, that was exciting. Let me get these scores updated. We have Nigel at 98, Stanley at 103.
If you ever wondered what chess is like under a Scrabble circumstance, this is it. Nigel Richards has perfect knowledge of Stanley's rack, so he can make a very good inference. Bovia blocking the double doubles looks like the best option for Nigel. The scores are currently at, we're having a little bit of an issue here. 103 Stanley. So let's do that. Yeah, I'll put the scores underneath. How about that?
Oh, you're going to have to update Nigel's now. He blocks everything, plays Fovea through the A, 22 points, and Stanley going to crumble back in his chair as this turn got way, way harder for him now. Nigel's blocked nearly everything good he can do. He can cash the LN Foveal, and Culm, C-U-L-M, is 22. But otherwise, this is a very brutal turn for Stanley. What a swing.
Yeah, let me see if I can help while we get these scores figured out. Maybe put some white in here. Oh, that's not going to work. How about this? I'll put Nigel's score here next to his name. 1, 2, 0. We're going to be working on that, folks. Sorry about that. Sometimes technology doesn't cooperate. So, over to Stanley. Same rack as before. What were you saying? Foveal?
Foveal and Culm, C-U-L-M, probably the move we're going to see.
Yeah, you could play C-L-E-M here for more points. Culm, though, it does retain a lane on the board. Scores are still close. Stanley doesn't need to overreact here, but it kind of sucks to lose a turn. There we go. Scores are updated.
Man, Josh Greenway on the ground just put out that fire in like 8 seconds. I know I say a lot of nice things about him, but my goodness, he is a tech whiz now as he's been streaming Scrabble for years. Thank you, Josh, for all you do behind the scenes. You are the true brains behind this operation. You deserve all the credit. Bum is what Stanley's going to play here. Holds C-E-L-R. You can play these same 3 tiles for 2 additional points with the 4-letter Ombu. O-M-B-U. Now he's going to switch to lumber. Just play long. I guess if Nigel's got some information about your rack, might as well play off a bunch of the tiles at once and introduce some extra fog of war. So lumber, what we see from Stanley. He pulls ahead by 1, and Nigel with the rough rack, E-H-N-N-N-R-S. Josh, walk us through what you're looking at here if you're Nigel.
Well, that E does help him out when you have so many consonants. You're looking for vowels on the board to play through. That E allows him to play Henner, but he has small amount of knowledge still remaining of Stanley's tile CL since Stanley played a phony word, so he might not want to open the possibility up of a double-double coming down immediately after Henner. He can score 34 here with just turns. That seems pretty good as well, but it retains 2 ends. Duplicated tiles are Scrabble players' worst enemies. Only thing worse than duplicates, triplicates.
Look at the draw for Stanley. QSS, an E in the right spot will give him one of those famous U-less Q words. Shekel, Shequel. Hearns puts an E right there. Thanks, Ben Schoenbrunn, for shouting this out in chat. Hearns versus Henner. Both of these are going to give up big shekel plays. Hearns, the decision we see from Nigel here. Hearns, the Engine's preferred play by about 6 points. And we'll see how long Stanley spends on this next turn. It should be a pretty rapid fire play for him.
We've said this before, the Q, the worst tile in Scrabble, but sometimes the easiest to deal with. But Stanley taking way too short of a think here. He's exchanged QL, keeping the very nice leave of chess. Wrong game, great tiles, but shekel was 44. That is a rarely seen word, but it is a huge miss. He would have taken the lead, retained an S. Ouch.
Not just retained an S, but set up a big spot for an S as well. Man, that is about a 30% blunder from Stanley, who has been playing so well all tournament. But day 4, they've played 8 games a day. Goodness, there's probably a little bit of fatigue setting in for Stanley. Oh boy, he's going to be upset when he learns about that.
Hopefully he doesn't learn about it anytime soon. It's still a game. Stanley 33 points behind. He's drawn pretty well. Still a game, but that was a huge mistake. One of the biggest we've seen.
I mean, you could argue Crumbler, also a mistake, depending on your level of confidence on the words. But yeah, 2 massive swings in favor of Nigel Richards. Though this game by no means done. Stanley does not find a bingo on his exchange. At least it doesn't look like it. Spherics doesn't quite fit. Hospices doesn't quite fit. Nigel's going to play Xenia here for 40 through the E that is left undisturbed after shekel was missed. Nigel's at 194 to 21, or 121, I should say. But lots of good options here for Stanley. Which one's your favorite, Josh?
Oh, and a lot to think about, a lot to sink your teeth into. He can play Pish, making Xenias. That seems pretty good. He could also play this word a bit lower here. That looks even better. Set up a lane here. Lumbers is his best hook for his S, but that's a nice 37 points. Doesn't open anything. Xenia takes an S and it takes an L.
All right, looking at Pishes now.
I don't think so. But yeah, you could retain both S's and play something else. I think you just take an S, score with it, try to claw your way back in this game. Now Stanley's down 73. This is of his own doing. He's shaking his head. He phonied with Crumbler. We are okay with that decision. You can't be sure of every single word in the dictionary, but playing too quickly afterwards, he may be still steaming a little bit from that lost turn. Ish looks great to me. I don't see anything else that really compares to it.
He's going to keep looking for other stuff. This looks like a rack that might bingo, and it's low probability enough that it's likely not one that you've got permanently ingrained in your head. Some of the higher probability racks that you draw all the time are racks these players have down cold, but this one, depending on your mastery of the word list, probably one you're not quite automatic on. So he's shuffling and shuffling and shuffling. We have the anagrammers open. We know there's nothing here for him, but he's going to aggravate for a little bit over this one. Oh, I think he's looking at capiches now. Capiche, C-A-P-I-S-H. You've heard that word before, but that is another word trap for Stanley. Well spotted, nice anagramming, but it is not the play here.
Oh my goodness. Well, lucky I'm not looking at the second board. There seems to be a dispute over there that's taking a little bit of focus away from us and the players. Hopefully they get that resolved. Epics is another idea mentioned in the chat. This sets up a big lane ending in S. And with Stanley's deficit, he wants some volatility on this board. He wants things to remain open. So a lot to think about for sure. However, time is of the essence. SICH is the preferred option here, according to the engine, keeping this lane open, opening an H as well in space for yourself or for Nigel Richards. This is a tough turn for sure. Lots of plays look very, very strong.
Oh boy. All right, he's going to opt for chips here. This play feels fine, but putting that C out in space there means this is going to be kind of a blocked up game afterwards. If you're Stanley, you want to draw a bingo and you want to draw it ASAP after chips. He is not committed. He set down the tiles, but going to look at this first. See, try to play out, iterate in his head if he thinks this works out or not.
Yes, indeed. So this gives Nigel a good play that he might pivot to once the clock is hit. Adorn keeping the lone ING. Doesn't open anything on this board. Scores really well. He was thinking about roading, and now I think he's going to change his mind to score 29 points. Keep ING. Maybe he's going to draw the next bingo and end the game swiftly. So Nigel to act 16 minutes exactly for both players in 3, 2, 1. I think Adorn is the play here.
Oh, Adorn looks so good. Hagdon is another option. Scores 1 more point. Extend the H at the top of the board. Nigel setting up Roding right now. RODING from the R. Both of these expose a triple with a blank unseen to Nigel, but they do score quite well, get rid of a lot of tiles. Adorn, though, looks just a little bit safer. Though with 3 L's, 2 S's out, maybe he's worried about the Xenial hook over a triple.
Maybe he is. Stanley just playing Hope Scrabble after keeping chess on his rack. Inquire's not going to come down. Enquire's not going to come down. But Nigel's still playing offense. He decides to remove the hook on Xenia and just throw a G out in space. We hate the G, but it could turn into gold for Stanley. He's got a turn to use it. They're asking about scores, double checking things. Guqin is going to come down, Guqin, with not much hesitation, I think. But again, this is a Q without U word. Okay, he spotted this one. This is a way more commonly played one, and it's going to score 45.
Yeah, he's not going to pull the trigger on it just yet. This rack looks like it could bingo. Requin's not going to go down. See if there's any other floaters. See if there's maybe something through the AI or ID at the top of the board. But no, Guqin, well spotted by Stanley. A different tile in the triple line could have been totally devastating, but the G going to help him a lot. And ERS, a nice leave for him. Stanley within 23 points. A good draw here could blow this game in Stanley's advantage as Nigel's found some awkward tiles. AENOOTY for Nigel. Nothing super strong for him here. What did you get, Stanley? EORO. Oh, man. The dreaded triple-double once again on stream.
But look at this situation now. Nigel knows this is the most dangerous spot on the board. So why not play ATOEY through this P? This eliminates this lane from contention, scores really well, balances the rack as well. What is he thinking of here?
I have no idea. ENTO set up at the front of his rack. I don't even see a candidate play that starts with the letter E. Nigel generally shifts the letters over to the side of his rack. Yeah, Toyo, Josh, as you're drawing on the screen, is kind of your standard equity play. Scores very well, but very dangerous. The way we've seen Nigel play defense when he's ahead all tournament, I'd be shocked if we see that. Atopy looks very good to me.
Yeah, but another situation where maybe floating the tile out in space is a good idea. For now, you're dangerous. You're opening something huge, but if Stanley's not able to capitalize, Nigel can continue to just score turn after turn. Opening scoring spots normally a good idea when you're ahead, but I think here the defense is definitely called for. Let's see if Nigel pivots. I think he's thinking about Toyo. Maybe he sees something we all don't. That's never happened before.
Except pretty much every time we watch him play.
Exactly. So, any knowledge Nigel has left from the Phony of Crumbler is completely out the window now after an exchange and multiple plays from Stanley, the Ghanaian local. Atopy looks fantastic here. He still wants to play Toyo. Has he spotted this move? What is wrong with blocking the lane on the right side? Nigel only up 23, though. He's going aggro. This could shoot him, or just could shoot him in the foot, but not this time. Stanley's draw was so poor, but with RES, he had such good chances of hitting that T, and he knows it. You see that grin on his face, like, oh man, I'd only drawn something slightly different.
Wow, what a different universe we'd be in with a different draw. But instead, the triple-double on Stanley's rack. He has one play that is insanely fun right now. I don't know that it's right, but right up at the top of this board, grabbing two O's and playing OHO through the H. If Nigel's going to open this board, then I am too. Deal with that, Nigel. You can't obstruct both of these threats now. Oh man, Nigel has drawn a bingo tack node, and as far as I see, it only plays on the far right of this board. So if Stanley does play Oho, tack node coming down for Nigel, this board's going to be wide open for Stanley to mount a comeback. You like Oho, Josh, or would you make a more standard play here?
That's a beautiful idea. Just take advantage of Nigel opening the board saying, okay, why are you doing that? You're ahead. I'm going to create threat after threat. You're not going to be able to stop me. If you get into some trouble, I'm going to take the lead. So leaving the triple open, not an intuitive thing at this score, of course. I love Oho. The leave is so strong too. EERRS, there might be two duplicates involved in that, but that is okay. ER is a prefix, ER is a suffix. It's almost as if it's a leave in and of itself. So keeping EERRS, not as bad as you might think. He's going to go ahead and play rope, which looks like it blocks tack node completely.
Wow.
He's switched it over. Oh my goodness.
Oh, he's moved it over here. Okay, so tack node will fit indeed.
Oh my gosh. Row would have been, row is 17, rope and repo are 16, but the big difference is that this one allows Nigel to strike. However, EROS, it is not over. There's a blank out. There are tons of great tiles out. Stanley has good chances to draw a triple. Nigel has to go ahead and play tack node. He's not up by that much, taking a 100-point lead. If Stanley misses on this triple, the game is probably Nigel's. What is he going to draw?
Big draw. Stanley shaking his head. Oh man, Nigel bingoed, but it could have been worse. Where's that blank? Where's that blank? Not here, but a decent draw. BGI into EORS is not going to bingo here for Stanley. That you know the T is going away if you don't knock it out yourself. So Stanley's got to be thinking about opening this board somehow.
That's right. So that spot up there is still available. I don't know if there are any great plays there, though. How does one open the board now? Things are getting closed very soon. Let's get that score updated. Nigel up 100 points. He was up 38. He just scored enough to bring him to 322. Very tough position for Stanley. He needs to continue to play dynamic moves and leave things open. Gawks, an option. Set up ING. No, there are no ends left. The only thing he could do there is bingo with an ING with a blank. So that's not as good as it might look like. But I'm not sure what else to do. Matt?
Yeah, maybe BOH to the H on top. You would set up the ability for one player to play AB. You can see two unseen A's. You don't have one, so that's pretty rough. Looks like Stanley is thinking about playing the GO. Maybe this is Gox, but yeah, without any ends unseen, it's very unlikely you're going to bingo to a G. You would need the blank, and that blank's almost definitely going to have to be the N you need. So Gox, not the best opening. BOH to me also feels a little bit crazy aggressive. What else do you do, though? Can you just play Ox and OH? Will that hit often enough?
That's pretty good, but you want to be able to hit triple triples as well. I don't think you're hitting any of those. What about B Gert to the T? This looks good to open a lane, but will Nigel just take advantage and block? The decision is to play GO?
Setting
Try
up
and set
EGAD.
this up? Try to set this up? No. Instead, goiter, ERRE, not a big difference here, is the play, but that is worse than B Gert. That is worse than anything else we've mentioned. An unfortunate miss for Stanley. This lane is not very good. Nigel can now just play Pylaw, play he was thinking of with impunity. The triple threat is gone.
I wonder. Sure, if you fished the O there, Ox and OH, you're probably not going to draw any triple triples. Even a blank draw, I think you don't get a triple triple. But Nigel is 100% going to block the bottom of the board. He has to block the triple triple. He has to make the assumption that that's what you're fishing for. I think Ox and O might have worked out a little bit more often than we think, but Stanley opting to put some points on the board. Nigel's now going to put a lot of points on the board. The play of Pylaw plays alongside the bottom 3 tiles of Tac Node, down to a triple word score, 43 points, and you keep the dangerous Z tile in tow. Strong advantage towards Nigel Richards. As we said, Nigel must win this game to guarantee he still has a shot at tomorrow's finals. It looks like he's going to execute that plan. Setting up PALL now, though, Josh. What is Nigel thinking?
Wiz plays as well in this area. Is there somewhere to play PALL that sets up another spot for Wiz? The only spot I see is here. What is he thinking is right?
He might just be thinking about Wiz. I don't know where Paul's going to go at all.
Let's see. There is only one spot for this word. What is the idea?
Maybe Nigel wants another 1-point game for the stream. Like, that's the only reason Paul alongside Tac Node makes sense. He's seen Pylaw. We know he's seen Pylaw. And Nigel has broken our brains before, and we know he will do it again. But if Nigel plays PALL here, I have no idea what timeline we're in.
Yeah, I don't know. Wiz fits here. Wiz fits here. I think it's between Wiz and Pylaw. Is Nigel worried about drawing all consonants? That is something to worry about in a position as strong as his. What is he thinking? Okay.
He's going to play Wiz.
I don't know. We have to wait and see. Stanley with an unplayable Billstead. That is unfortunate for him. He still has options to open the board. There's still a small possibility of bingo down here. Stanley has to wait and see what Nigel does, but he's down 80 points. There's a big scoring spot on the board. It's going to be down at least 100 most of the time. It's going to be hard to come back from here. We just have to wait and see what Nigel comes up with in this spot.
Oh, man, yeah. He's picking up ALL. What?
Why? Why? Can someone figure out what Nigel Richards is up to here? What does he draw? Wiz plays here. This takes an S hook. Does it take another hook?
What? What? That just doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, I don't get it. I think something broke.
Maybe this is a callback to his PALLED versus PALAD versus ladled decision from day one, the first wild Nigel play featured on the Will Anderson recap video. Otherwise, Nigel was known to kind of troll in situations like this, but like, what? Why did that happen? I guess maybe he's trying to convince his opponent that he's setting up an S and force Stanley to play his S in a bout of paranoia. I truly can't make heads or tails of that one.
Yeah, well, very odd play by Nigel. He sacrificed almost 30 points. He's maybe trying just to keep a vowel, and there's the blank for Stanley. That is exactly what he needed. Now, Nigel to respond, he's not up as much as he could be up. A 3-tile play does allow him to just play 3 tiles and not empty the bag. So I guess Wiz now is in the cards, and it feels really hard to lose after that.
No, Nigel's going to play Vim along the GO of Goiter, I think. What I think Nigel's plan is trying to force Stanley to open at the top. Nigel wants Stanley to play Axe or Ox or X and EH because Nigel just wants to play Wiz and Zex or Wiz and Zax for 1,000,000 points and slam the door shut. Nigel was expecting Stanley to open the board there, and he said, hey, Stanley, if you don't, here you go, there's some points at the bottom. Enjoy, you're not going to catch up. So Vim's going to come down, and he's going to commit to this plan, I think, of trying to crush any opening with the ZW combination.
That's completely redonkulous. I don't quite get how he comes up with this sort of thing, but it is true. Stanley's key back in the game was creating a new threat. Nigel had to draw that V, though, to block this area of the board. I don't think it was a foolproof plan, but Vim coming down, shutting things conclusively in this area of the board, leaving 1 tile in the bag. Now Nigel should be good to go here. A 1-tile play here now will be responded to with force, and it'll be all over.
Yeah, this one looking brutal now for Stanley. There's just nothing that you can do that's actually going to work out. You're already down 80. Nigel's looking at threatening some big points next turn. Even if you make a 1-tile fish, you're screwed. If you try to play X or Axe at the top, you know Nigel's going to have a front hook to it, and more likely than not, it's going to be Wiz. If it's not that, it's at least going to be Zitz or something.
This is very much more predictive than I've ever seen Nigel play. He was expecting a human idea of opening another spot on the board, but only scoring 17 points. That is crazy. So Stanley can only play 1 tile. Can he draw anything that ends in an H and open the board with something like Git, Gid, or GIE? That's the question he has to ask himself. I don't think there's any hope left. And even if he does that, Nigel has Wiz once again. This is 36 points, 394, 278. That's an 116-point difference. I don't think Stanley can come back from that.
Yeah. This one feels very, very done to me. Over on board 2, Wasim Khatri has just surged to a 70-point advantage over Timmy Woko. The loser of that game will be mathematically eliminated from contention for tomorrow's finals as well. Both players fighting for their life. But it looks like Pakistan's great Wasim Khatri going to come out on top of Timmy Woko over there. Over here, Nigel Richards is going to keep his odds alive. I believe, though, he's going to have to win 2 straight over Weibin Toe to make it into the finals, pending a few other results. But Nigel will stay alive. If you're a fan of Nigel Richards, who has already won the World Championship 5 times, this is the outcome you wanted. It guarantees at least 1 more game for Nigel. He needs to win 3 straight. He's notching number 1 right here.
That is correct. All right, Stanley, under 7 minutes. Nigel is going to win this game almost certainly, unless we see a real shutdown. Stanley just has to look, hope he can find something available in this pretty much sunken ship. What a very unfortunate way for him to most likely be knocked out of contention.
Yeah, I mean, he took his shot. He rolled the dice on Crumbler, the 102-point double-double with Crumble available for 48. He said, I'm going for the knockout blow. It's a totally reasonable gamble to take, especially against the world's #1 player in Nigel Richards, but it backfired on Stanley hard. I respect, though, that he went for it. He's going to rue that decision for a while, though.
That's right. Man. All right. Well, while we're waiting for Stanley, once again, we appreciate everybody watching this 2025 World Scrabble Championship. Huge kudos to Let's Play Scrabble for putting on this show for you all. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and if you can afford it, our super friends help keep Scrabble streaming thriving and alive. Josh Greenway from Let's Play Scrabble has been traveling all across the world now, multiple continents, to bring you this sort of action. Every month, every couple weeks, new stream on this channel. This is where it's at. I don't know what else to say, but please like, please subscribe. Thanks for watching. Let us know where you're watching from.
It seems like there are a lot of people out there who have not ever played a Scrabble tournament before. I cannot encourage you enough to get out there and try it. I promise you don't have to be Nigel Richards' level of goods. You don't have to know words like Guchin and Tacnode and Aureola and Fovier. Just start. You'll play in the bottom division at your first tournament. You'll slowly pick up the shorter words, the 2- and 3-letter words, and some of the more basic ones. And you can run with it as far as you want. But in the competitive Scrabble scene, there's a space and a division for everyone. This game's so rewarding, so fun to play. The grind up the ratings ladder is so, so fun to see how high you can get. You may never get to Nigel Richards' level, but I bet at some point you could get good enough that, hey, if you got the right tiles, you might be able to beat him once, or maybe even 50% of the time if you go absolutely nuts. But check out any kind of Scrabble tournament near you. Scrabble tournaments happen in English all across the world. This tournament being held in Accra, Ghana. There is a lot of organized play in Southeast Asia, all across Europe, especially Western Africa. Nigeria is the world's hotbed for Scrabble right now. And of course, North America, you can find plenty of tournaments near you. I cannot encourage you enough to give Scrabble a try. It may not be your cup of tea, but get out there and give it a spin. I promise you're not going to get run over by Nigel and Stanley and other titans of the game at your first tournament. And I bet you will even have fun.
You will, for sure. If this is your cup of tea, strategy, math, words, and a little bit of uncertainty, Scrabble is the game for you. There are players of all kinds of levels, even at this event, some side events. Right now we're watching the best of the best and the best of the best only. But Scrabble is an open season for anybody that wishes to try their hand at this beautiful game. Stanley under 3 minutes now. I still can't get over this play of PALL. A lot of what we learned from Nigel Richards is about timing, end game timing. How many tiles can I play? How many tiles can my opponent play next? What will that leave me? PALL, 3 tile plays allow me to play whiz next turn, not empty the bag. 1 tile plays allow me to play whiz next turn and not empty the bag. Crazy stuff. Better than the engine, that's for sure.
Is Stanley
RAD for 8. Only 1 tile in the bag, Stanley.
Oh no. There's just 1 tile in the bag.
2. Yeah, there's only 1 tile. It's a U. Very unfortunate last tile draw. He knew he was probably sunk, though.
Yeah, Rad's a weird decision, but nothing else is going to win the game either, so alas. Nigel Richards staying alive in this tournament. He's going to have to win 2 more games. We'll have to wait after this one to figure out who is still alive and who's going to play against who. But the path to victory now for Nigel is easy. Win next round, win the round after that, and you get to play Adam Logan in a best of 7 tomorrow for the World Championship. Otherwise, lose one game, and it is likely going to be Weibin Po. Look, Sturt coming down. We're almost done with this one. It's all simply just math at this point, a little bit of spread point. Stanley can't win this game.
Yeah, was that a mistake by Nigel playing Wiz? Very interesting. It feels like he had a better play there of 8 points. He could have played ANGST somewhere. Is that right? Anyways, not a big deal. We'll look at that later. Lots of stuff to come. Still 2 more games to go. Nigel's still in it, Matt. He seemed almost out of it after that 1-point loss. But if he can win his next 2, I think he will be able to play Adam Logan for the finals of the 2025 World Scrabble Championship. Stanley under a minute now.
Look at this poll, man. We have viewers from all over the place. 14% from Africa or the Middle East, 30% from the Americas, 28% from Asia, Australia, 28% from Europe. Holy time zones for some of you, but we appreciate your commitment to the game. For Stanley brings him to 302. I jumped the gun and tried to give him too many points earlier on. Nigel now can't go out on this move, but can score rather well. Angst playing from the AN near the top of this board, or Antes in the same spot. Nigel's best in-game sequences.
Yeah. Okay. So he didn't mess up. Yeah, this is totally fine. Antes keeping the G. And is there anywhere for Stanley to play off ELT blank? I do not think so.
Literally 0 outs on this board despite ELT blank. This thing got tight, and it got tight fast. Of course, Nigel playing this in-game correctly and very quickly, as he always does. Just absolute freak of a Scrabble player. Maybe the best games player of all time. 2 more games to go to determine who is going to play Adam Logan for the North American Championship. Nigel Richards will certainly be featured in one of those games. Several players now with the line to win this thing. But let's cut to overhead mic and see what kind of post-mortem we get.
And 428 and 315. Four two eight 315. Okay. Three 7.
Absolutely nothing from Nigel. He's always so quiet.
What do you have there?
428 317.
Okay. Okay. I'm fine with it.
And Stanley knows the drill. He's lost to Nigel before. Nigel cannot electronically submit the results because Nigel does not have a smartphone to do that. So Stanley's saying, I'll put it in for you yet again. We saw Stanley lose to Nigel by just 1 point on the stream earlier today. This time he was beaten fairly soundly. But hats off to you, Stanley. While you may be mathematically eliminated from winning this world championship, you have made Ghana and African Scrabble proud. You played some very, very solid Scrabble to be at that point, playing Nigel Richards in the afternoon of the last day of the World Scrabble Championship. I'm not wearing a hat, but I will take the invisible one off for you. Hats off, it looks like, to Timmy Woko as well, who just lost to Wasim Khatri by, I believe, 6 points. His final rack, AEGHLSS, and rather than playing the valid bingo of SEALGHS, which I think would have won by 6, he played the phony Hagless. That played for 12 fewer points, and he comes up 6 or 8 points short of Wasim, who accepted the play because he didn't want to lose on a 5-point penalty. I think Timmy Woko of Nigeria has also been eliminated from play. Wasim Khatri staying alive representing Pakistan. Nigel Richards staying alive. Weibin Toe lurking in wait as well. Boy, boy, boy. Things are getting so interesting. Thank you to the 1,000+ concurrent viewers we have watching the World Scrabble Championship. Please like this video. We want to bump these last 2 games up the stream. Get hype, and get a bunch of folks watching Scrabble on this beautiful or abysmal Saturday morning, evening, or afternoon, depending on where you're located and how the weather is. Oh boy, Josh. Oh boy, 2 games to go. You got Nigel, or you got someone else making it to the finals?
I've been Nigel all the way. I don't know. I mean, he's staying alive. He's lost to Waven twice. He's probably going to play Waven again. We'll see what happens. But before we get those pairings, we're going to take a break. They are making sure the pairings are absolutely pristine before finalizing them. So you're going to have to wait a little bit, but I think you are able to do that. If you've missed them, recaps every single day on Will Anderson's YouTube channel. If you missed a game or two, you can just rewind this stream, check it out. The games today have been absolutely insane. That one was crazy, but I just can't explain how incredible all 6 games have been so far today. So much to think about, so much to sink our teeth into. Let's take a break, come back for the final 2 rounds of the 2025 World Scrabble Championship. After these 2 rounds, 2 players will go to a finals. We've already decided Adam Logan is going into these finals. He's won too many games. Nobody could catch him. So he's locked in. 1 more player can make it. Who will that be? Tune in to find out in just a moment.
You're watching Let's Play Scrabble. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alrighty, folks. Thank you for your patience during that lengthy delay. A bit of a debate over how pairings should be done. 2 rounds to go here at the World Scrabble Championship. Matt Canik joined by 2023 North American champion Josh Sokol. Josh, let's look at these standings because now it's pretty simple with the way this thing has been paired, how this is going to play off. Adam Logan has clinched his berth in tomorrow's best of 7 finals, and just 2 other players with a shot. Walk us through what needs to happen in the next 2 games, Josh.
Nigel Richards is a game and a half behind Wavin, still with that tie from earlier in the tournament. So Nigel needs to win twice here. If and only if these 2 players tie, then Wasim Khatri, who's in 4th place with a humongous 300-plus point win, could clinch his spot in the finals next round. So it's probably between Wavin and Nigel. We're probably going to see them play again and again. So let's just go into it. Let's play Scrabble. Let's go back to us for just a second after this preview, and we will watch the three-peat. Wavin versus Nigel Richards. He has a great record. He has a positive record against Nigel in over 40 games. How does he do it? How does he continue to beat the walking dictionary, and not just the walking dictionary, but the mind F word? I don't want to curse on stream. So many plays that Nigel Richards makes completely boggle the minds of even the best players in the world. So will Nigel be able to recover from 2 losses against Wavin earlier, or will he fall yet again and be knocked out of contention? Let's play Scrabble. Let's see.
Let's see indeed. Nigel and Wavin. Nigel's got to win 2 straight to make it into the finals. If it's Wavin, the ask is pretty simple. Just win 1 of your next 2 games. The problem is they're both going to come against Nigel Richards. So, Wavin and Nigel. Wavin can split. Wavin can win both. Actually, if Wavin wins this one, they won't even play again in the next one. But huge, huge, huge moment here. Will Wavin be the first representative from Singapore in the finals of the World Scrabble Championship? Time will tell. Wavin's got his tiles. They are L, D, H, I, E, J, T. Man, the J has been getting in the way of so many bingo-prone racks, but this a very easy play for Wavin to start off. Jilted for 44. Josh, it's got to be this, yeah?
Yes, and oh my God, we're going to see an incredible bingo from Nigel Richards once this hits the table. Jilted for 44, but Nigel to come back for 72, making the blank last tile in the alphabet. I don't think he's going to miss. Zoonomic available through this eye for 72. I think that's what you do here. Let's see how long it takes Nigel to spot this ridiculously low probability word, Matt.
Man, I don't usually verbally declare my blanks anymore. You can just circle them, and that works. In the old days, you had to verbally declare the blank as a whatever. But whenever you can make the blank a Z, I still say it out loud. 72, the blank is a Z. And then people crane their heads over from nearby tables. Here's Nigel. He has spotted Zoonomic, his highest scoring bingo. And I suspect it's coming down pretty quick. We will see, though, if the hook comes into play. Does Zoonomic take a back S? Doesn't really look like it would, but Nigel, with his encyclopedic knowledge of the lexicon, surely knows. Maybe Wavin will try it in a wave of desperation later on. To be continued. Nigel, off to the races, 72 to 41, 6 consonants on the post-bingo draw, or post-jilted draw for Wavin. He can't do great this turn, but he can do all right. Zoonomic gives him stacks underneath for scores in the low to mid 30s. Do you have a stack that you prefer here, Josh?
I'm just getting over this play. I mean, it's probably the lowest probability word we have ever seen on a stream. Mention of 40,000 8-letter words. This is 38.5 thousand in terms of probability. Anyways, moving on from that, PEH looks pretty good. The unfortunate problem is re-overlaps would score even more potentially. So maybe you go on top. If you want to leave this T open, probably not a huge deal to do so. Or maybe you don't go either of those ways and you play Thorpe. Set up your E? That feels a little bit too risky to me.
Yeah, the E, just the most common letter in Scrabble. It's so likely after Nigel's bingo that he has at least one on his rack, and you can see that sure enough he does.
I'm losing my mind at what Nigel has lined up on his rack right now. I don't think this is getting blocked.
What is this? Tell me.
Just a double Z word. One probably none of you have ever played in Scrabble and none of you ever will. Just that.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, throwback to me being in middle school, studying my 5-letter Z words, seeing a buzz and being like, yep, that's never coming up. But here it is in a game, do or die, make it to the World Championship finals, and Nigel spotting it in about 0 seconds. Oh my goodness. And I don't think any of Wabin's plays are going to obstruct this. A buzz for a mammoth score. I don't know that we'll ever see this word played again, folks. So take notes, take your screenshots, tattoo it on your leg, whatever you need to do to commemorate this.
Yeah, and I just don't think Thorpe is coming down. It's just so dangerous to string this E hook out there. The leave is good. This also inhibits Wabin's best bingo tile to play through the E. So PEH is the choice of the engines. It's hard to leave 4 consonants on your rack, especially with only 1 vowel to play through. But 35 points speaks for itself. So Wabin will contemplate a little bit longer. He's already used almost 3 minutes on this turn. He has to think also long term. Does this word take an S? So nomics? I would think so. But this word has probably never been played in Scrabble, and the only reference point you have is that Nigel Richards, of course, would not phony in that position unless he's completely lost his mind. And maybe you've seen it in your studies. I believe Wabin's seen all of the words. What is he looking at? He's looking at... Can you believe it? If you block a buzz, I will actually be so upset. It's not the best play, but it's not terrible. Engine says it's a 5-point mistake to play Thorpe. Oh,
make a 5-point mistake and then profit. What a gambit for Wabin, perhaps. We've seen this so many times in these high-stakes tournaments. The players who end up making it to the finals just happen to pick right. Even if it seems to be an error on paper, it's just the play that happens to work out. Something about a spidey sense, a 6th sense. I don't know exactly what it is, but if Wabin plays Thorpe here, it'll be just like some of the other insane soul reads that we've seen from players who go on to win major events. Oh my goodness. If your team Wabin, you want to see Thorpe or Thong really badly here. If your team Nigel, you want to see Wabin shuffle back over to Hep. What a moment.
Oh my goodness. And you know what? Like, you might think after an opening bingo of Zonomic that you're behind. Wabin's only down 28. His overlaps will take the lead on an otherwise dead board. And oh my God, he's lifting the tiles. Is he going to block this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Does Nigel Richards even care if a buzz is blocked?
Oh, he's put him back down. The suspense. I never thought there would be this much tension on the second turn of a game of Scrabble, but my goodness, are we a buzz.
What a buzzkill that would be. That's the best chat I've read all day. Wabin is changing his mind, shaking his head. What is he thinking about now? Gopher? Hey, that's a good play too. Keeping NT, but it won't block a buzz. You have to hit the double word score. That's also a reasonable option. All right.
Oh boy.
Gopher coming down. Right. We're gonna see this amazing play, and I don't think Nigel's gonna react. Is Waven going to react to a buzz, or is he so locked in?
What incredible. Nigel playing a word that you said may have never been played before in Scrabble. Now he's going to play another word that's seldom been played before in Scrabble. Unbelievable. What are the odds that zoonomic and a buzz, the first two moves for any player in any game of Scrabble, has to be astronomically small? A buzz for 70. Oh, man. Nigel's up big, and FQ, the first two tiles out of the bag, a V, another F, and N. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that is absolutely the worst draw we have seen all stream long. FVFQN. Waven's score now doubled by Nigel Richards. He's opened the board, and what does he get in return? Nothing. Waven has to exchange here probably the same 5 tiles he's just played. He's probably not going to think too much longer about this. It's an easy decision, but it's a very, very sad one, as Nigel has seen the second blank. He is going to bingo this turn. This is going to be hard for Waven to come back from, but Matt, we have seen Waven defeat similar odds, so I will not count him out of this one just yet.
Wow, yeah. Nigel about to deal serious damage. The only bingo that plays in this rack is the 7 damaged. It plays in 3 spots, but by far the most points, slotting alongside the ER and Gopher. Waben did have a crazy, improbable comeback against Nigel the last time they played, but this one's going to look tough for him to overcome. Damaged coming down for Nigel. Both blanks have been played. Looks very, very dire for Waybin in this one. But if you're Waybin, you got to remember, I got 2 chances. I only have to beat Nigel once to secure my spot. Damaged coming down. Waybin just kind of nodding. All right, yep, that happens. So a bingo, a buzz for 70, and then another bingo for Nigel Richards. If you are team Nigel, this is great news. I try so hard to stay unbiased up here in the booth, but in this one game, I'm rooting hard for Nigel Richards because I want one more high-stakes game in round 32 after this. Waybin, CIKNNTW, the post-bingo draw. He gets to choose between Twink or Wank on this turn. Wank looks really interesting, Josh, through the A and damage. Tell us why.
Yeah, so luckily for Waybin, by the way, this wouldn't be such a crushing loss. He only needs 1 win out of 2 games, but if the roles were reversed, this would be horrendous for Nigel Richards. 70 to 218. Time for desperation indeed. Wank here would score 22, set up the T-hook for Twank. And at this scoreline, this sort of gambit is almost required. So I like that for sure. If you play Twink instead, you're eliminating so much space on this board. So Twank or Wank, I think those are the 2 options. Twank would open a triple-triple. Wank would make a nice setup for the T.
One interesting thing about Wank, it takes 2 back hooks, the S you expect, but also a Y. On Nigel's rack, he has both Ys, but Wank and Wanky take the same 2 front hooks, S and T. So Nigel can't play defense by tacking the Y behind Wank. And here it comes. I love this decision from Waven. Open the board up as much as possible. This can't be obstructed by Wanky plays. We'll see where this goes. Waybin would love to draw a bingo next turn to start catching up in this one. BEFRXYY. Nigel gonna score 60 plus again. He's already lined up. PYX plays from the P and Gopher. 61. Josh, is there any reason for Nigel not to play this here?
There is. He can just block these hooks. He doesn't know if Waybin has a T, an S, both. Super strong stuff. FedEx here is 48 points. It's a 13-point sacrifice. Sometimes well worth it at this scoreline. He's up by over 100 points. What's the worst that can happen if you block this spot? 2 U's drawn for Waybin, but Nigel has no idea how strong his rack is. So he might pivot away from this huge 61-point play to address the opening that he's almost certain Weibin is going for. This is a sort of situation where the threat might be stronger than the execution, and Nigel has to react. That's the sort of play you need to make when you're down big in a Scrabble game. So, should Nigel sacrifice 13?
No, Josh, let me interrupt. The best play is redefy. Look at Nigel setting it up right as I speak it into existence. This holds PYX next turn. It blocks now and guarantees 61 next turn. This is the right path for Nigel.
Wow. That is incredible. When is this spot really ever going away? Weibin is trying to bingo. It's so unlikely PYX will get blocked. This is a setup play. Nigel not setting himself up with his play, just with his tile leave. Incredible decision here. The only bad thing is now this R is still possibly going to lead to an 8-letter word. The F, a lot less dangerous in that spot. These are the smallest margins that we're dealing with, but when you're ahead by so much, you're winning so often. Very good play. Certainly the correct play. Will Nigel get rewarded? Drawn pretty well. Over to Weibin now. Very, very deflating rack.
Nigel doesn't even need to get rewarded. You can draw anything, and you're still going to play picks for 61 next turn. That was a great decision by Nigel Richards. Unbelievable. I would have played picks right away. You would have played FedEx pretty fast, but if you look a little bit deeper, man, there's sometimes some sneaky options. Nigel never misses on stuff like this. Weibin trailing by over 160 now. I think kind of two paths forwards. Equity says play Uwu, U-W-U through the W in wank. That's not the right line for Weibin at this deficit. One, it sets up a huge scoring spot for 4-letter words. And if you're Weibin, you don't want 4-letter words. You need a lot of bingos on this board. You don't want to set up a spot where Nigel can score 50 there while you work towards a bingo. So I think Weibin's going to cash in the T front hook. Twank and Tunic looks pretty good to me. AU's not the best leave, but you're just going to have to get really lucky to catch back up in this game anyway. Give it a shot. See if you pull some perfect stuff.
Right, but he is looking at Uwu. It's almost always a good play to play Uwu if it's available to you. I don't know if he's spotted Tunic yet. It gets rid of all of the goodies. Instead, he's playing Zupat. He's blocked PYX. I am telling you, this guy has eyes in the back of his head. That doesn't help. Eyes in the front of Nigel's head. Something. He's the eye in the sky looking at Nigel Richards saying, sorry, bro, you're not getting your X. Can you believe it?
I didn't even call that play out. Like, I saw it in the engine, and I'm like, it'd be weird if Weibin plays Zoo Pawn and blocks it, but that's not going to happen. And here we are, just, not even a minute later, and that's exactly what's happened. Did not have that on my bingo card. Weibin, you do not realize what a bullet you just dodged on that last turn. Crazy swing in this game. Nigel BDEGTYX on his rack now. He's still got the Y back hook for Wanky, and he's probably going to cash that in here. The 5-letter GYBED looks very solid to me. Anything else you see here, Josh?
I see that Weibin is guaranteed to have a bingo available of deuteric from either of the Ds on this board. This one here, this one here. Jibe looks fantastic, though. Keeping the T for Twanky, keeping the X. Maybe you draw Taxer, Taxed, something like that. But that's what I was saying. I didn't say that Nigel wasn't going to get rewarded. I meant that if Weibin blocked Zupan somehow, Nigel's setup wouldn't work out. So he sacrificed points, and he somehow lost his amazing spot. Jibe for 35. Nigel's still in huge command of this game, but things could change very quickly. That's a third D out in space for Zuteric. Weibin to react.
Yeah, so deuteric playing now from either D on the board or the 7-letter Eucrite playing with DE down vertically on this board. Eucrite opens a triple-triple, which you think you want to do at a score like this, but Josh, that triple-triple is just asking to get punished very, very hard. Are you playing deuteric or Eucrite? And if you play deuteric, which D are you choosing?
I think I'm opening the right side. That's for sure. Is exertive a word? It is. Nigel Richards is about to score over 100 points no matter what happens. Are you actually kidding me? What? And this time it's just, look at this. He plays Ukraine. Exertive coming down here. Does not take an S. What? What is happening?
Exertive will be 107, and Wei Bin is probably going to be forced to try to tack an S on the end of that in desperation. Nigel's about to pull ahead by over 200. My goodness, fireworks in Ghana in this game.
That is actually insane. Okay, this game is probably over, but I mean, are you not entertained? What in the world is happening this game? Zoonomic, a buzz, exertive, a completely random block of PYX. This is Scrabble at its finest. I don't care what the score is. I don't care that Waven just drew QV. This is insane.
Somehow, I can't believe both of Nigel's exertive spots got blocked. Now, fortunately for him, he got the E in the triple word line, and he's still going to get it. But, like, what are the odds the X gets blocked after PYX? What are the odds that both exertives get blocked? What a weird game we've got going on. But here comes Nigel, as we expected, 107 for exertive. Nigel has made 6 plays in this game. Nigel has 399 points. Goodness.
Waven can only smile at this ridiculous twist of fate and probably just respond in turn with Sank for 30. You're scoring 107? Well, I'm scoring 30, and I'm keeping 4 consonants. Where are you at? This is absurd. Nigel drawing IILOA. He would need to draw the absolute worst tiles of all time every single turn to lose this game. Sank coming down very quickly. Great find by Waben. Maybe Ioli to respond. Nigel can do anything he wants here. He's probably going to do something completely bizarre.
I think he's just going to play Ioli beneath the NQ in Sunk. It's 36 points. Like, why would you not do that? I would not do that here because I'd be terrified that even if there's a 1% that exertives is good, I could get hit by a nutso triple. All 4 S's still unseen, but Nigel, with his insane command of the lexicon, I'm sure he's 100% sure exertive takes no S hook. He can play Aoli safely.
Waven with another terrible draw. 7 consonants. This game is over. But the tournament is not. Don't go anywhere, guys. Scrabble is enjoyable no matter the scoreline. If this game isn't proof of that, I don't know what is. Nigel Richards going to take Waven down almost certainly in this game, and we will have a best of 1 final game. Waven, if you've noticed, is up a game and a half over Nigel. Nigel wins this game and the next game. That is it. He is locked in to the finals with Adam Logan.
My goodness. After the whole lengthy tournament, it is going to come down to 1 game, assuming Nigel hangs on and win. He's doubled up on Waben Toe right now, so 1 game, winner take all coming after this. If you're Waben, Josh, do you think there's any psychological damage about the way you just got pounded the round before, or do you think Waben's going to be able to shake this one off and go in with a fresh head?
I think the latter. This is so funny, though. Does the play of Ioli tell Waven that Nigel is certain exertive doesn't take an S because there's no way he would open a triple possibility up 100 or up 200 plus points? I don't know if you still try it. Maybe Nigel's made a word knowledge mistake. Maybe Waven will draw a triple. Maybe Nigel will just play to the triple now. This is hilarious. He could play Ioli again. He can play whatever he wants.
He can play whatever he wants. That's what happens when you average 60 plus points per turn over your first 7. Nigel at 435, Waben 241. Waben's found 1 vowel, but still not in bingo range. And Waben, with his tie, the only other player in contention with the tie right now is Adam Logan, who's clinched the finals. Probably doesn't even have to think about spread. So if he wants to do something totally nuts and throw open any quadrant of this board, Why not? Give it a shot. If you can find even a 0.01% chance win, give it a whirl. Why not?
You see what I'm doing here? Wavin has a bingo.
Oh my
I think Nigel's going to
goodness.
block it. I think Nigel's going to play WHO. Oh, Waven's seen it, but he doesn't want to put his S. This I think is superstition at its finest. Waven does not want to line up the entire bingo because maybe Nigel will somehow realize he has it. He's just waiting for Nigel to make a move. What is he thinking?
Nigel's gonna
AWE.
play. Yeah, this is so sick. Look how this sets up HOL to go in front of it, or HO anything next to it. Friggin' Nigel.
Oh my god. Yeah. That's probably what you do here. I mean, what else is he thinking? LOI?
What?
What? Low. I don't know what else he's thinking here. We'll have to wait and see. But WAWE would be amazing. There is, of course, one F left, one M, and one P to hook this A. But I think it's a great play. He is playing Loki. That doesn't block rat traps. That makes sense, though. It's just playing all of his low-scoring tiles, keeping WHA for next turn, but he has not blocked rat traps. Oh my goodness. In French, rattraper means catch up to. Rat traps, of course, in English, I think is just a trap for a rat, but it is kind of funny to see on the board. Will Wave and Toe draw into a second bingo and make this reasonable?
We will find out. The pool looking rather bingo prone from Nigel's perspective. I have not updated that unseen pool yet. I got to see what Nigel draws. M-U-N and an I to complete the rack for Nigel. So 7 tiles in the bag as it stands. As long as Nigel plays 1, it's mathematically impossible that Wavin can bingo twice. So just make a valid move, and this game is yours, Nigel Richards. But of course, being the freak he is, he's going to optimize this 100,000%, just like he always does.
And very close to a bingo draw for Wavin, but no dice. The only way he would win this game still is if Nigel phonies, and then he bingos, and then he draws a bingo that's unblockable. He's down 155. This is all but over for Wavin, but he has one more chance to take down Nigel Richards, and if he does, that'll bring him 3-1 over the GOAT in this one tournament. It'll bring him to 23-21 lifetime record against Nigel Richards, and most importantly, it'll bring Wave and Toe into the finals of the 2025 World Scrabble Championship for the first time.
You are watching the 2025 World Scrabble Championship. This event happens just every other year. Began running in 2001. Nigel Richards, the player on your right, is fighting to stay alive. He needs to win this game and beat Wavin again in the next game to make it to tomorrow's grand finals against Adam Logan of Canada. Nigel, by far the winningest player in Scrabble history. Nigel Richards himself has 5 world championships. No other country has more than 3. Canada, the United States, and England each have 3 titles to their name, those shared among multiple different players. Nigel Richards has won 5 by himself, looking to make that 6 this year. He needed to beat Wavin twice. It looks like the first one is on lock. He'll have to do it again in the pivotal key round 32 coming up right after this. If you've never ever seen competitive Scrabble before, welcome. Nigel Richards is the undisputed greatest Scrabble player of all time, fighting for his life and fighting well here.
What? He put the A on Huey? How do you leave yourself without a foul in this position? I mean, it is all over, but I guess he's just taking a few extra points. I just wanted to say, great stat. Nigel Richards is better at Scrabble than any one country. He's won more championships than every single unique country on the planet.
Yeah, absolutely bonkers how good he is, and he seemed to come out of nowhere. The story behind Nigel Richards, his mother bought him a Scrabble set when he was 27 years old because he kept beating her at cards. He was apparently so good at computing and counting the cards that it stopped being fun. He had solved the card game. His mother said, he's not that great at spelling, didn't do super well in school, so let me get him a spelling game, see if it helps him spell words a little bit better. And Nigel took that set, that gift from his mother, won 5 world championships, 5 North American championships, and then decided to go win a world championship in French, and then decided to go win a world championship in Spanish. And now he's looking to make it 6 world championships. An absolute freak over the board. He is still better than any computer engine we have and faster than any computer engine we have. Perhaps the greatest games player of all time in any game ever. And you get to watch him play live here on Let's Play Scrabble. What a treat for us all.
He's bigger, he's better, he's faster too. He's the best member of the Scrabble crew. Softa is what Wave and Toe considering with Swanky. Is he unsure of Twanky? Could very well be. Tafia probably the best play. Tafia. It's all academic from here. Waven's got 10 minutes to ease into this loss against Nigel Richards, his first of the tournament against said player, and then go at it once again. Only 2 players now can make it to the finals tomorrow. These 2, Wave and Toe, Nigel Richards, 1 game to end it all right after this.
So I will communicate with chat as soon as I know. It's possible that these 2 players just start again right now. It's possible that they want to take all of their time. Everybody else is going to have to wait until all games are done for pairings to come back out. And I wonder if Nigel and Wave In would rather wait until that happens so they don't have to deal with ambient noise in the playing room, or if they're going to say, you know what, forget it, let's just go in right now. As soon as we know what the players prefer, we'll communicate it to all of you. Of course, we prefer to make the next game happen as soon as possible. Josh and I have been waking up at 3:30 a.m. every day to get this coverage, and I'd love a nap, but it's not about us. It's about Nigel and about Wei Bin and when they want to start round 32. 1 game for all the marbles coming up after this.
All right, it's the end game. How long is Nigel going to take to make his best play? Seems like his only play is MOL. That is the best end game, the unique best end game, and he's found it within 1 minute and 10 seconds. What a legend. This sets up WENS, and it's just very, very strong.
I don't know how Nigel solves every single endgame in 1 minute or less, no matter how complicated and no matter what the game state is. He can be up by 150, down by 150. He's going to solve it. He's going to solve it correctly, machine-like, and he's going to do it in like 1 minute or less. MOL. Of course, Nigel's best endgame. Of course, he's found it. Of course, he's still got 10 minutes on his clock.
Oh, man. 10 minutes as well for Wave and Toe. He can play Looney from the LO to block the biggest damage of WENS. Can also not care because this endgame doesn't matter. All he needs to do is win the next game. Will he conserve energy?
Use a little bit of
Will
this
he?
Time. I'm going to use a little bit of this time since there's absolutely no drama for us to unfold. We can dissect an endgame that's solved by 170 points. But huge, huge shout out goes to the groups responsible for organizing this tournament. It was a combined effort between the World English Scrabble Players Association, or WESPA, the Scrabble Association of Ghana, and the Pan-African Scrabble Association. They've been posting for months that this is going to be the biggest and best Scrabble tournament of all time. And if the numbers we're seeing in stream are any indicator at all, they've succeeded. This has been by far the most successful Scrabble stream we've ever seen on the internet. Huge, huge shout out to the Let's Play Scrabble team, Josh Greenway, and the rest of the names behind this operation. And a massive thank you to all of you for tuning in. What a treat you've got on this Saturday afternoon or evening, watching the greatest of all time fight for his life at this wonderful Scrabble tournament held in Accra, Ghana this year. It's been such a treat. Thank you to Panasa. Thank you to the Scrabble Association of Ghana. Thank you to WESPA and everybody who has worked so tirelessly to put this event together. 128 players playing in the main event. There's a side event running at the same time. There was an early bird and a last-second qualifier the day before. 6 straight days of Scrabble with one more to go. What a monumental effort it was to put this thing together. Thank you so much to everybody who made this possible. And to those watching at home, if you're just now stumbling into Scrabble, I'd consider subscribing to the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube page. All they do is take high-profile events like this and put it on the internet. They've got a whole backlog of games running years against players of all calibers, all ability levels, all geographies. If you like Scrabble, or you think you might even like Scrabble, just hit that sub button, check out what else there is on backlog. I also recommend you check out the Will Anderson YouTube channel. He's going to take all of the action today, and today has been legitimately the most insane day of Scrabble I've ever seen in my life, and try to break it down into about a 10-minute video. I think, Will, you've got a challenge on your hands. It's probably going to be closer to 20. If you want to watch Scrabble on the internet, Let's Play Scrabble, Will Anderson, the 2 best places you can do that. Josh Sokol runs his own channel as well, the Axer Typo channel. We'll show you how to spell that, and Josh is going to drop his name in chat just now. Ion, the second best endgame for Wei Bin. He spotted this. This allows Nigel to go out with WENS. That'll be 31 more points. Nigel's going to think for just a second, put it down. The final in this one will be 552 for the 5-time world champion Nigel Richards, 368 for Wei Bin To. They're going to dispute the scores a little bit and then be done with this one.
Thanks for the shout out, Matt. Yes, and of course, Waven playing Ion in the bottom left. Doesn't matter. It was a 2-point mistake. Continuing the trend of Nigel just completely outclassing everyone in the end game. But like we said, it doesn't matter. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. 800 new subs for Let's Play Scrabble. Let's keep it going. Let's keep those subscribes happening, and let's listen to these two after this exciting round 31 match.
Executive yeah. I was gonna try it. My only way of winning. So 552. Yeah, just it. Yeah. Thanks. Can you help me to enter the result, please? No. All right. Okay. You will take a photo first? Yeah, I'll take a photo first.
Not all we ever get from Nigel. Are you okay to help me with the result? Nigel cannot electronically submit the results. He doesn't have a smartphone to do so, so he's going to beat you and then ask you to tell the computer that he beat you as well. They're going to put the tiles back in the squares, as is customary in tournament play. Again, as soon as we know if these two gents would like to get back on the board right now, or if they want a little bit of break to break up the noise that's going to come from the playing room, we will communicate all of that to you. But Josh, I can't believe how well this tournament has been scripted. Our writers need a raise. It is now just one game. Nigel Richards, Wei Bin To, a spot in the finals coming up soon. Oh my goodness. What do you have to say for our viewers before we figure out what's happening next?
Well, if you're still watching, what if I told you that there's more Scrabble to come very, very soon? Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes when these guys are ready to rematch. And There's just one more game today, but potentially 7 games tomorrow in the grand final. After this next game, we will be crowning 2 finalists, and up to 15, maybe even 16 players at the top will be cashing. So a lot to ride on this final round, but we are featuring the marquee matchup, Nigel Richards, Weiben Tue. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Let's Play Scrabble.
See you soon. All right, folks, we are cutting in now. Players not quite at the board, but there are so many thank yous that need to go around for running a tournament this big and a stream this big. As soon as the players are seated for round 32, we will stop our bloviating and get right to the action. But I want to get the thank yous going now and not after the stream once viewership goes down, because so many people deserve so many thank yous for doing this. The first thank you I want to give is, of course, to you. This would not be what it is without the viewership numbers we've had. So thank you for tuning in, whether you're a seasoned Scrabble vet, a blossoming new Scrabble player, or someone just dabbling in whatever corner of the internet you can find to keep you busy on a Saturday afternoon. Thanks so much for tuning in. We really appreciate all of you being here. If you haven't yet, let's hype up this last game. Let's get the like button going. Let's get the subscribe button going. Oh man, let's hype this up. Share the link around. If your friend's mom always smacks you down in words with friends, send this to her. If your buddy is kind of nerdy and likes board games, send this to him as well. Let's share this link around. One more game to determine who's playing for a world championship. Thank you so much for tuning in, for all you've done supporting Scrabble. We appreciate you so much. Another huge thank you goes to you, Josh Sokol. 4 days of 3:30 a.m. wake-up calls, but it has been such a pleasure having you on in the booth. Truly a treat. And while we are going to lose Josh for tomorrow's finals, giving you a much needed day of rest, fear not, Scrabble Universe, because tomorrow we are bringing in the great Will Anderson to do some commentary instead. Josh, we appreciate you so much. Thank you. Before I let you even talk, I'll just let you blush and look around. I want to thank Seth Lipkin for crosstables.com and the Ulu clocks that we are using here on stream, the 25-minute clock that players use to determine if they're going to go over time, get a time penalty, all that stuff. Seth programmed all of that and made it available for free to Scrabble players everywhere. Seth, you are awesome. Thank you to John Chu for TSH, the tournament software being used to run this whole event and mini events all across North America. Once again, John Chu making that free for everybody to help grow our game. Josh, who else do we need to say thank you to?
Well, there's so many people, but Josh Castellano, Matt O'Connor, they are running COP, Castellano O'Connor pairings. That is the best pairing software we have in the business at the moment. So huge thanks to them. They also provided very important input in these last rounds, making sure the pairings were as precise as possible so nobody lost out on the best chance to make the finals. Who else? Steve Seguin of Video Ninja. Video Ninja, you guys don't know it, but so many of the camera views, everything coming into you guys from that website. It is such an easy way to get footage from a camera from a phone even, onto OBS, onto streaming software. So that's absolutely key for these streams. Artmore as well. If you saw the challenge cam, if you like that cam, by the way, that was my idea, challenge cam, my best idea ever. But Artmore, responsible for wordjudge.me, the word judging software that we see in those challenge cams. Also, let's not forget George Bissonette for making amazing handcrafted, personalized Scrabble boards from the West Coast, the Pacific Northwest. He has created not only the board you see on stream, but tons of the boards you see in North America and the rest of the world. All right. Also, Sarah Rosenbaum, the tile bag you see, the Let's Play Scrabble tile bag, all of these things are made by somebody. We are not big enough yet, but thanks to you guys, we might grow yet. Sarah makes these cozy tile bags for the live stream and beyond. Maybe one day we're going to have just equipment provided to us at our tournaments. We're not there yet, but until then, people that are grassroots doing their own thing, you know, they're building stuff for us. But last and not least, Josh Greenway, holy mackerel, thank you so much for putting this on, flying all the way to Ghana for the first time streaming Let's Play Scrabble and helping Nelson on the second stream as well with camera views and layouts and everything, making sure everything's running as smoothly as possible. Incredible job. And he's going to continue doing so much for Scrabble. Who else is doing that much for Scrabble? Hard to say. Thank you so much as well, Quinn, for a $50 donation in the live chat. Huge ups to you. We appreciate all donations. Thank you so much, Ben, sending 10 gifted memberships to the chat. This support means everything. This means that Josh and people at Let's Play Scrabble can continue to build and build on this content train that we are aboard at the moment. Huge thank you.
Huge thanks to everybody who has supported Scrabble streams, either through viewership, through subscription, or especially through becoming super friends. The join button down below is a feature you can click on. It's a small monthly donation towards Let's Play Scrabble. Josh Greenway and his team take that money and reinvest it. So everybody who is currently a super fan, everybody who has supported the stream one way or another, we appreciate you so much. And of course, I appreciate these dogs. Me talking at a screen for 5 days, they are going a little psycho right now. So thanks to them for their composure. They are now glued to the screen. Colby getting antsy. He wants to see Nigel Richards play. Soren down under my desk is hiding right now. He just can't handle the level of suspense that we're about to see. One more game, round 32 coming from Accra, Ghana. Nigel Richards and Wei Toe will play. The winner of this game faces Adam Logan in tomorrow's best of 7 finals. Speaking of tomorrow, there's going to be a small delay in the start time. Finals are not going to begin at the customary 9 a.m. time we've been starting games at. It'll be an hour later. So if you've been joining us bright and early every morning, you can sleep in for an extra hour or stay up an extra hour, depending on where on the planet you are. 10 a.m. Ghana time is when tomorrow's best of 7 finals will begin. That is 5 a.m. for me on the East Coast, and you can adjust from there. 5 a.m. East Coast of the United States. That's where Josh and I are situated at, as well as Will Anderson. It'll be another early wake-up call for me. But pairings are going up means delays not much longer. Once again, as soon as Wei-Bin and Nigel are seated at the board, we will get things going. Should be 2 minutes approximately between now and that time. Will Anderson will be doing a breakdown of all of the crazy action we've had so far. And truly, Josh, I think this has been the best day of Scrabble I have ever seen on a stream. Each of the first 5 games we saw today were downright nail-biters, down to the last play, some of the most incredible, epic play finding, up and down turns. If you missed the earlier action, you can watch the stream afterwards. It'll be posted on YouTube, or you can wait for Will Anderson to drop his short video. Those have been 5 to 10 minutes, a recap of every day. There's no way you can recap today's action in just 5 or 10 minutes. Will has a huge task on his hands, breaking down truly the sickest day of Scrabble I've ever seen. And let's see if we can add one more automatic classic to the list. Winner take all between Wei Toe and Nigel Richards, and yet technically, Josh, there's a path for a third player to sneak into those finals, right? Tell us about it.
Definitely. Also, huge thanks to Magnus in the chat for the 100 Ronin donation. Kroner, hope I'm saying one of the correct words. JC for the 10. I guess that's euros, right? No, 10. That's 10 pounds. Oh my God, I'm so bad. More 10 pounds donations. I'm trying to get these monetary units down. I know that they're words in Scrabble, but which are which? Yes. Okay, let's answer the question. Also, I meant to add, Will Anderson said earlier today, this might be a moment for his recap to say, just watch the games, because there is too much to dive into. But I think he'll post an amazing video regardless. Anyways, 3 players are vying for a spot in the finals. How are there 3 players that can make it? Well, right now, Wei Toe is a half a game ahead of Nigel Richards and a half a game ahead of Wasim Khatri. Nigel has better spread, better tiebreaker. That means he is playing Weibin. He is in control of his destiny. If he wins, he's making the finals against Adam Logan of Canada. But what happens if Weibin wins? Of course, he makes it. What happens if they tie? If they tie, Weibin will then be a game ahead of Wasim Khatri and 117 spread points. That is the tiebreak. So Wasim needs to at least win his game by 118 points to make sure he has a spot in the finals. What happens if he wins by 117? I mean, after this day of Scrabble we've had, we might as well find out. Anything is possible at this point. I cannot believe we made it to this point. And the worst matchup possible for Nigel Richards, I think, to make it to the finals is Wei Toe, who's already defeated him twice this tournament and 20 more times in their head-to-head history. Nigel only beating Wei 21 out of 43 matchups. So this will be important not only for their lifetime, but also for who will make it to the finals. Adam Logan of Canada has been locked in. He's had the tournament of his career. He's already won the World Championship, but this is arguably more impressive. Incredible performance by him. So, do we have anything to show? Are we ready to show the standings, the preview? We have flags. We have players are not yet arrived. We're almost there, chat. Please bear with us. Thank you, Ellie, for becoming a Scrabble super friend. We appreciate all the support. Of course, there is no need to support. We're happy to have you here with us, watching for free, liking and subscribing. But we appreciate all the support nonetheless.
So much love coming in the chat. We appreciate all of you. We especially appreciate those donations. Thank you, thank you, thank you for helping support getting Scrabble on the internet. This has been the most successful Scrabble stream we have ever been a part of, hands down, and it's all possible because of you. We have scores updated, we have pairings in, we have a green light from the director, we have everything except Weibin and Nigel at the board. As Josh said, it's simple. Win the game and you're in the finals. If there's a tie, perhaps Wasim Khatri pulls off one of the most improbable comebacks in Scrabble history. But we've seen so much drama already, I wouldn't count any possible outcome out. We've seen Nigel Richards win a game by 1 point today. We've seen him lose a game by 1 point today. Why not also just throw a tie in there? We'll see. The tiles will determine all of this in just a few short minutes, but it always seems to work out like this, doesn't it, Josh? 32 games of action, and yet round 32 still has so much on the line. Players are at the board. Players are putting the letters in the bag. I'm sure you're tired of looking at my dumb, stupid, punchable face, so let's cut over to the board. It is just about time. We're going to show standings while they put the letters in the bag because that part's kind of boring. And then we're going to show some Scrabble. All right, let's look over at these standings one last time.
Let's do it. One more minute before games begin. The directors need to say, let's do it. This is the final round of the most important Scrabble tournament in the world, happening only once every 2 years. This is the second time this WESPA Championship has been on African soil, officially the first World Championship on African soil. Incredible stuff. They've been putting on a great show. There was a buffet for lunch. So much going on. Do we have standings?
Do we have standings? Do we have players? We'll find out. Josh Greenway doing 1,000 things on the ground at once, but we'll see if he's able to cut us over again. As soon as there's action, we will have it. We know it's very late for some of you, very early for some of you. I promise we're not just killing time to make you stay awake. As soon as there's Scrabble drama, we will have all of it here on Let's Play Scrabble. We appreciate you so much, all your patience, all your patronage. One more game. Are you a fan of the GOAT, the Scrabble greatest of all time, Nigel Richards? He looks to win his 6th World Championship if he's able to win this game and beat Adam tomorrow. Are you a fan of Wei Bin To? He's never won this event before, never made it to the finals before, but it would be such a great conclusion for him, who's put in so much work and played so well all tournament long. Or will Adam Logan win his second championship tomorrow? We talked about this earlier, but Canada, the United States, and England have each won 3 world championships between them. Adam Logan has won 1 for Canada. David Boyes has won 1. Joel Wapnick has won 1. Will Adam Logan bring a 4th championship to Canada, vaulting Canada to the 2nd most world championships ever won? Of course, the country with the most world championships ever won is New Zealand. That country has won 5 championships. Those championships won by Nigel Richards, Nigel Richards, Nigel Richards, Nigel Richards, and Nigel Richards. So, will New Zealand win its 6th championship? Will Canada win its 4th? Will Singapore take its 1st championship ever on the back of Wei Bin To? Just a few minutes will help us know more. Oh my goodness, Josh, I can't do this anymore. I need to see Scrabble action, and we're not cutting over yet. Let's play Scrabble. Let's play Scrabble soon.
Feel free to leave me. Feel free to leave me. You've been doing so much of the talking, so much of the stalling. You're such an amazing commentator, Matt. It's so amazing to be able to just continue to call these games with you. Your flow is amazing. Your calling of the games is amazing. Your hair, of course, yes, is amazing. Your ability to commentate while tackling the game, while putting all the scores in, I mean, unmatched. Thank you for being here. Matt is staying with us for one more day. We said it. Will Anderson will be calling the finals tomorrow. Yeah, put those shades on. You deserve it. Guys, one more game to go. Who will fight against Adam Logan in the finals tomorrow? It will be a historic matchup no matter what. Adam has never made a finals of the World Championship, as far as I'm aware. The finals format is recent. It is for your own viewing pleasure, mostly. Best of 7 is a lot of games, maybe not quite enough games, but we have one more game to go today. We're almost there. Maybe we can cut to the board while these guys wait to play. Maybe we're going to stay here. Maybe I should put on my shades, Matt. Maybe I should start playing a tune. Why don't I play a tune?
Oh my goodness, Josh, playing music. All right, play some bops for us, Josh. All right, I'm so sorry, everybody at home. We're doing everything we can to fill just a little bit of this time. Adam Logan, you see, has long since clinched 23-5, the record shown, and he's not even playing anymore, as the field was odd, and he has clinched his spot. He is just taking a break. I wonder, perhaps, if Adam Logan is hanging out in the stream, watching to see who his opponent will be. Will it be Wei Bin To? Will it be Nigel Richards? Will it perhaps be Wasim Khatri? We will see very, very, very soon. Tomorrow it'll be me and Will Anderson and maybe some superstar celebrity shots. But there they are, Nigel, Wei Bin. Nigel gets to go first, puts him at a slight edge, maybe 55, 56% in a vacuum. The directors are just now finishing announcements. Wei Bin looking over at the mic stand as they do their final wave of announcements. I'm sure they have a lot of folks to thank. The number of brains it took to put together this event, organize an event on this scale, get visas organized for players coming all across the world. The Scrabble Association of Ghana and the Pan-African Scrabble Association deserve all the credit for all the work they've done. One more shout out to Ko-Fi Bingo in the middle of the screen there. That's our mascot for this event. Yeah, play us a diddle, Josh.
Let's do it.
right, we've got the green light. No more stalling. Let's play Scrabble. Nigel Richards, Waben Toe, Wasim Khatri, the 3 threats to win it. Win and you're in. Tie and all the drama unfolds. Nigel reaching into the bag, and we are underway.
Let's see what Nigel draws here. I mean, after this anticipation and suspense, we better have the best game of all time, Matt. All right, A, the first tile of the alphabet. E, the 5th tile of the alphabet. That's a good start. C-A-T-E-S. Oh my goodness. P. That is a good rack. Capotes, toe caps on tap for Nigel Richards. What will Waben draw in response? WHN. Is Nigel Richards going to catch Waben with 7 consonants? Oh my gosh.
Indeed,
Capotes.
he is. 3 7-letter bingos on this rack for Nigel Richards. Capotes, as he said on here, toe caps, and scopate, S-C-O-P-A-T-E, the third one. Nigel surely sees all of these. They're all going to play for 78 points. Nigel's going to choose his favorite. So far, Nigel looking at capotes. I presume he'd put the T on the center Let's Play Scrabble double word square. I don't know that that's the best bingo, Josh. What do you think?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there's definitely a lot riding on this opening position with 3 options. There's many ways to triple one of these 2 guys. The C or the P, as Nigel switches over to toe caps. You want to put a C in a position that isn't so good for 8-letter words. That C there looks much safer than the C here or here. I like this decision by Nigel Richards. 78 to start things off, and Waben to respond through that A of toe caps, most likely.
I don't know if he's going to play through the A, actually. The C, where it is, allows CH plays. WHY stacks alongside this for 37 points. But playing through the A feels okay as well. DAWBRY is 30 points through that. Y holds 4 consonants, but does score 7 extra points. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, you're right. I rushed to this position a little bit in my head. It could be worth it to keep just 4 consonants here. Waben's been struggling with consonants against Nigel in many of the games that we've shown on stream, but this might be okay. This sort of forks the board for him, leaves the S of toe caps open, but I think I have a personal preference for Dobry, just opening more space on the board. This is a high score and a good lead.
All right, WHY, not the engine's play, says too many consonants on hold and too many strong counters. Nigel could easily stack a 3-letter word to the left side. So an engine, not the biggest fan of this play, perhaps just the slightest misplay from Waben. Nigel drawing the Q, the worst letter in Scrabble, but it's not the worst letter in Scrabble when you get a U to go with it. Nigel threatens big plays here. I think the top option for him, QUINO, right here where Josh is drawing it in. 36 points does set up opportunities for front hooks on OCH. But Josh, you got to take the extra points here as opposed to coin or quinos, right?
Yeah, and when are we reaching the top left of the board? You'll see this theme often, especially at the top level. Top left of the board, most often left alone. That's just how the English language works. You put a letter like a Q or a J near the top left of the board, it just completely cuts off circulation. When you have an early lead, that is your friend. Try to make sure that the quadrants of the board are nicely tucked away and hard to access. But Nigel has pivoted here. He's thinking about NON instead. This plays right here, keeps QU together, and he has pretty good chances of being able to score nicely with the Q next turn. Be an interesting option. I prefer personally getting rid of the Q now, not having to deal with it later. It's a letter that will saddle you even if you have plays with it, because those plays will be forced, not a lot of options in many areas of the board. You're really going to be hogging those triple letter scores. So Interesting choice here. NON looks like Nigel's choice for 25.
Of course, when Nigel picks a play outside of about the top 5 or 10 options, I add it to my simulation and it always bounces to the top. That's exactly what is happening here. I think there are not many players in the room who would play non. So many players would play Quino there. But this, according to the engine, about a half a point stronger. So Nigel making a bit of a weird looking play, but this, if he draws an M or a T, if he draws squirt or squirm, is going to work out great for him. Instead, GOO the draw for him. Not what he was hoping for, but also not what Wei Bin was hoping for. ABDNRRR, just one vowel into his 4-consonant leave. I think his play is pretty straightforward here. Once again, going to play 3 tiles and hold 4 consonants back. The OCH Nigel put out takes an R in front. VAR and rock looks strong. Brands to the S in toe caps also looks pretty strong and will keep the board open longer. So this is Wei Bin's decision. Josh, do you like this or do you like VAR?
I just don't like what VAR does to the board, and I like playing off more consonants here. Wei Bin tried with BNDR. It didn't work out in his favor. This also just culls Nigel's plan of playing something starting with SQU, squirrel, squire, squirm, squirt. So many options were available with many different draws. He didn't hit it. He was very likely to hit one of those tiles, but in this particular instance, I think Wei Bin made a very good decision, opens more of the board. The only problem now, this S, completely out of service for the rest of the game. How are we accessing the bottom right now? What is going on there? I'm a little bit worried about the future of this board, but Wei Bin needed to make something happen, open some space. I think this does the right job. Anu would not take any hooks either, so that cuts off a lot of what he could potentially do in the future.
All right, decision time for Nigel. He's looking at keeping the Q for a second turn. GOO 16 points looks pretty strong. The other candidate play there was QUA to the A, but that leave of GIOOR does not set Nigel up for success next turn. Goo, yet again, the engine's preferred play. I feel like I don't even need to say that out loud after Nigel makes a move, but Nigel on brand making his top option yet again. Wei Bin on turn now. He's found more vowels, but some yucky stuff to go with them. AADRUVW, the rack for Wei Bin. But Nigel's last play gives him a pretty strong option here. He set it up. Irva. This is going to stack on top of Goo, making Ugg, Rob, and Vor. This scores 28, breaks up the dreaded UV combination together. Josh, any reason not to play Irva here?
Yeah, it does set up that M hook, but what about nay word here? Opening the board in a way that's kind of hard to achieve otherwise. Does keep a V and a U together. Maybe you can redraw an R for Irva. You can maybe play Vug or something. The VU isn't death so quickly. Maybe opening the board is what's in store for Wei Bin, but he's seemingly settled on Irva, a very strong play in its own right.
Irva taking a key front M hook, as Josh points out. Neither M has been played in this game. There is not an M on Nigel's rack. We'll see who draws an M first, but they're going to be able to score quite well when they do cash that tile. Nigel, keeping QUIR, pulls FRD into it this time, and I think Nigel's going to hold onto the Q again on this move. He's holding it back, trying to cash a big score for it, and just hasn't manifested in the tiles for him. This is a pretty tough turn for Nigel. Josh, do you have initial thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I don't know. This is why we don't necessarily recommend keeping the Q. It's a little bit dangerous to keep such a clunky tile, even when you're ahead. It doesn't allow you to respond to threats your opponent creates, such as this Merva threat. Now, Nigel's really wanting to get rid of things, but he can't. His Q is now very much dampened on this board. He's thinking of playing Drift, setting up QI if he redraws an I. That looks fantastic. He's going to keep the cue for another turn. I don't see him getting off of this play. It is one of his patented setups. Is Waben going to figure it out? Well, he doesn't need to. He's drawn the X. He's just going to pounce on that spot for 52 if Nigel plays Drift. Very interesting stuff.
Nigel, the king of trying to set up the big tiles. He did this way before it was cool and still does it better than anybody. Drift, a clever setup for Nigel, but the one weakness is indeed that X tile that is on Waben's rack. Drift is the engine's preferred play here. Second play is IF and Fug above the UG and Irva. That play feels very weak to me. It does score well, 26 points, but QRRD on the leave, not going to be a good turn for Nigel next turn. So I think Drift is eventually what he's going to settle into. And hey, if I play Drift and you hit me with the Q or hit me with the X, more power to you, Waben.
Yeah, I guess the one benefit of IF is if you draw one of those 6 remaining A's, you will be threatening key for 39. That's not a great result for you. You'll still be saddled with 2 R's and a D at the very least. Nigel's going to go ahead and play Drift, I think, but he's taken 2.5 minutes here. He's not a huge fan of this play. He's not a huge fan of what it does to the board, creating this opening, this opening, this opening, but he's going to get pounced on in the spot that he didn't want to get pounced on the most. AX for 52. Let's see what Nigel draws, and Waben's going to be keeping 5 consonants as well. Oh my goodness, we see another U. The blank! What in the world was that draw? He just drew quiz with the blank out of the bag?
That's insane. ZU blank on the draw for Nigel. Axe has to be the play here for Waben. Nothing else makes any sense. And despite the really nice draw from Nigel, he's not going to have a good response to this. The word quiz does not play on this board at all. So Nigel's going to have another puzzle of a turn. And I think Nigel's going to end up holding onto the Q again here. I don't know what he's going to do, but there aren't strong options to play the Q. He'd have to burn the blank to play the Q off. I don't think we're going to see him do that here, Josh. Anything jumping out to you on a tricky turn for Nigel?
I mean, he can just burn the blank and play QUAI here. That doesn't seem terrible. He's thinking about URD. That's such a weird play. It sets up a Y. It sets up an S. It sets up hooks here. But, like, what else is there? This is the issue with keeping a Q for so many turns, trying to set it up, trying to draw a big play with it. You're almost never going to get that game-ending bingo as soon as you want it. I've seen Nigel do this before. He's tried to set himself up. He's failed, and then he's saddled for many, many turns on end. The QU is a good combination, but it is very, very committal. So QUAI, he's burning a blank now. If he had that blank without the Q, he'd be in business. But now he's scoring 43 only, keeping a U on his rack. He's only up a bingo now, and the board is not as close as it could be.
It's nice to know that things like this even happen to Nigel Richards. I would be looking at this game like, my goodness, what have I done? I've bungled it 6 ways from Sunday. But Nigel making the engine's top recommended move every time, backed into a corner there. QUAI does knock out the adrift spot and finally pulls Nigel out of these odd racks. Now an odd rack for Waben. He trails by about 35, and he's got 7 consonants, DGLRTTW. There are 2 words worth thinking about here. Looks like he's looking at one of them right now. Maybe DOCHT, playing through the OCH, or maybe just throw back a lot of this garbage. The other word he could play is through the disconnected A's, playing TRAGAL. This word takes no hooks. It's already an adjectival version of tragus. What do you think, Josh? Play tragal, play docked, or just get rid of all of this stuff and go digging in that bag?
I think with how low variance or low entropy this board is, there's really not much going on. This is the best time to exchange, try to draw an S, try to draw that last remaining blank. There's nothing worth really keeping here other than maybe an R and a T. So I think it's time to exchange for Weibin despite him being down 36. I wanted to mention URD was a setup for Squiz, Squiz. That would have scored 70 points, but it's just so goddamn likely to get blocked. That's why Nigel passed it up. It would have been a very fun setup, but he just felt it's too likely that Weibin's gonna just get involved into that and block it. So he decided to burn his blank instead. Crazy stuff.
Weibin, I think, indicating he's opting for an exchange here, setting the RT off to the side. Those are the two tiles you would probably keep if you exchange. Had Nigel not just played a blank, I might even throw one or both of those back to go digging. Josh, how often do you think the play of QU blank I from Nigel leaves a second blank?
Eek. Probably a little bit more than usual, but not that much so. Weibin exchanges 5. Nigel asks 5. Is that how much you exchanged? Why did he ask that question? What is that worth to him? Well, how much your opponent exchanges gives you information. If it's more tiles, it means they have fewer good tiles left on their rack. They've thrown away everything they didn't want. You play an exchange of fewer tiles. That means your rack is pretty good. Maybe you have too many consonants, too many vowels. Nigel can gain information from that decision of Weibin's. Over to him. He's been considering ZEE down here somewhere. Is this what he's going to do? There's also, yeah, you can also play it there. This is also dangerous. This is dangerous. This is dangerous.
There's no VORE, Josh.
Sorry, yeah. This is what I mean. This is dangerous. Yes. This is dangerous. That's not a great option for Nigel. I think he's going to exchange 2. What else do you do here?
You could consider IURE and EAR. Again, that opens the top part of this board, and you're not super eager to do that, but you can score 14 points and try to work your way through this rack the old-fashioned way, one move at a time. IURE is the engine's preferred play by about 3 points over exchanges. Both ZEEs dropping way down because of their poor defensive merit.
Yeah, this is a tough decision. I'm very much partial to not opening the board here, but Nigel's lead isn't that big. He's pivoted over to this play. Can't draw a Q for quiz, but keeping the Z very strong.
All right, here comes Nigel again, but hang on, here comes Weibin too. He has not found a bingo on this rack, but he has found the second blank. He's got to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, there's a good chance Nigel had that on his rack when QU blank I came down, but I've got it instead. So Nigel must have just had a really awkward turn on a clunky board. This is a tricky turn for Weibin. No bingos. He's got to choose how many of these tiles to play, and he's got to choose offense versus defense on this turn. What jumps out to me right now is just a one-tile play. Grab your L and set it behind QUAI. 17 points if you draw a vowel. You're looking pretty solid next turn, and crucially, you don't give much back to Nigel. Do you like the L fish, Josh?
I'm not so sure about that. It seems like it kind of inhibits your ability to play on top. This is a very prime bingo lane for Weibin. I'm liking Talar through the A's. Is that crazy?
There's just 3 unseen S's. Talar takes an S. If there is a play I'm going to make there, I want to try to play a word without an S back hook. I don't have one. Nigel might after the way he's played these last few turns. I don't know about opening that volatility yet. I'm not quite that desperate, but this is a very tricky turn for Weibin. No clear right option.
Yeah, apparently ALANT is the idea that the simulation likes for the chances at a triple-triple. I don't think that's working out very much. I think Nigel is just going to block that spot way more often than a computer might think. But interesting idea. Lots to think about here. Weibin under 17 minutes. That's good. He's 3 minutes ahead of Nigel. Very rare to see somebody have more time than Nigel Richards. But these decisions have been anything but easy for him. Weibin down 50 points, but he has the last blank. He has that last trump card. So he's probably not feeling out of it. He's thinking about ALAR perhaps through those disconnected A's. That's an interesting play. That takes a Y. Does that take any other hooks?
Yeah, it takes a Y and an M. It does not take an S. So alarm, alary, the two threats that could happen after that. And look at this, alar coming down for Weibin. All right, we'll see what happens next. This could be huge, but Nigel, no S on his rack. AEHJOUZ. Another rack for Nigel with not one, but two high-scoring tiles. I don't know that he'll play either one, though, Josh. The play of UH and Hug looks pretty good to me for Nigel. You think he holds JZ on his rack this game?
Hold on a sec. Weibin's taken his play back. He hasn't committed yet. Okay, I think this second time's a charm for him. Yeah, UH, very interesting. Nigel definitely wants to try and gun for one of these hooks. What can he do about this situation? Weibin's saying, oh, you want to set yourself up? I can do that too. Nigel Richards wondering, does Weibin have a Y? Does he have an M? Probably more likely he has an M. Very interesting choice. What can Nigel do, though? UH seems so bizarre. You want to draw a big play here? Maybe you just play Hazer. You say, all right, you're going to open the board. I'll open the board too. I don't know what to do here if you're Nigel Richards. I'd be a little bit afraid.
Nigel, afraid? Come on, Josh. Are you serious? No, but for real, Hazer looks
I would be.
Yeah. Hazer looks very good. If there's a spot that you can't hit, might as well open another spot. That's the logic here. So Hazer, 42 points. The problem is JOU does not work very well on this board at all. How often are you actually hitting the H at the top of the board? How often are you actually hitting the Z? If Weibin plays on bottom, can you play on top after Hazer? Nigel has backed out of it. He's looking again at I don't think he feels like Hazer is a good line for him here.
Oh my god, if he plays Hazer, Weibin's going to have two triple-triples at the very least through that H. He's looking at just playing saying, all right, let's do it. That would be a crazy play for me. UH just saying, all right, I'm not doing anything about your setup. I'm just going to score my way to victory with my J, with my Z. This game has been insane. So much tactics going on right now. Nigel also can just play JIZ at any moment here. That's 39 points. Doesn't do anything bad to the board. JOUR also an option. So many options. That's why Nigel's taking 2 minutes. This is the most important game of Nigel Richards' tournament, Weibin's tournament. You rarely see Nigel below 12 minutes with more than half of the tiles left unseen. This is insane.
Insane indeed. All right, Nigel now setting up JOUR. Perhaps this is the least bad option in his head. What a complex turn. This is the kind of game we were hoping for. Round 32. Winner earns a berth in the finals, back and forwards. This is not just about the word finding. This is the math, the tactical side of Scrabble. JOUR, Nigel dodging a bullet. Hazer, his original thought, would have given up Enthrall or Entherral, triple triples for 140 points to Weibin. We've got a game instead here. AELNRT blank looks to be a very, very strong rack, but there are no bingos where the blank is an M or a Y in the spot that Weibin needs it. The best Weibin can do on a bingo this turn is just 68 points through the O Nigel put out in space. And depending on what he chooses, he may get hit back very, very hard by the Z on Nigel's rack.
I am not liking what Weibin has lined up. Does he think Alar's is valid? Was that his hesitation? Is that why he took it back? Not being sure of the hook? Why is he lining up Saltern? Why is he lining up Sternal? These are words that only play with this phony S hook. Waben's got to be sure this is valid. He doesn't play with Alars. He's in good shape to come back in this game. If he does, he's in a very, very bad shape. This could be the worst mistake of Wabento's tournament.
This would be an absolutely shocking development. You cannot play Alar last turn if you're Waben unless you're rock solid on the hooks that it does and does not take, because you can't put yourself in this position. Maybe when he played it, he was confident it didn't take an S, but now he realizes what he stands to gain from trying this word or playing this word. The psychology in Scrabble is so hard. I'd bet money that Wei Bin has backed out of or challenged Alars before. But it looks like if we get blank cam on, Wei Bin may make a huge blunder in this game. Oh my goodness, here it comes, Josh.
Oh no. This is absolutely tragic. He's committed Saltern. Nigel says hold, and Wei Bin is like, oh my goodness, what did I just do?
You see the smile on his face.
But
he knows.
He's gonna be able to bingo next turn, that's for sure. But this is such a he didn't stop his clock, Nigel. He didn't stop his clock.
The play is not acceptable. This will come off the board. Wei Bin will lose his turn. We've seen Nigel knock off, I think, 5 phony words just in the games he's been on stream. Of course, the biggest strength of his game is everything, but Nigel absolutely 100% rock solid on the words. We have never seen him make a mistake on word knowledge, ever. Not in this dictionary, not in the smaller North American dictionary, not in French, not in English, or not in Spanish either. He's won the world championships with 4 separate lexica, and he can keep them all straight in his head. Wei Bin has his letters upside down, has his head in his hand. He's got to shake this one off. Nigel, though, on turn with perfect knowledge of his opponent's rack. That makes this turn a lot more complicated. And look at this, Josh.
Just Hodge. That is so quick. How is he doing this? He's going for maybe a C? I don't know. He's decided to block most of the bingos through the O. Maybe he's setting up EME. Maybe he's setting up AZO.
No, he's holding MZEE at the bottom. He doesn't have to cash Alarm right now. He could have just played Maze for a ton of points, but he's going to block Tolerant, force Wei Bin to play a terrible bingo with News, and then play for 50 at the bottom next turn. How on earth does Nigel do this in a minute or less? Goodness.
I have no idea. That is insane.
Oh boy. Best bingo now for Wei Bin is what he's set up: rentals and either News or rentals and drifts. News scores 2 fewer points, but if he plays with drifts for 66, he's exposing a ton of real estate. He's going to do it anyway. Rentals, 66, blow the board open. We've been down almost 100, probably correctly choosing to play some offense here. Do you like this, Josh?
Yeah, I mean, again, just have to counter Nigel's potential setups with setups of your own. But man, is it going to be hard to come back from this deficit. Is Nigel going to play through the R of rentals and retain the M for alarm? Or is he going to take out the hook now that the M and the Y are very likely, one of them at least, to come up on Wei Bin's next rack? So keeping the game alive is Wabentoe, but Nigel is in command here.
I think Nigel's going to play GEEZ through the E in rentals, hold this M back for next turn, but we see Wei Bin has pulled the other M and the Y, so he threatens big plays at the bottom. I wonder if Nigel's going to block up top and hold the M back, or now that Wei Bin has turned over 7 fresh tiles, he's going to cash the 50 points at the bottom. But with a lead like this, leaving an R in a triple-triple line is hard to do. G's scores 34, MZEE, or its anagram MEZE at the bottom, are 52. Josh, what are you doing?
I don't know. I'm looking at Nigel's clock. He is under 9 minutes. This is the lowest I've ever seen him at this stage of the game. And every decision he's had has been extremely complicated. He is going to play Medze at the bottom and just say, all right, you go for it. If you have something big, now is the time. If you don't, I'm going to score next turn, and it'll be very close to GG. Over to Wavin, CEIIMSY. Decent draw. He's drawn both the M and the Y, but now his hooks, his valid hooks, have been blocked by Nigel's play. What does he do? MIRY?
Oh man, yeah, brutal turn again. MIRY keeps great tiles. CEIS, quite synergistic, but there's really only one spot left on the board to play bingos after this through the NTA combination of rentals. If Nigel sees this come down, Nigel's probably just going to play a little bit of defense and slam the door shut on this game. So Myri looks good on paper, but doesn't seem like it's going to work out well in practice. How else, though, can Wabin stay in this game? He's going to have to sacrifice points or sacrifice his leave to play elsewhere. He'd love to open the board up a little bit. Maybe we'll see Crime, CRIME, through that R in rentals just to create space on the right side of this board. Maybe he'll dodge all of that completely. CHEM through the H in Hodge scores 42, but the leave of IISY is brutal. Josh, another crazy hard turn. What are you thinking in this one?
I don't know. It's just so hard to imagine that Nigel's going to sacrifice too many points to block this area of the board we were just mentioning. If he does do that, we have this. We have CH. We have possibilities of scoring a lot of points here and just coming back in the game without a bingo. I think I'd play MIRY here. I wouldn't be happy with it, though.
MIRY just feels like you're going to lose this game so often. I don't really see how you catch back up after that. Maybe Myri, if Nigel's forced to score poorly on a few turns, you can catch back up. One thing Wabin wants to factor in a bit is the state of the unseen pool. 16 vowels, 19 consonants means we're vowel heavy, and CEIS can go south if you draw too many vowels. But Myri, too much equity, too many points to leave, too good, says Wabin. He's going to lock it in. BEEGILT, now Nigel's rack. He's up 52 on a board running out of opportunity. Now the decision for Nigel is, do I play defense or do I just grind out points? The play of THIG looks quite good to him through the H in Hodge, but it doesn't obstruct anything. He's looking at BHEL in the same quadrant, again, not blocking anything. Josh, do you see a compelling block for Nigel, or is he forced to play up here in the top right corner?
I mean, this is sort of the rack that I was talking about. If Nigel has a rack like this, he's probably going to opt for just scoring on the top left, afraid of 40-plus point plays there that might just completely come back in the game for Wabin. So Fig or Bell, I don't like the G here. I think I'm playing Fig. What I was thinking here is if Wabin ends up drawing all of the S's, he could potentially threaten something like Soralen here. And how do you ever block that? That's the sort of thing you're thinking about if you're leaving the board open to being blocked. You have to be thinking about these bizarre circumstances, but the letters in Soralen loaners are still available in the pool. Actually, they're not. There's no R. But something like that, reopening the board, is maybe a possibility of playing down this way, reopening the board this way. So I like the play of Myri. I like the response of THIG, but another tough decision for Wabin. He's shaking his head. He's not happy with the position, but he's still got chances. He's only down 82. What are we seeing here? Just IF somewhere?
I think GIF in a hidden section of the board. HADJ takes a back I, and GIF, Haji, and OF, while it hits no premium squares at all, still scores 28 points, holds CELS together. Weibin needs to dodge the 6 unseen E's. 1 could be okay. 2 will be crushing for him after this, but this looks to be a very solid play for Weibin. He's at 269 now. Nigel Richards at 323. This is the final round of the World Scrabble Championship for those just tuning in. The winner of this game will finish second in the main event and will play Adam Logan of Canada in a best of 7 series tomorrow for the whole shebang. The world's greatest of all time, 5-time world champion Nigel Richards fighting for his life. Weibin Tue of Singapore looking to make his first appearance in the World Scrabble Championship finals. Oh man, all the marbles right here on display. Nigel in commanding position. Can he slam the door shut and make it to his record 6th World Championship finals? We'll find out very shortly. Nigel grabbing B, E, E, going to play these down to an F and slam so many bingo lines on this board down all at once. Things are looking dire for Weibin, Josh. CDELOPS. He's got to get this board open ASAP. Do you see any clever ways for him to do it?
Yeah, and I'm thinking something in the bottom of this board, but what exactly? How do you open maybe this lane, SOC? You're starting to get a little bit desperate here, potentially. Maybe you just play something through these tiles, through this N, from this A. Force Nigel to come up with another clever way of shutting things down. But you're right, things are looking pretty difficult if you're Weibin Tue right now. Very difficult position, 7.5 minutes left, 16 tiles in the bag, and a very, very large deficit.
Check out this draw for Nigel. He's pulled into a 7-letter word. KAOLINS is valid. It does not play on the board currently, but there's a decent chance Weibin feels he needs to open the board. If he does and allows a spot for a 7 to come down, then Nigel will punish him hard. If he floats the E out in space, KAOLINES, or ES is also valid. The E in space would give Nigel a bingo. This is looking so dire for Weibin. Of course, he does not know what Nigel has on his rack, but it seems like the logical opening plays are going to backfire on him hard.
Yeah, and little does he know it, there are some potential bingos here through the VT, through the N, maybe starting with E through the A, but Nigel can eliminate all of those next turn with INIA. So if he plays the standard looking play of ODD and Duff, and maybe tries to go for like unsplice or something that's not even available in the pool, he's going to potentially face a devastating board closing play.
Oh man, he's set up cold on his rack. I don't know where this is going to fit. This board just so tight and congested. Is that what he's thinking about, Josh, or is he just kind of shuffling tiles?
A cold here sort of opens the board, puts an L here, a D here. Kind of hard to overlap those two. This doesn't take an S, though. I think this is an interesting plan, but it feels a little bit too slow and a little bit too weak. Not to quote Magnus Carlsen. But what else do? You really have to start opening the right side of the board. Look at this open space, everybody. There's so much real estate here that Weibin needs should he get back in this game.
A cold is a play that makes a lot of sense. I mean, you have to do something. You can't just roll over and die here. Weibin is too strong a player to let Nigel play board control for the rest of this. There certainly are some players who know a lot of words and just haven't figured out the math or the tactics who would just roll over and die, too afraid to open a board against a player as great as Nigel Richards. But Weibin, not that guy. I wonder if there's any logic to DEEP through the E and rentals at the top. At first glance, CLOS, not a strong lead, but there are so many E's left to go. And if you pencil yourself in for drawing at least one, all of a sudden, maybe this play works out. Maybe you draw a word starting in an S and can threaten something big. It's rather annoying for Nigel to fully thwart that spot. I wonder, Josh, is deep too much of a Hail Mary here?
It might be, but it's a very interesting idea. Let's put this on the board. It seems kind of hard to block, but I feel like Nigel will find a way. Beef was a very clever play. Telco is now the choice here, opening this double-double. This is a great idea. Look at this C out in space, completely thwarting Nigel's ability to block this way, but Nigel plays something this way? Not really. That'll also open things. Very nice idea by Waven. I'm just a little bit worried. He's down to 4 minutes, but Nigel Richards under 6 minutes. I have never seen this before. There's a lot of game left to be played. Both players feeling the time pressure. One player 60 points ahead. That V draw, not great for Waben. He's going to have to start going for Hail Marys, maybe from this P in toe caps. Over to Nigel. Cowlins doesn't fit. What is he going to come up with? How is he going to try and continue to score and close this board?
So crucially, Telco does take an S. That's another thing Nigel has to worry about, but what an ingenious play by Wei Bin. Many opening plays can just get stacked on top of or underneath to be thwarted, but putting that C right there, a great idea. You just need to execute phase 2 of your plan, draw good letters out of the bag, and that OVP combination, killer for him. He's not done yet. There are still 12 tiles in the bag, meaning he'll get at least 1 or 2 chances to refresh his rack. Great idea. We'll see if he's able to execute part 2, draw the bingo that you desperately need. Nigel, a very challenging turn, has picked up ALS. Do you see where these are going, Josh?
I don't. We're going to have to wait and see what he's thinking here. There are currently 12 tiles in the bag. I would be trying to play a lot of tiles here. If I can play 6 tiles, then that prevents Waben from getting 2 bingos down, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of ways to do that. Nigel had Salon. He had... what else did he have lined up? He's looking at Aeolian. Look at this brilliant move by Nigel Richards. This doesn't take an S. This sets up his K. If Waven bingos now, it will not be enough. Waven has to address that spot, play PAV or something here. But that's a very cool idea by Nigel. Scoring points, keeping scoring tiles, leaving 7 tiles in the bag. Awesome.
That's brilliant. Just downright brilliant. Outrun the bingo if it comes and obstruct most of the threats and set myself up all at once. Nigel Richards on brand yet again. And he's going to draw into Skew, SKEW, which plays a top Aeolian. So smart. Wei Bin now grasping at straws. It's still possible he can draw double doubles down from the L in Telco. It's possible he can draw bingos starting with an S, backhooking Telco to make Telcos. So he's not done here. I suspect we're going to see Apod or Pav on top of Aeolian. He's got to figure out which of those make it more likely for him to draw an out bingo. Oh, Josh, I like this. Put the V out in space too. Now you can bingo from the L, the C, or the V. So you're saying there's a chance? I like that, Josh.
Crucially, there are 7 tiles in the bag. If Nigel manages to play from that V, it'll completely empty the bag. Waven is thinking about Pav. Is he thinking about the top or the bottom? I think he needs to play between Telco and Aeolian. Let's see what he chooses. He's going up top. That maybe reduces his chances, but maybe doesn't. This retains the S hook of Telcos, so maybe that's the right idea here. But Nigel has one more move. He does not have to empty the bag. There are 4 tiles left. 3.5 minutes. He is in the most time pressure we have ever seen in a complicated pre-endgame position. 4 tiles, too many. 5 tiles, too many. You have to play 3, 2, or 1 in this position. The unseen letters, very good. Lentoids now drawn by Toe Wei Bin. If Nigel doesn't block that, will he be able to win this game? He does. He plays TES. This is wrong. He just, no. Oh, don't hit the clock. Take it back. He has to play 1 spot lower. Oh my goodness me. Nigel Richards almost made a tragic transposition error. He somehow caught himself with 2 minutes, 40 seconds. TES is his play. This should be winning. What drama at the 2025 World Scrabble Championship. We almost witnessed a tragic game-losing error by Nigel Richards, or maybe he's just keeping us in suspense. Stoney's still playable for Wei Bin Toe, but I don't think it'll be enough.
Yeah, Stoneyed is an instant game lose. My heart just melted. That would have been the most tragic thing I've ever seen at a Scrabble tournament. The accidental transposition of the play leading to the door getting slammed shut. Was that Nigel delivering some content, or Nigel perhaps almost blowing the world championship? Goodness. I'm certain Wei Bin sees Stoneyed and Telcos, but that play still puts him down by 10. He'll draw 1 tile out of the bag and get hammered by either the K, the T, or both. As it stands right now, Stoneyed would get hit back by Tweak for over 60 points and be an instant game over. So maybe Wei Bin probably doesn't have the time to figure this out. Maybe he's looking at lines where he can play 1 tile and bingo out next turn. TES, though, what a great play from Nigel. In a time crunch, he doesn't care, executes, blocks the threat, and sure enough, the threat was on Wei Bin's rack. Oh my goodness.
All right, Wei Bin under a minute. He's going to bingo with Stoneyed. It's not going to be enough. He's going to draw an E out of the bag. Doesn't have time to compute anything, but I don't think there is anything to compute. This is it. 385, 395. Nigel Richards, as long as he doesn't play a phony word, he will win this game, as long as he makes a reasonable play. But we almost saw the most tragic thing of all time. Is Nigel going to fall under time pressure?
How close was he to hitting his clock there? My goodness. Nigel, again, like the machine he is, setting up his best play. Tweaks is 68 points. And he's setting it down now. This will be it, assuming he can actually put the tiles in the correct squares this time. And there he goes. Nigel Richards is going to knock off Wei Bin Toe 2 straight games. Nigel Richards is going to win his last 3 games in succession to sneak out a spot in tomorrow's finals against Adam Logan. If this was not entertaining for you, Scrabble is not the place you need to be. But wow, what a comeback from Scrabble's greatest of all time.
Never in doubt. Apparently, Nigel Richards is going to face Adam Logan of Canada in a best-of-7 finals starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. That is 5 a.m. Eastern Time in the U.S., 2 a.m. Western Time, Pacific, and you guys can do the rest of the math. Wei Bin is going to go out. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
96. No. We have 266. Can't hear you, sorry. We have 312. 3? Yeah. We have 137. 137. Before that, 139. 85. You 37. 87. Yeah. Okay. So watching
Sorry, that was unreasonably immature.
Yeah, 148. 214. 241. 264. 269. 283. 213. 385. 396.
Yeah.
441 for you.
67.
463. What? 463. We have 211.
Yep.
241.
Yep.
293.
Yep.
323.
Yep.
242.
Yep.
265.
Yep.
285. 473. 463.
Yes.
Yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah, don't try things that I'm not sure of. That's the lesson.
Well, phenomenal effort from Singapore's Wei Bin To. With this loss combined with the Wasim Khatri win over on board 2, Wei Bin is going to finish in 4th place in a tournament where he's been bouncing between 1st and 2nd for the majority of it. Still a fantastic showing, Wei Bin. Just a few moves away from earning your own berth in the finals here. I'm certain this is not the end of Wei Bin To. Congrats to him on 4th. Congrats to Wasim Khatri of Pakistan finishing 3rd, winning $4,000 at the World Scrabble Championship. Boy, the scene in Asia, in Pakistan, in India, in Sri Lanka, in Singapore, all exploding right now. Africa also showing her might. There were 5 Nigerian players in the top 10 of the standings last I checked. But with that outcome, Nigel Richards and Adam Logan going to play off in the finals. And I would say, Josh, those are probably the 2 best players in the room. Scrabble has a way of doing this. Yeah, the best players, after 32 games of play, 400 or 500 decisions they have to make, always end up rising to the top. How do these finals make you feel tomorrow?
Well, it'll be hard not to root for my countryman as I play a tournament near his hometown of Ottawa, and I'll be checking in those standings every single game. But Nigel Richards certainly has gotten the better of Adam in their head-to-head matchups, so I believe Nigel is coming in as the favorite, but Adam's been playing lights out the entire tournament. It's going to be a match for the ages. I cannot wait. Who is commentating tomorrow? Let's remind chat.
Tomorrow, I am still in the booth. Y'all are stuck with me wire to wire. We're going to let Josh finally sleep in. Just kidding. I know you're going to wake up bright and early to watch all of this. Tomorrow, I will be joined by Will Anderson and perhaps even another surprise guest. We may try a 3-man booth for some of these games. There are so many strong Scrabble players out there. I wonder who we're going to have. But Matt Canik, Will Anderson for sure. Maybe some surprise guests in there as well. We're going to bring you all that action. Once again, 10 a.m. Ghana time, 5 a.m. East Coast of the United States time is when those finals are going to start. I'm hoping for at least 6, maybe 7 games tomorrow. It could be 4, it could be 7. If this tournament, though, is any indicator, it's going to be another epic finals. We've had so many absolutely wild games. If you missed some of the action from earlier today, literally all 5 of the games we had to start our day today were insane. Will Anderson is going to break them down on his channel in a few hours. Will has been working tirelessly since he saw the result of the first and second game. That's going to be a banger of a video. Check out the Will Anderson channel if you haven't yet. There's also going to be all sorts of other analysis and breakdowns. If you're in the Discord for woogles.io, there will be tons of chatter about what we've seen today in that Discord. Speaking of Woogles.io, Josh, you're too tall for that to work, but show off your sweater there. Woogles.io is a website designed by Scrabble players for Scrabble players to play Scrabble and other word games on the internet. Everything on Woogles 100% free, whether you want to play against other humans, whether you want to play against bots, whether you just want to solve puzzles with fun, interesting, tricky positions. Woogles has it all, and of course an avid Discord community as well. Poke around, find me on Woogles. My username there is literally Matt, and I'm always down to play like these unhinged 1 or 2 minute super blitz games if anybody's looking for stuff in the upcoming weeks. Josh, thank you so much. 32 games across 4 days, and you've been doing the vast majority of the heavy lifting on analysis. I am so grateful to have had you in the booth. Thank you for taking the time to do all of this. You are a true champ.
Well, thank you, Matt, as well. I will never forget these games. This was the most incredible 32 games of Scrabble I've ever seen. We might never see anything better, but we shouldn't say that. Scrabble is growing thanks to you guys, thanks to your interest, thanks to people like Matt, thanks to people like Josh Greenway for promoting Scrabble. Speaking of Josh Greenway, let's get him on. We haven't seen a lot of him. Why don't we get him on? Here
Hey
he
guys,
is.
I'm in a noisy room, but I wanted to say something really quickly. One, I wanted to thank the audience for being here. I wanted to thank everybody who became a super friend, who contributed. It really feels like we have some momentum going with Scrabble right now, and I can't wait to see where this journey is going to take us all. I also want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart to these two guys, to the left and the right. You know, the players are the ones making the plays. I set up a few cameras, but these are the guys making the content. They're the ones telling the stories. They're the ones documenting it. They're the ones making it dramatic. And just please show them some love in the chat. I can't imagine working with anybody better than these two guys. And it's just incredible. It feels like we are definitely headed in the right direction. And I can't wait to see the best finals, the best 7 tomorrow. And I hope you guys all join. So thanks so much to you guys, to, is it Colby and what are the dogs' names?
Colby and Thorin.
Thank you. Yeah, so thanks so much, guys. That's what I wanted to come on and say. And this was just super exciting.
Colby and Soren have been
Thank you,
glued
Josh.
to my laptop the whole time. Just absolute drama. Josh, you are a true G, a true trooper. You are probably the most important person in organized Scrabble right now. Truly, thank you for all you've done. Josh is being humble right now. He does all of the work, all of the scene changes, all of the chat moderation, all of the organization. He prepares like a 6-page commentary guide to help keep us on track, what to say, what not to say. And hey, if you're interested in doing a little commentary, Josh has so many more events coming up on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. He's always looking to try people out. There are Scrabble skirmishes happening all over the place on random weekends. If you want to try talking about Scrabble a little bit, Josh is your guy. He can get you in. Maybe at some point you level up and replace this washed up has-been on the screen. Josh, thank you so much. You are so overdue for some sleep, but you're not going to get it yet because we got one more day, baby. The finals tomorrow, Adam Logan and Nigel Richards. Are you rooting for anybody, Josh, or are you just rooting for Scrabble in general?
Well, look, Adam Logan is a countryman. Obviously, we all want to see Nigel doing Nigel things. But what I'm looking forward to is just amazing games. I can't wait till we welcome Will Anderson, another, absolute all-star into the commentary booth tomorrow. We may line up some special guests as well. And and lots more streams to come. So I think, 3 more by the end of the year. And we're going to have a lot of fun.
We are going to have a lot of fun indeed, and the Let's Play Scrabble channel is where you can find everything that Josh Greenway and his stellar team put on. If you have not yet subscribed, make sure you do that. We've grown from like 4.3 thousand subscribers to almost 6,000. Can we make it there tonight? Maybe. Will we make it there tomorrow? Almost definitely. Help us out. Click that sub button. I promise you're not going to be spammed or pestered. All that's going to happen is you're going to get to watch more Scrabble on the internet from all around North America and even the world. Thank you so much to everybody who's been here, liking these videos, subscribing to the channels, dropping monetary donations, becoming super friends, keeping us accountable in chat with your wisdom, because we miss things and the chat keeps us on track. We have so many awesome players hanging out there. We saw Matthew O'Connor in the chat all the time with his, if you haven't seen yet, Matthew has a book, How to Play Scrabble Like Matthew O'Connor. It's just a giant Google Doc manifesto. Ben Schoenbrunn has all kinds of content he's put out on his Benji Versus channel. He's got some written material out on medium.com as well. So many Scrabble players doing so much in terms of content. But the content king of them all is right there in the middle of your screen, Josh Greenway and his Let's Play Scrabble channel. I think, Josh, we may pull up the standings as the rest of the results trickle in. This is the last round of play for everybody not named Nigel Richards and Adam Logan. So we'll see how that top 10 fleshes out. Last I look, Africa showed her might. 5 Nigerian players in the top 10. We'll see how this all unfolds. I'm going to stop for now. What you got, Josh?
I'm going to hop off. I'll show standings, and I can also pull up those team standings that we were talking about. I don't know if you want to flip through that. But yeah, and just last thing, audience, again, show your love for these two guys. They're amazing. Thanks so much. See you guys.
All right, we'll toggle over. You see now Nigel has not yet has that result put in, but we'll see if we can scroll down a bit, Josh, and look at the remainder. We know Wei Bin going to drop to 4th, Wasim going to springboard up to 3rd. As results trickle in, this page auto-populate, although Victor is like 2 rounds behind, Stanley 2 rounds behind. I don't know. As the results come in, you can follow them here. Thanks to all of our viewers for everything. I need to go touch some grass really bad. With this, I'm done. Josh, take our viewers out for the day.
Okay, so we have the team standings. Nigeria with a 54.7% win rate. That's incredible. They are, of course, the Scrabble capital of the world. They're in place. Ghana, though, showing incredible stature with an 114 and 110 record. Probably Stanley is the #1 performing player in Ghana. Liberia, 81 and 78, right on Ghana's tail with a very similar winning percentage. I don't think we featured anyone from Liberia, but what an incredible performance. Well done to the top 3 teams in this African championship. Of course, it makes sense that Africa came in and kicked a lot of behind. So 15 players from Nigeria, 4 players from Ghana, 3 players from Liberia, 5 from Pakistan, 15 from England. So 6th place to England, 5th place to Pakistan, 4th to Kenya. Sierra Leone, 3 players. The Gambia, 3 players. Incredible performance. Congrats to all teams. Well done. Well done. All right. We are going to take off now. Guys, thank you so much for watching. It's been historic. It's been incredible. It's been Scrabble. We love it, but it is serious. It is so serious at the top. That's what we're trying to show you guys. Everybody can play Scrabble, but only some can make it to this status of Grand Master, and only one person can win the 2025 World Scrabble Championship in Accra, Ghana. Nigel Richards fighting against Adam Logan in a best-of-7 tomorrow. I can't wait to see what comes next. Matt, thank you so much. I'm going to take my leave, and I'll be watching tomorrow.
See you all then.